match recorded. Feels good. 25 seconds. Only separation of nothing. Last 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Okay.
Welcome to Ironman 70.3 Geelong and to the spectacular Bellarine region of Victoria, Australia, one of our most iconic host destinations in Ironman racing. We are absolutely thrilled to welcome an exceptional field of male and female professional athletes from around the world for the 16th year of this race. I'm Marina Carfra and I'm joined by 5-time world champion and 4-time winner at this race, Craig Alexander. Crowie, let's talk a little bit about what we have in store for today's race.
Hey Marinda, how are you? Yeah, I'm excited to join you for this one. As you said, it's got a long history. Australian triathletes know this race very well. It's the 16th year. It's the second year that it's been part of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And I think this year, particularly on the men's side, the field is one of the best that I've ever seen. So I'm excited to see how this unfolds. Of course, we've got both defending Ironman Pro Series champions in Christian Blumenfeld and Kat Matthews, both coming in with slightly different preparations. Kat obviously coming off a dominant but controlled victory in the first stop on the series 2 weeks ago at Ironman New Zealand, and Christian will be trying to make amends for a 6th place finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting way to start the season, but a great way to start the season to bank some points. I think Christian will be looking for a little redemption after a disappointing finish for him. I think he would be happy to say that in New Zealand with the mechanical and then some nutritional issues. But yeah, I mean, but he has his work cut out for him, Crowie. Jelle Geens, a defending champion and 2-time defending 70.3 champion, up against him, as well as Hayden Wild, who's been just phenomenal in the middle distance racing. I can't call it. I don't know who's going to come out on top today, and I think a lot of people are very interested to see that matchup. And while we're at it, today's coverage is made possible by Experience Oman, the naming partner of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We thank them for bringing us all the action from Geelong and all season long. Yes, and the athletes just in their final warm-up. We are 26 minutes out from race start. So in the wetsuits, again, it's wetsuits legal swim for all the athletes, 21 degrees. But as we look at that start list, I mean, Jelle Geens, Christian Blumenfeld, Hayden Wild, Jake Birtwistle was second here last year. Josh Ferris, an upcoming athlete, fast swim, look for him in the water. Pierre Lecour, a phenomenal debut in New Zealand 2 weeks ago. So again, a lot of athletes backing up from Ironman New Zealand. Crowie, what do you think about that turnaround?
Yeah, it's a short turnaround for sure. But I think, you know, with the Ironman Pro Series, that's one of the challenges now. We know to score well in this series, you need 5 good scoring races and 3 of them have to be Ironman events. So these athletes are used to short turnarounds. Some definitely handle it better than others. But it's an incredible field. And I know we say it's the best ever, but I feel it is the best field on the men's side that's been assembled since the 2018 Ironman 70.3 Worlds in South Africa. As we take a look at the pro women's field, and we've got Kat Matthews headlining here, Tamara Jewett coming off a great performance 2 weeks ago in Ironman New Zealand with that 2:42 run split. Grace Theck, a woman who's racing here for the 9th time, and the previous 8 appearances have been podiums. So I'm sure she'll be looking to get on that podium again. Penny Slater, Stephanie Clutterbuck, Pace Cranich. It's a great field. It's a deep field on the women's side. And let's look for Sophia Green in the swim. She's coming with that short course pedigree, having come through the UK short course program, and is certainly one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you look down that start list, there's not only Ironman Pro Series points on offer for today's race, but also qualifying for Nice 70.3 World Championships. So we have 3 slots on offer for the men and the women. And in the men's field, we already have Geens, Ferris, Birtwistle have already qualified, and Blumenfeld just needs to validate. So on the men's side, it could roll as far as 7th. On the women's side, we have Matthews, Jewett and Lumpkes who have already qualified. So on the women's side, those Nice slots could roll as far as 6th place. And as we look at the Ironman Pro Series standings as of today, of course, we've only had 1 race. So basically the results from Ironman New Zealand.
Yeah, and we see that Pierre Lacour and Christian Blumenfeld are the 2 notables on that list who are backing up today. And for the women, Kat Matthews is racing, Hannah Berry, Tamara Jewett here as well. So it seems to be the MO for the athletes who do well in the series is to get out of the gates quick and bank points early. So as you mentioned, another 2,500 points on offer today. And, you know, the athletes who are doubling up or backing up off a short turnaround, they are certainly trying to get ahead of the curve with this Ironman Pro Series for 2026.
Yeah, that's Christian Blumenfeld on screen there, just final moments, quiet moments before the start. Again, there's still over 20 minutes. But yeah, as we were mentioning before, the men that have already qualified for 70.3 Worlds, Jake Birtwistle, Josh Ferris and Yella Geens on the men's side. So, and Christian, the man that was just on screen, has only need to validate. So he just needs to get across the finish line on this one to qualify for 70.3 Worlds.
Yeah, interesting some of the names you mentioned. I'm interested to see how Jake Birtwistle performs today. Of course, he got 2nd last year. And also from an Aussie perspective, young Josh Ferris, I think he had a breakthrough season last year with 270.3 victories. So I'm sure he's looking to continue that form straight into the 2026 season.
Yeah, and on the women's side, we see these are the women that have already qualified for 70.3 World Champs in Nice. Today, again, there's 3 more slots up for grabs. Kat Matthews already qualified, so has Tamara Jewett and Gabrielle Lumpkes from the US. So those 3 women already have their slots taken, and 3 more up for grabs. And yes, very dark down there in Geelong. I remember racing this race way back in the day, and it was always sort of sun was just peeking up over the horizon when the gun went off. So yeah, dark and kind of gloomy. But it's going to be a spectacular day in Geelong here today. Weather looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it looks good. It's very sheltered, part of the peninsula here. So the sun's starting to peak up as we saw Tamara Jewett going through her final preparations there, and conditions look magnificent. I mean, this race, as is the case with most races, is very dependent on conditions, temperature and wind. And being a coastal town, Geelong is very exposed to the wind. But so far, from the pictures we're getting here, that bay looks it looks enticing, really. It looks like, makes you feel like you want to dust the wetsuit off and get back out there.
And this morning's Welcome to Country on the shore of Karawa Bay is presented by Wadawurrung traditional owner Melinda Kennedy, with Michael Cousins playing the didgeridoo. Yes, didgeridoo, familiar sound for both Craig Alexander and myself from down under. A great way to start the day of racing.
welcome you here on the lands of the Wadawurrung people. We stand here on the shores of the Lake Gallimore. What we see today is the place that we call the Muriel, where the ocean meets the sky. I will now formally welcome you in the language of the First People of the Wadawurrung. Yuranarek, Melinda Kennedy, Wadawurrung Baringuk. Waraki Dalama Nyaru Wadawurrung. Beniti Kanama Ba Dalama Beganek Nala Nala Laba Gupinya Dap Mokpuri. I welcome you. Live by Bungel's law is to care for all people. Thank you.
All right, and that was our official welcome to country. All right, and now we are 18 minutes out from race start for the professional male and female athletes. The men will start right at 7:30 local time. The women will go off at 7:35. We have Hayden Wild there on screen. A lot of people are talking about this young man as the hot favourite, but he did finish second to Yellowgeens in New Zealand just 2 years ago, or less than, in 2024 at the World Champs there. So he'll look to have a better day, certainly, than that race. But yeah, I mean, honestly, you can't call it. These three men, and again, it's not only them. You know, we have Pierre Lecour, who has run some 66 half marathon splits off the bike, so very dangerous on the run. But the question mark for, you know, the athletes coming off of New Zealand is how will they recover it? How will they back up?
As we see Matt Burton on screen here, another local Australian athlete. Kurt McDonald there. A little bit of pre-race chit-chat with Hayden Wild. The athletes look pretty relaxed. It is the first race of the season for many. Christian, of course, we just saw on screen, and Pierre Lecour there, raced 2 weeks ago. So, and you mentioned Rinia, that's always the question, isn't it? The turnaround and the recovery post-Ironman, especially off a 2-week break like this. So, for me, Pierre Lecour is one of the favourites today. I think his step up to Ironman distance was exceptional 2 weeks ago in his debut, and we know his pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a phenomenal race. But let's have a look at the course maps. Athletes will begin with the Roka swim in the calm waters of Corio Bay, where March water temps average around 18 degrees Celsius. Today it's 21 though. They'll swim 800 metres out into the bay and make their first right-hand turn, then head another 700 metres back towards shore for another right-hand turn, and then make that final left-hand turn for that 100 metres into shore.
Yeah, they'll head out from Ruby, transition onto the Zoop bike course. It's a 2-lap, 45-kilometre course. Total elevation gain of 412 metres. So what I would consider a fast course, flat to undulating, 2 laps, a couple of little out and back sections. Curlewis Golf Course, the turnaround, and 2 notable climbs per lap.
Yeah, and they'll come back into Ruby T2 and onto the 2.5 lap half marathon Hoka run course. It flows clockwise as it takes the athletes out along the Esplanade and through Rippleside Park before heading inbound along the stunning water's edge. Athletes head back past the iconic Geelong Pier before running under the famous Geelong Star and towards this incredible finish line. Yeah, this race always marks sort of the start of the the South Pacific season. I feel like, yes, there's races in November and December, but this feels like sort of the start of the season down in Australia. So typically a lot of Aussies racing down there. And we look at the race weather presented by Roka, 53 Fahrenheit, that's 12 Celsius. Really nice weather actually for racing. So clear skies, only 3 k's per hour. This is shaping up 98 degrees, 98% humidity. And that water temp again, 21 Celsius, which is 69.8 Fahrenheit. But man, this is perfect. Perfect weather conditions, no wind. Croy, I know you've raced here a number of times, and you can get, pretty much everything down in Victoria.
Absolutely. It's the hottest race I've ever done, and also the coldest and windiest race I've ever done. But I think for today, we've got incredible conditions, no wind. I did notice the 98% humidity though, so that'll make things a little uncomfortable. But we saw the course records go last year, and I think we can expect with these sorts of conditions that that's the kind of racing we're going to get in today. And I think particularly for the men's race, the course record will have to go. Whoever wants to win this race, given the field we have assembled, I think the course record's going to go down today.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. When you have basically the best of the best in middle distance racing head-to-head, it just makes the athletes rise to the occasion. And so you're going to have to be absolutely perfect on race day. And that generally means race records will fall. And that's what we're here for. That's what we love to see in Ironman racing and 70.3 racing. But yeah, we're 13 minutes out from today's race start in Geelong. The athletes are making their final preparations. Race start coming up soon.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. All right, and final preparations now. 11 minutes out from race start. We have Hayden Wild on screen. During the commercial, we did have Yella Geens. He looked a little nervous, Crowie.
Yeah, I think he was just inside his own head doing his sort of pre-race visualizations. All athletes are different, as you know, Rin. Some are very vocal down in the starting pen. Others are more sort of internal and pensive. And yeah, Yella just seemed to be going through his pre-race ritual there as we start our introductions for race number 2 of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. Ironman 70.3 Geelong. We have wearing race number 1, our defending champion here in Geelong, and the 2-time defending Ironman 70.3 world champion, Mr. Yella Geens from Belgium.
And wearing number 2, Mr. Christian Blumenfeld from Norway. He's our 2025 Pro Series champion, and he was 3rd at the 2025 World Championship in Nice last year. Look for him to make a mark today.
Wearing bib number 3 from New Zealand, an excitement machine on the race course, a 2-time Olympic medalist, one of the most versatile athletes we've ever seen. From New Zealand, Hayden Wild.
And wearing number 4, that's Jake Birtwistle from Australia. He was 2nd last year behind Yella Geens, very fast runner. Look for him to be in the mix all day as well.
Wearing race bib number 6 from Australia, a young swim bike sensation, the man who led out last year in a 21-24 swim, Josh Ferris.
And wearing number 7, Henrik Ghosh from Finland. He's coming off not a great finish from Ironman New Zealand, looking to make amends here in Geelong. Had a pretty solid season last year.
Wearing race bib number 8, a man who made his Ironman debut in New Zealand just 2 weeks ago, had a phenomenal race, closed it out with a 2:36 marathon. And let's not forget to mention 4th place at the Paris Olympics from France, Pierre Lacour.
And wearing number 8, that's Nicholas Free from Australia. It's Geelong will be the highest level of competition he's raced since 70.3 Worlds in 24, but he was on the podium 5 times last year. Sorry, top 5.
And wearing race bib number 10, also from Australia, the former Australian junior champion and a man who's no stranger to top 5 finishes, particularly on the domestic series here in Australia, Kurt McDonald.
And wearing number 12, that's Matt Burton from Australia. He's looking to have a big bike leg here today in Geelong. And wearing number 1, that's Kat Matthews from Great Britain, a 2-time defending Ironman Pro Series champion, coming off that stunning victory in New Zealand just 2 weeks ago, looking to add to her Pro Series points.
Wearing race bib number 2 for the women, from Canada, a lady who ran an incredible 2:42 marathon just 2 weeks ago at race number 1 of the series, Tamara Jewett.
And wearing number 3, that's Grace Tech from Australia. This is her 9th time racing here. She's been on the podium every single time, looking to add to that podium pile. Grace Tech.
Race number 4, also from Australia, a lady who finished top 20 at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella last November, Milan Agnew.
And representing the USA, wearing number 6, that's Gabrielle Lumpkis. She was 7th 2 weeks ago in Ironman New Zealand, and she finished 6th here in Geelong last year.
Wearing race bib number 7 from Australia, a woman who's no stranger to the front end of big races, 7th place at the Ironman World Championships in Nice a couple of years ago, 2nd place also at the Pro Series race at Ironman Texas, Penny Slater.
And wearing number 9 from Australia, Sky Wallace. Her first year as a pro was last year in 2025, and she was 7th at Ironman New Zealand, 10th here in Geelong last year, and 3rd in 70.3 Port Macquarie.
And from Ireland, wearing race bib number 10, one of Ireland's leading middle distance triathletes. Her best finish was a 5th at 70.3 Krakow last year, Megan Armitage.
And that's wearing number 14, Jasmine Brown from Australia.
And our last of the female intros, wearing bib number 15, also from Australia, Paige Cranich.
And we are 6 minutes out from the race start here today. Of course, the pro men going off at 7:30 local time in Geelong. Women will go off 5 minutes after. But we have Tim Reed again on the ground with Temi Barker. We're going to throw it down to them for a quick hit before we get started.
G'day guys, welcome. We are here in Geelong. I tell you what, it is an absolutely stunning day for our race day at Ironman 70.3 Geelong. 21 degrees is going to be our water temperature. It's currently 13 degrees. There wasn't a cloud in the sky when we woke up today. The stars were out and it looks absolutely beautiful. Tim Reed, you raced here about 4 times in your pro career. We're excited to be here. How are you feeling ahead of this big race that we're about to see?
Well, it's about as exciting as the racing gets, Tammy. With the quality of field we've got, it's really unusual to see this level of competition in Australia. And so to have that first race of the season for many athletes, as with the competition as it is, it's really exciting. The conditions could not be better. We've got like glassy, smooth water, which will make for a very smart, fast swim. The bike is still always tough, but without the wind, we've still got the 20-metre draft rule, which is new for a lot of these athletes. So the bike could still break things up, but then the runs, it's also going to be nice and a cool temperature for the run. So I think the big storylines here, Tammy, is how does New Zealand affect a lot of these athletes that just raced 2 weeks ago, some athletes will be able to hold up. We know Christian Blumenfeld does huge mileage in training. It'll probably help him rather than hinder him. But for someone like Tamara Jewett, who ran a 2:42 marathon, that's got to be in the legs a little bit. Same with Pierre Lecour. We know his legs are still hurting a little bit. And then the next question is, that first race of the season, this is not an easy course. We used to finish this race and wouldn't be able to walk properly for about a week after the event. It's a hilly run, and will that affect the guys and girls who are having their first race of the season?
So, Tim, last year we saw some of those course records broken with the conditions that we're expecting today, with the athletes that we have, of course, Blumenfeld, Yellow-Geens, Hayden Wild. We haven't seen those guys race together in long course. Can we expect some of those course records to be broken?
I think it would be, as Crowe already mentioned, I think it's going to be really hard to win this race without quite a significant course record. I think the conditions are as good as you could hope for in that regard. For Yellow-Geens, I think it's interesting. He's training for an Ironman in 4 weeks. And so he did say that between, the last 2 weeks have been slightly different taper to what he normally does. This week's been the same, but that can really affect you, as Rinny and Crowe will know. So I think it's going to be fast, but might not be the athletes we expect to take the tape.
Good stuff. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tammy and Tim, always bringing some great insight from the ground. But we are going to take a look at the ones to watch for the swim. We have Josh Ferris, who is expected to probably lead. He led out last year. Thorpe as well, and Pierre Lecour, Yellow-Geens, and Price as well. Probably going to be in that front pack. I would say also Hayden Wild could make that. It's going to be hard to break this front pack up, Crowe.
You just took my thought there, Rinny. It's exactly what I was thinking. I think the conditions being so calm and also only having 3 turning buoys on the course, it's an 800 metre or a 9 to 10 metre straight swim off the beach here. And of course it's a beach start, so that might split things up a little. We'll expect to see the athletes like Josh Ferris, who are used to that, get off the beach quick. But I think, the names you mentioned are definitely the standout swimmers. It'll be interesting to see, though. We've seen in swim courses like this, Hayden Wild and KB hang on to the front group. And I'm sure that's right in the front, as we just took our last look at Hayden there. That'd be the front of his mind. Get off this beach super quick and get on a nice pair of feet and tucked nicely into that front group.
Absolutely, and as we look at the female ones to watch in the swim, Sophia Green, you mentioned earlier, short course athlete moving across to 70.3 distance racing, very fast swimmer. We expect her possibly to get away, but we will have some other very strong swimmers, Clutterbuck, Lumpicus, Matthews, Tech, Agnew, and McShane. McShane led this swim out last year as well, so expect, maybe a couple of those athletes might be able to go with Sophia, but she is very quick. Something we haven't yet mentioned, Hayden Wild, yesterday in his swim practice, was just running along the beach, or actually I think he was dolphin diving in, and he impaled himself on a sea urchin, so he's got a little bit of a sore foot. I don't think it's the top of his foot, fortunately, so he might be in a little bit of pain, but honestly, I think he'll probably shake that off. If there's any chink in his armour, that might be it. But yeah, unfortunate for him to just, step on that sea urchin. And as you said, this can be a common problem. They usually rake the beach, but I guess they missed one.
Yeah, as we see our 3 main favourites coming up to the start line, being caught up to the start line. Yeah, this beach is well known for it, as are some beaches in Australia. It's just, for those who don't know, it's like a starfish, and you can get there almost little porcelain prickles into your foot, but we've been led to believe he got the medical treatment he needed, and Hayden himself was joking about it at the pro panel yesterday, so I don't think it's going to be an issue today. As we see our men, Pierre Lecour there, centre of screen, Josh Ferris, in the purple cap. Let's look for him to get off this beach really quickly and see if he can replicate his swim from here last year.
Yes, and the dryland start, of course, the athletes will take off very quickly, try and find some space. It'll be a free-for-all. We are moments away from the start now. We are away. 70.3 Geelong And the athletes are out to start. A great overhead shot there. You see, just it's amazing how, quickly some athletes can get off the beach. And, they're already 4 or 5 body lengths ahead of some athletes behind them. But you see them go through those roca buoys and they are off on the chase or on the attack. You see already a little spike in that front pack and on the right side.
Yeah, let's wait for some closer shots, but I'm pretty sure that was Josh Ferris. He's grown up doing this kind of thing, wading, as we call it in Australia, and then porpoising, you need flexible hips. You need to be able to get your legs wide and high out of the water. And I mean, you're going from a fast discipline running to a slow discipline swimming. So any advantage you can take getting off the beach can turn into 5 or 8 body lengths quite easy, as we see already quite a spread here at the start of this race already.
Yeah, again, it's amazing. We're not even 100 meters in to this Roca 1.9K, 1.2 mile swim. And yeah, you see people way off the back, and even it was just a matter of moments, getting into the water quickly, knowing how to porpoise and do it very quickly. You want to get out quick and get on some feet or just, create some separation. I'm sure Josh Ferris was trying to, get out quick and use that advantage that he has just from, doing this his whole life. But yeah, very interesting how it sort of opens up very quickly, and hopefully we'll get some time splits on these athletes. Always very interesting to see sort of who had a good start, who didn't have a good start. Again, it is a 70.3, but this one is going to be particularly fast today, so no mistakes.
Yeah, that definitely looks like Josh off the front. You mentioned we are going to be getting some more regular timing data today, which will be awesome. We see the second athlete slightly dropping the feet there. Nothing to panic about at this stage. I think I caught a glimpse of the orange cap and Pierre Lecour, who we know is an incredible swimmer, and he'll be right up the front of this race. As we pan back a little later, I'll be interested to see just where KB and Hayden are positioned. That aerial shot, it looked like the traditional arrowhead was forming with the fastest swimmer, the leader, right at the front of it. And we can see here, this is a nice shot of how the field's starting to spread. It's still that arrowhead. We do see some gaps opening up here. So even with this first 800 metre straight shot out to the first turning buoy, I think the good swimmers are absolutely determined to press their advantage here.
Yeah, and Crow, when you have such a long stretch to the first buoy, does that sort of benefit the better swimmer or, the weaker swimmer?
Well, I think the beach start definitely benefits those who have a lot of experience with it. A lot of the Australian and New Zealand athletes and the US athletes train that skill and that discipline. I just think the straight, long sections of the swim do make it harder. I mean, a lot of athletes watching at home who have been in this situation in races, you know that when you sit on the hip or the feet of the athlete in front, you get a significant energy saving. And you can actually hold a pace that you mightn't be able to hold or hold your normal pace much more efficiently. So what we tend to see, particularly in sort of high-level, high-quality races, is the separation starts to come around the turning buoys. A group will come in all bunched up, but will exit the turn in single file, and that's when you tend to see the separation.
Yeah, I feel like, when we were, learning all of this, it was sprint into the buoy and sprint out of the buoy, because that's sort of where mistakes can be made or separation can take place. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Sitting on feet will definitely be an advantage, but it is something that you really have to focus on. It's very easy to lose feet, so it's really a skill that these athletes practice in the pool, obviously in open water, but yeah, sometimes they'll jump in one lane and just go at it and learn what it feels like to sit on that feet, what it feels like to slightly be off those feet. But as we see, most likely Josh Ferris leading right now and just pulling away from that athlete who was on his feet, and then it looks like there's a number of men sort of lined up behind him. So it might be a little bit of a gap from first, but we are moments away, 20 seconds out from our professional women's start now. The ladies are lined up on the beach and ready to go. We are going to go down and get a look at the professional women's start. And they're off. The professional women are on the Roka swim course, off to a fast and furious start here at Ironman 70.3 Geelong. And again, the athletes that have practiced that, porpoising into the water, high legs over the shallow waters, and then porpoising in and finding their stroke and rhythm right away. It seemed like a bit more clustered up with the women. It didn't seem as spread out as quickly as the men on that start. But again, really important to practice all of the skills when you're talking about open water swimming. The start just as important as any other piece of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all of these athletes will have been down here during the swim, recon, and just practicing their starts, getting off the beach. And it's a different stimulus. It's a higher heart rate. When you sprint down the beach, high legs, porpoising, definitely a different stimulus and a different feeling to a deep water start. But it's something all of these athletes will have been practicing as we get a look. And that looks like maybe Steph Clutterbuck off the front. We know she's coming from an elite swimming background. Had some issues recently, had some issues 2 weeks ago in New Zealand during the swim, but looks like she may have resolved those. And let's look out also for the green cap of Sophia Green. Shout out to whoever assigned the cap colours today. Thank you for making that easy for us. Sophia Green in the green. So we'll look out for that. As we get the split screen here of the men's and women's races, I noticed, Rinny, they went through the first 400-metre timing split, and it was Trent Thorpe leading the men. So our apologies to Trent. It was quite difficult to see in the low light, but he is a swim specialist from New Zealand, no stranger to the front of the races. And he had all the usual suspects with him. Josh Ferris was right there, Jake Birtwessel, Pierre Lacour, Kurt McDonald having a good swim, so he was up the front. And then there was a little bit of separation, about 10 seconds opening up. Back to Yella Heens, Hayden Wild together, and KB a bit further back. But yeah, Trent Thorpe going to work here. He'll definitely be wanting to create some separation, getting a much smaller group through this swim and out onto the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is Trent Thorpe on the screen right now. And as you mentioned, just a couple of seconds separating him. We have Florian right behind him, Josh Ferris, Jake Birtwessel, Pierre Lacour, Kurt McDonald, Nicholas Free, and then Mitch Kibbe. And then it kind of, the separation was after Kurt McDonald. So 10 seconds separate Kurt and Nicholas Free. And that group contains Yella Geens, Hayden Wild, and the like. So Christian Blumenfeld just in that mix as well. So the three big hitters in that chase. But again, it's a 10-second separation. You know, they went out in 4:12, the first 400. We expected that, but yeah, the pace is on from the get-go. But as we look at them now, the separation between that second and third now. So surprising to me. I didn't expect there to be as much separation as there is. It's still seconds, and when you run up into Ruby T1, it tends to sort of come back together a little bit, but we're still, 500 meters into this race, still a ways to go.
Yeah, it is seconds, but not wanting to start the day with cliches, seconds do count. I mean, if you're on the feet, you're saving a lot of energy, and yeah, maybe a missed opportunity for Josh and Jake and even Pierre. Having that 15-second gap back to Hayden and Christian is a good start to the day for them, but ideally they'd want to be jammed right onto Trent's feet and working as a group. As we see it sort of compress around that turning buoy. So they've made their 800-metre initial leg straight out into the bay, into Corio Bay. Now it's a right-hand turn and a 700-metre straight stretch back towards shore. And yeah, Rin, it's surprising. There is a bit more separation, a few more gaps opening than I thought, particularly early in this race.
Yeah, it looks like that front pack is really sort of breaking up, but then this main pack, which we believe has KB, Hayden and Yella sort of sticking together. They're sort of a bit more bunched up, but yeah, that front pack seems to be sort of really strung out. So that just sort of tells you that the pace is really on, and as we can see on screen now, it's wonderful to be able to get splits in the swim that are not coming from, myself or Matt Lieto from the boat, sort of just via our stopwatches. But we are going to throw back down to Tim and Tammy, who are on the ground in Geelong.
Hey guys, Tim, wow, what a morning already. Athletes are in the swim. We have a breakaway. Were you expecting this so soon?
Well, Tammy, I sort of expected with that long 800 metre straight that we would get to that turn point and then the egg would crack. But the eggs cracked a bit earlier than I expected. So Trent Thorpe's already opening up a gap. You don't normally see that in a saltwater swim. Everyone's a lot more buoyant. And so with calm water, the pull of every swimmer just drags everyone else behind them. So you tend to see the separation happen later in the swim, but it just shows how incredible a swimmer he is to be able to pull away from the quality of field like that. What's interesting for this swim is it's a short transition. Some guys will have their suits down, some won't. So there can be some panic trying to get that on. And then they're straight up a hill out of transition. So it's not a relaxing time to get out of the water. In fact, Crowie and I remember actually asking Crowie one time to, my suit was stuck. So it is an intense period of the race, and it can make or break the whole race. So we'll see what happens here. I think the usual, in the women's race, it's probably a bit early to say who's really establishing a lead or not, but I expect there's some really strong swimmers in there, right, Tammy? So we've got, over to you.
Yeah, so from Great Britain, Sophia Green, we're expecting her to kind of be, if not leading the swim, right there at the top of it. It is early, as you said. Sophia had a great race at Ironman WA last year. She's an incredible young pro based over there in WA, but we love having her racing here. So things are going to be great. Things are heating up. It's about 14 degrees. Throw back to you guys in the studio. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Tim and Tammy. Just the women have gone through that 400 mark too in around 4:48, and you're correct. Sophia Green, who we suspected is in the lead, she has only a 1 second margin over Sian Monks. And then Kat Matthews sitting up in third. Again, Kat never ceases to amaze. She's a phenomenal wetsuit swimmer. Generally just can just stick in there and hang. So great swimming from Kat. She's 5 seconds back, so there is a little bit of separation between her and then, there's a big group, Donaldson, Lumpkins, Clutterbuck, Agnew, McShane, sort of all in that Kat Matthews group. But yeah, Kat had a great start of this opening 400 metres of the swim.
Yeah, well, Kat's just such a great experienced athlete. As we see Trent Thorpe here on screen rolling over, doing a little backstroke, like we saw Crociani do at the 70.3 Worlds last year. I mean, I think he just wanted to get a bit of a visual to see if he had managed to break the group up, and I think he would have liked what he saw because he's got one athlete on his feet
Pierre
who
Lacour.
we think is, I think it is Pierre Lacour in the orange caps. He's a great swim, which it's not surprising though. Pierre's such a great swimmer, and we know his pedigree in short course. As we get the split screen again and we see Sophia Green on the right, just a nice, efficient stroke. I mean, conditions couldn't actually be better, Rinny. I mean, this bay can get whipped up with the wind, but I think this is as calm as you see it. And great call about Kat. She's one of those athletes who always punches above her weight in a wetsuit swim. She always surprises. I think she's always closer to the front than people think she's going to be, and she's setting herself up really nicely here. It was so good to get insights from Tim and Tammy. Of course, Tim, one of the best 70.3 athletes in the history of the sport, a world champion back in 2016, and now one of the top coaches. And yeah, he had a lot of success on this course, so he'll have some really interesting and unique insights for us on the race today.
Yeah, and the men, Crowie, through 1,200 metres, and it looks like it's about a 25-second break between Trent and Pierre, so they have a nice little buffer. Then Josh Ferris, Jake Birtwistle, Kurt McDonald, all in a group together. And then a little bit of a gap then back to, but not much. It's sort of, a few seconds here and there back to the rest of the field. But yeah, the real break is just this front two off the front and pushing hard.
Yeah, I think Pierre Lacour showing his short course racing chops and his tactical awareness. It was Florian Parfus who was chasing Trent Thorpe out off the beach. And I think, he maybe dropped the feet, sensed the pace was a bit too hard, but Pierre saw that as an opportunity and bridged up. And that's nice. I mean, it's not a race-winning gap, but it's nice to be in the position that he's in. And I think, interestingly, the three big favourites, the big three, as everybody's been calling them all week, Hayden Wild, Jelle Heens and Christian Blumenfeld are all within 2 seconds of each other. So they'll be very comfortable where they're at the moment. Extremely strong bikers. This is not an unusual or a foreign position for Hayden. I think we saw in the T100 series races he did last year. He often came out of the swim with a deficit, but was able to shut that deficit down very, very quickly early in the bike. So, yeah, an interesting start, though. I didn't expect, I mean, some of the times we've seen that 4:12, 4:14, first 400 off the beach. I know it's a saltwater swim with a wetsuit, but that's still flying in anyone's language. So, really fast start to the race today.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Today's coverage of Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Hoka, Fly, Human Fly, and by Breitling. It's Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. Okay, and as we have, this is Sophia Green on screen. She is leading the women's race right now. She has a 17-second lead. The women are through 800 meters on Steph Clutterbuck now leading, and Kat Matthews 10 seconds behind Steph. So 3 women separated and swimming on their own right now. And then we have Kat Matthews with some company. Sian, Milan Agnew, and Charlotte McShane, Gabrielle Lumpkis, Grace Tech in that group as well. And then I go down and see Tamara Jewett sitting around 30 seconds behind Kat Matthews. So, yeah, the women sort of spreading out really with Steph, Sophia, and then Kat leading a group of women.
Yeah, I think Milan Agnew's having a great swim. I think she'll be really happy sitting there in 5th spot. Penny Slater as well, 40 seconds down. We know when she's on form, she's one of the strongest bikers in the women's field. So I think she'll be quite comfortable with where she's at. And it's always interesting just to see where Tamara Jewett is. We know the run discipline and the run speed she's got, but she needs to set her race up in the swim and the bike so she can unleash that weapon later on. And she's currently sitting about a minute back.
And as we have Sophia on screen right now, we're actually going to go to a soundbite with Sophia Green.
Yeah, so I think tomorrow morning there'll be a little bit of wind coming across the water, so maybe a bit wavy, but it should be pretty flat. So my aim will be to get out pretty hard and then kind of see where that takes me. Nail the boy turns, make sure I go around them nice and quick, and hopefully that leads me in a good position for the bike.
All right, well, job well done there, Sophia Green. She's done exactly what she said she was going to do, although it doesn't look like there was much chop for her today. It looks like it's perfect mill pond out there, Crowe.
Yeah, these are as good a conditions as you will see here in Corio Bay. As we look at Sophia, yeah, she just looks great. The swim course records here on the men's side, it's our co-commentator for later today, actually, Sam Appleton from Australia, holds the swim course record, I think in a touch over 20 minutes. And for the women, it's well-known lady who leads out a lot of the swims. Most of the swims, we saw her lead out in Ironman WA last December, and she leads out most swims she does, and that's Lotta Wilms.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to have some very fast times today. We've been alluding to the fact that we have a very good field and a very good conditions today, so we expect to see some lightning fast times, and we expect some of those records to drop. But yes, we're still with the pro men, I believe, and Trent Thorpe still leading. He is through 1,500 metres, as we mentioned earlier. Pierre Lecour just a couple of seconds behind him, sitting on his feet. Sitting pretty, as we like to say. Josh Ferris around 30 seconds back. Josh has created a little separation. There's about a 10-second gap between him and Tristan. And then Yelagines, Jake, Bert Whistle, Florian Parfus, Christian Blumenfeld, Gauche, as well as some of the other favourites there in that main group. Still only 40 seconds back, but it is nice to hop out of the water. Pierre Lecour, again, don't sleep on Pierre Lecour. He had a phenomenal performance 2 weeks ago, and him swimming this well, again, he's a phenomenal swimmer, but it tells me that he's feeling good today.
Yeah, as they're coming towards the end of the swim, we see Trent Thorpe. This is an incredible swim by Trent and Pierre. Let's see if they get near Sam Appleton's swim course record of 20:45 as we see Trent now up and running, reaching for that wetsuit zipper, and Pierre Lecour. Incredible swim by Pierre. Great tactics. I'm sure he wants to... he will know this is not a race-winning gap, considering the firepower behind, but he's really set himself up for a smooth, relaxed or more relaxed transition. As we see the boys making the 160-metre run from the swim into Ruvi transition. And shortly we'll get an exact split to the next man who hits dry land, which should be Josh Ferris. Josh was coming third at the 1,500-metre mark, so I don't think too much will change towards the end, but it'll be interesting to get an exact split.
And we look at the Wahoo Element rival split, Trent Thorpe, 21:21. So not quite as fast as Sam Appleton's course record time, but still pretty quick. And we're going to get a split in moments to that big chase group with a lot of the favourites in there. But again, Pierre Lecour, you saw him looking over his shoulder, probably pretty happy to have a nice clean transition and a second to sort of collect himself. Again, you're right, Crowe, absolutely not a race-winning gap, but certainly nice to have that little separation before, sort of the calm before this storm hits transition.
Yeah, and interestingly, we saw Christian Blumenfeld tacked right onto the back of that next group, peeling down his wetsuit. As we see our lead men get to their bike racks in Ruvi Transition 1.
And we're going to throw down to Tim and Tammy, who are in transition right now.
Righto, we're here in the Ruvi transition zone. We've just seen our first two male pros come in. Trent Thorpe from New Zealand and from France, Pierre Lecour. Tim, things are heating up.
That's right, Tammy. Pierre Lecour is the big surprise. Trent Thorpe, we knew was a great swimmer. Pierre's swum on his feet and has really set himself up. New Zealand, he shocked everyone with how well he rode. So will he be able to stay out in front of the guys that are chasing? We've got the main guys behind. Here comes Hayden. We've got Blumenfeld. We've got all the major players, and they're really not far behind. It's got to be only 40 to 45 seconds. So Yelagines looks focused. They don't look out of breath. No one looks completely gassed, which is a good sign for the chase group. Quick transitions, you can see the guys that have raced ITU. It's just that level of speed as they go through transition is just so smooth and slick. And Yelagines heading out on transition now. He's the first out. He's already got about 5 or 6 seconds on the other guys. Hayden Wild heading out. And there goes Kurt McDonald, the young Australian, who's always had the talent to do really well. Jake Birthwhistle, having his first race of the season. Definitely one of the guys to watch, and obviously has had some success on this course. Blumenfeld's made the chase group this time. He's far more in touch than he was in New Zealand. And we've got a couple more Aussies heading out behind, including Jack Szynski. So now it's really down to the third chasers. And there goes Henrik Gauche. He'll be looking to make amends after that disappointment of his DNF at New Zealand Ironman. Tammy, it's very close. I mean, we expected it to be a pretty close swim. I didn't expect to see a little breakaway, but it's going to be exciting out there on the bike.
Yeah, absolutely. 90 Ks, of course, on the Zoot bike course. Things are exciting. Temperatures, it's a little bit cool out here. We know it's going to heat up later in the day, which is great. Those boys are out there. What I loved about this yesterday, we knew that they were going out kind of a little warm-up ride early on. So it's fun to see what is happening before the race. But as we know, competitors, fierce competitors when they're out there. A few of these boys, as we know as well, we've talked about it, they have raced Ironman New Zealand. KB just looked focused yesterday on the pro panel. He was focused. He's ready to be here. Tim, we've got a big day ahead of us. We'll check back in with you guys a little bit later on.
Yeah, thanks, Tim and Tammy. Looking at those swim splits, it was about a 50-second gap between Trent Thorpe, Pierre Lecour, and that main group of chasers. And that group made up 10 seconds just in a quick transition. So coming out onto the bike, it was more like 40 seconds separating. You were spot on there. You said 45 seconds, Tim, so pretty good guessing. But yeah, pretty close. And again, a fast and furious transition, taking back 10 seconds right away. The athletes come out and straight up this hill. They've got to figure out whether to put their feet in right away. Along that esplanade or up the hill. Sort of a tactical decision to make really early on the bike. I remember athletes riding, all the way up the hill without their shoes locked on. But, we have a bottle down. So that athlete losing their nutrition early in the bike, which you never want to see. And I'm sure they're now calculating how am I going to replace those calories out here on course with the on-course nutrition.
Yeah, as we go back to the split box and see Sophia Green on the right coming towards the end of her swim, I think that's our men's leader, Pierre Lecour, we're following. That is one of the two significant climbs they've just negotiated. It's probably a 500-metre climb, not a super steep climb, 3 to 4% incline. Not ideal to lose your drink bottle that early. There is plenty of on-course nutrition, though. So, yeah.
I think that's Trent Thorpe.
You mentioned that, the fast Trent Thorpe. So not ideal for Trent to lose his nutrition. Similar bike to Pierre. It is Trent, actually. Sorry, yes. Yeah, just interesting that, Tim talked about the experience of the short course athlete. They talk about transition being the fourth discipline. And, that's a significant chunk of time to make up 10 seconds. So a lot of the hard work done in the swim by Trent and Pierre, 25% of that lead was eroded just through transition.
Absolutely, and as we look at splits already coming in on the bike, and only 400 meters into to the bike, and Hayden already at plus 26, so he's made another few seconds fast and furious up that hill. But we're looking back at the pro women now, and that is Sophia Green, and she has created a nice gap between her and Steph Clutterbuck. Steph at 36 seconds behind, so Sophia Green about to hit the shore in Geelong there, and then Steph Clutterbuck 36 seconds behind, and then that Kat Matthews group at about 1:10, 1:13, and a decent group of women, probably about 8 to 10 in that group, 8 women in that group, that chase group. But Sophia Green now exiting the Roka swim course. She has had a fantastic swim, and let's look at that swim time as she crosses this swim mat and into Ruby T2. A quick look over the shoulder, and she's clear.
Well, we've seen Sophia lead out some swims, and I don't think she quite matched the swim course record of Lotta Wilms, 22:49, but she did swim with Lotta at Ironman WA last year, so we know her swim pedigree. And we've seen her in other races, Challenge Barcelona, most notably. She led out of the swim solo and actually led off the bike as well. So I think from that we get a sort of a little insight into what her race tactic might be today, as we see her struggling with that zipper, getting the wetsuit down.
Yeah, and we look at her time, you're correct, Crowe, 23:13, the Wahoo Element rival swim time for Sophia Green, first out of the water here today. Missing that course record time of Lotta Wilms. But, and we're looking at actually on screen right now, Steph Clutterbuck. She had a real rough go of it in New Zealand just 2 weeks ago. So, and it was in the swim where she was having some, dizzy spells and just not feeling very good. So great to see her. Oh, and again, that doesn't look good. So again, she had some dizzy, or was reported that she had some dizzy spell at the end of the swim and during the swim in New Zealand. And just by that visual there, it seemed like maybe she's having a similar issue. So hopefully she can shake that off. I think she might be walking into transition now. You don't like to see that. So unfortunate for Steph Clutterbuck. I was hopeful for a moment there that she was out of the swim and swimming well and all systems were firing. But hopefully she's able to shake that off and And we're going to throw it down to Tim and Tammy, who are in transition right now.
Right here, we are back at the Ruby transition zone. Sophia Green from Great Britain, she led out of the swim. We heard she had a 30-second lead, but we have been told she is walking, Tim, into transition. She's got some dizzy issues. Steph Clutterbug, there she goes right now. She was second, and Sian Monks. Now, we have been told that swim course record has not been broken, but we're excited for the girls and, of course, that main chase pack.
Yeah, so Sophia Green has established the lead as we expected. Steph Clutterbug's got some dizziness issues. We know in New Zealand she does suffer from POTS syndrome, which is, does make it hard for her to race at times. So she will be looking to treat this a bit more like a training race, is that right? And just take the pressure off herself, Tammy.
Yeah, she actually said to me yesterday, Steph, that she is going to treat this as a training race without a bit of arrogance, she said. I didn't want to sound arrogant saying that, but we also wanted her to go into this without that pressure because she's come, she's made that big trip down here to Oceania, but it's good to see that she's had a great swim. Now, we are going to see things heating up in here in transition. Tim, this is the moment that can really set some of the athletes apart. Of course, we know the likes of Tamara Jewett. We can see Kat Matthews coming in right now. Grace Theck, incredible history. But when they head out on that Zook bike course, 90-kilometre through the great area of the city of Greater Geelong, things are heating up.
Yeah, well, we've got Kat Matthews already in transition and making a very quick removal of her wetsuit, along with Grace Tech, who's just next to her. And I think for those those ladies to be so close is quite a threat for Sophia, who's out in front, and Steph. So they're really not too far behind. I think that the chasers are going to make a big move. As soon as they get through that Botanical Gardens, which is quite a technical section of riding, that it really pays the athletes like Grace, who know the course really well, because they can move through that technical part quite swiftly. Once they're out there, I can see them trying to pull back and get back to the leaders of the race quite quickly.
I'm excited to see what these girls are doing. Of course, we're going to see Grace Theck. She's training for her first Ironman there at Texas. We saw her at Roth last year. She's going to be in Oceanside 70.3, where a lot of our athletes are actually heading over here. It's a little bit foggy, Tim. This is interesting. We sort of saw those blue sky days. Do you think that kind of condition will affect anyone out there?
Well, it's interesting that there is that section of the swim, and for the age group athletes, when they turn at that first turn buoy, that's where the sun can really get in their eyes and make it difficult out there. But so they won't have that. So we'll make the swim more easier. I think Geelong is, it's that classic Melbourne weather where it's not very hot until the sun hits your skin. So the longer the fog's here, it's actually better for the athletes. Their skin's not going to be feeling that heat. So I think it's actually an advantage, if anything.
Good stuff. It's so great. We love being here. We've got more female pros actually heading into their Ruby transition zone right now. Really great. Tamara Jewett from Canada. She's made the big trip down to Oceania. Of course, we just saw her. She's got that kind of qualifying slot she got from Ironman New Zealand. Maybe not the swim she'd hoped for. We know swimming is, of course, not her biggest strength. The run is. And I think she's actually already qualified for the Ironman 70.3 World Champs. But great that she's done the big trip down to Oceania. We love it when our athletes do.
I actually think for Tamara, that swim gap is quite favourable for her. She's well in strike of getting into this race, and she's really the only one who can outrun Kat Matthews. So I think it's a great swim gap for her.
Good stuff. Back to you guys in the studio. We'll check in with you shortly.
Yeah, thank you guys. Down on the ground, we have Hayden Wild on screen right now. We saw Sophia Green leading the women's race, but we have the men's race really firing up here. We have Hayden Wild and Yella Geens up at the front, and then KB is right in there too, but a big group of men. And as you were mentioning a moment ago about Steph Clutterbuck, yeah, she's been figuring out how to train and build for an Ironman while managing the autonomic nervous system disorder called POTS. So, difficult puzzle for her to try and figure out. Great to see that she, did decide to come and race here in Geelong after having that disappointing result or performance in Ironman New Zealand. But that is, what's going on with Steph. And as you mentioned, she's using this as a training race, so she's going to go out and have a good hard hit out. She's down here. She may as well put herself in the game and see what happens. But she's navigating that disorder that she's unfortunately having to deal with. But racing is well underway now. Crowe, any interesting insights from your end that is surprising so far?
I thought it was a great swim by Kat Matthews, but also Penny Slater. I think an informed Penny Slater is one of the best bikers in this field. So it'll be interesting to see how her race unfolds. That earlier footage we saw of the men riding out the Point Henry Road through the salt flats, it was interesting that Hayden Wild and Yellow Geens had already made their way to the front. And I think the start of this bike course, I wouldn't classify this as a technical bike course, but it's probably the most technical part of this course, and that suits both those men. With their technical proficiency on the bike, getting through the corners and up the climb and out onto the open roads and already signalling their intentions as we rejoin the women's field here. And it was an interesting swim. Sophia went off the front. I think she had a decent lead, maybe hoped for a little more. Steph Clutterbuck, your heart just breaks for her. I did a little reading on POTS syndrome. It's autonomic nervous system condition where you struggle to regulate your blood pressure. So it can lead to dizziness. And racing is challenging enough without those sorts of health issues. So we wish her well. But for me, Tim was right. Tamara was closer than she normally is, but really her race needs to be set up with a great bike ride now. So the first piece of the puzzle for Tamara is always to be as close as possible in the swim. But still a long way to go for her to be a threat to Kat Matthews.
Absolutely, and we have Hayden Wild trying to see the number of that athlete who just rode past him, but Hayden Wild looking to get out to a very fast bike. Really foggy conditions, and Tim mentioned that the fog was kind of rolling in, and this is typical Melbourne weather. You wake up in the morning perfectly blue skies, and then all of a sudden fog rolls in, and it completely changes the whole dynamic of the day. Again, still very fast conditions. You saw Hayden Wild taking off that visor. When it fogs up like this and you're sweaty and you're hot, it just fogs up the visor there. So super interesting to see the women not quite out into that cloud yet, but the men are well and truly, in a cloud of fog racing right now. And that's Sophia Green
the fog's
right
interesting.
now on screen.
Yeah, Sophia Green still leading the women's race. We see her set up at the front here, the 2 drink bottles. In the cockpit area, and then 2 more behind the seat is the setup most athletes go with. And Sophia Green had a great swim. Again, you mentioned earlier that she's no stranger to leading races out solo. Challenge Barcelona last year, she kept that lead on the bike. So we know she came through the British short course circuit, is a renowned swimmer, had some injuries that hampered her run preparation, but her strategy today was always going to be to swim and bike, and I think we'll see a better and an improved run from Sophia today with a bit more run training since her last outing.
I love that. Look at the believe in yourself. It says something like that, just written right in front of her face if she ever looks down. Positive words, affirmations right in front of you. But we're actually going to go ahead of today's race. We had Tammy Barker catch up with Councillor Stretch Contell, Mayor of the City of Greater Geelong. Let's hear a few words from them now.
We're here at Eastern Beach for the IRONMAN 70.3 Geelong. I'm here with the Mayor of the City of Greater Geelong, Stretch Contell. Mayor, what does this mean for the community of Geelong, this great event?
We're really proud to be supporting the event. It's a huge major event for our city. Last year we generated over $3 million of economic development. Spectators are coming in, 1,800 competitors, and then people are enjoying our hotels, our hospitality, our retail, taking in the gallery. So for us, it's a great way to showcase the City of Greater Geelong.
So we've got some of the best professional triathletes racing alongside our age group athletes, which is really special. It's really coming to life, isn't it?
It is. Geelong is very much a sporting town, as we know, with home of the Geelong Football Club. But triathlon is really in Geelong's DNA from the very earliest days. So to have this major international event, over 50 of the best triathletes in the world will be competing, plus 1,800 others. It's such a competitive environment, exciting environment for spectators and for the competitors.
Now, the local bars and restaurants and cafes have really come to life. We've had 250 Iron Kids. We've got the Expo Village. It's a real buzz in Geelong at the moment.
Yeah, Geelong is renowned for its major events. It's such a beautiful environment. We have a north-facing bay, the amphitheatre here at Eastern Beach. And I was just listening to people as I was walking along here. They said you can't replicate this environment anywhere in Victoria. The expanse for the competitors and the water features that we have here, you just can't find it anywhere else.
Thank you for having us. It's been a great day so far, and we can't wait for more to come.
Yeah, thanks to Tammy Barker and Councillor Stretch Contel joining back in the action here. Sophia Green still leading in the women's race. She has about a 1:15 lead on Monks and Matthews, also Tech in that group, Clutterbuck, as well as Milan Agnew. Milan Agnew in a really great place. And I think also Penny Slater, as you mentioned, had a bit of a rough year last year, but phenomenal cyclist. And if she's been able to, figure out what was going wrong last year, and she can get a great performance out of herself today, I think that will set her up for a really great season. So looking really good to see Penny Slater up in the mix right now. But we're going to have a look at the Ruby fastest T1 times in a moment, I think. But Sophia Green still in the lead on the women's side. And we'll bounce back over to the men's race, but a lot of action. We have split screen now. That's Kat Matthews, our two-time defending Ironman Pro Series champ, coming off of Ironman New Zealand just 2 weeks ago. She spent about the last 5 weeks down in Asia Pacific. She spent a bit of time in Noosa training and then bumped over to New Zealand, took the title over there, came back to Australia, and now racing very well here in Geelong. But Yellagines, we just went past. It looks like there's a little bit of a break on this men's side. Crowe?
Hayden Wild. Yeah, Hayden Wild, I think, doing Hayden Wild things. We saw that Yella and Hayden get to the front really quickly, and we also saw them joined by Kurt McDonald. As we get our pictures as the motorbike comes up behind this athlete, it's just an incredible dynamic out on course. The sun is out, but that mist has blown in off the bay. So we saw Sophia Green riding with her visor up before. You mentioned how annoying that is when the visor gets fogged. Obviously much more aerodynamic, but visibility key for safety. Hayden was adjusting his visor early as we see Kat. Yeah, Kat looks great. I think something I'm looking for in this bike with the women's race is potentially Kat and Penny getting together to bridge across up to Sophia Green up the road. At the moment, Kat's got about 20 seconds on Penny. So it'll be interesting to see if Penny, as we see Sophia making that left-hand turn onto Point Henry Road, and she'll do the out and back section to the north end of the bay through the salt flats. It's a very flat, fast part of the course with a U-turn at the end of it. So the athletes get a good visual. This is a great course. There's a few up and back sections where on the bike where the athletes can get a visual of where their competition is. That just looks like Hayden Wild. Beautiful cadence, so smooth. I mean, he's such a beautiful bike rider to watch and just so strong. He makes it look effortless, as all the good athletes do. What's the old saying? Relax at speed. He looks completely relaxed, but he's absolutely flying out on course. He spent no time at all going to work. And we saw this with Hayden. This is his mode of operation. Sometimes has a little deficit coming out of T1 after the swim, but closes that deficit down very, very quickly in the early miles of the bike. And
also just in the
wants
transition,
to get off the front
Crowe.
solo.
Yeah, in the transition time, you look at the fastest transition times. As we look at the Ruby fastest transition times, Yella and Hayden very quick through transition, 2:09 for both of them. So using that short course speed and just making sure they're in and out of transition very quickly. But yeah, as you said, Hayden Wild on screen there. And unfortunately, that fog is really making it tough for our cameraman to keep the lenses clean. But we are trying to get some good footage of our pro men. But right now, Hayden Wild looks like to be rolling away a little bit. Yellagines right in there too. Jake Birthwhistle and Josh Ferris as well, all within reach. Kurt McDonald, as you mentioned, and Trent Thorpe in there too. Christian Blumenfeld sitting about 25 seconds back at 15 kilometres. So KB still in there, but sort of dangling off the back. And Pierre Lecour, they've all gone past him. He's sitting around 30 seconds back. So he seems to be, maybe not struggling, but seems to be, slowly sliding back through this pro men's field, which is you can't sort of give a second in a field like this. So Pierre, won't want to lose contact if he wants to, be a factor at the end of the day in today's race. But see the women now moving into that foggy section. Sophia Green still leading in the women's race, and at around 6K 12. Kat Matthews is around 1:12 back from Sophia, and she had company with Sian Monks, Grace Tech, Gabrielle Lumpkis, Steph Clutterbuck still hanging in there. She was at 1:25 back. So, Kat making a little bit of inroads on Sophia, but she definitely has some company.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the current course records, which were set last year for the men and the women. On the men's side, it was Ben Hill, who's a former pro cyclist who biked a 1:51.51 last year. So that's moving in anybody's language. I think he was 2 minutes down out of the swim last year, though, so he bridged up to the front group. I think the majority of the front group last year, which was the group Jelle Heens was in, biked around 2 hours. So that's a 45 kilometre an hour average, or 28 miles an hour. And on the women's side, it was Regan Holyoke, who biked a 2:14.12 last year. And in similar fashion to Ben, she had to bridge up to the front of the race, which she did. She had about a 1 or 2 minute deficit out of the swim, and she was able to bridge that. So I think, as we're getting the graphic on the screen here of all our discipline and overall course records, I think we're going to see those times go today. I'm sure of it on the men's side, and with the women. I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's a lot of racing to go, but Kat looks like she's got fresh legs. And I mean, the storyline in the women's race is she's the clear favourite in my eyes. Kat is the clear favourite. She's the class of the field. And let's see if any of the other girls can be spoilers, though. But at this stage, it looks like business as usual for Kat Matthews as we get another great look at Hayden Wilde here, taking on board some nutrition. Tim Reed talked about two things when we threw down to him. Just the speed of transition of the more experienced athletes and a lot of the athletes coming from a short course background. Hayden was one of those, as was Jelle, just took 10 seconds out of the lead in transition. And the 20-metre draft, the new 20-metre draft rule this year, I think definitely will have some impact on the dynamics out on the bike course.
Yeah, absolutely, Crowe. I think this bike ride will be super interesting to see sort of who can hang with Hayden, and Hayden will be trying to make his mark. If we remember back to the last time Jelle and Hayden raced, it was 70.3 Worlds, and Hayden did have a lead coming off the bike. Unfortunately, he sort of faded towards the back end of the run, and I don't know if it was nutritional or he just went out too hot on the run. But Hayden unfortunately finishing second, Jelle Geens taking that victory. But speaking of New Zealand, as the oldest Ironman outside of Kona, the Ansco Food Ironman New Zealand is a race steeped in history, culture, and raw natural beauty. Experience the magic of racing in Taupo, host of the 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championship and the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. When you'll swim in the clear waters of Lake Taupo, ride through rolling green countryside, and run along the lakefront with views of the mountains and the warmth of community cheering you every step of the way. Entries for the 2027 event will open on the 27th of March, so mark your calendars to secure your place on this epic start line.
This really is pretty to watch. This man is just at one with his machine, just so powerful and graceful. It's interesting. He's opened up a little bit of a lead over Jelle, only 2 seconds at this stage. And we know the strength that Jelle Geens had because we saw at the World Championships last year, we saw Jelle overshoot a corner early and then had a hard fall and then had to fix some gear changing issues, but was still able to maintain contact with the front group. So it just speaks to the strength of Hayden Wilde, I think.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Roka. Find faster with Roka. All right, and as we move back to the action in the pro women's race, we have Sophia Green still leading the women. We have Kat Matthews sitting at 53 seconds back. So Kat Matthews taking out 20 seconds in that last split. So women only through 12K on the bike. Grace Tech sitting at 117. So Kat Matthews making, Penny Slater, is at 112. So Penny Slater moving a little through the field, but Kat Matthews has created some separation between herself and the rest of the field. Again, Kat Matthews, every race she shows up to, just seems like, nothing can hold her back. So again, she was the clear favorite going into the race, and still, a lot of distance to be covered yet for Kat, but she's looking very good at the early stages of this bike ride. And we go back to the pro men here, and we have Hayden Wild in the lead. Yelageen's hanging in there, just kind of marking his every move. And then Josh Ferris in there too, as well as Jake Birtwistle and Kurt McDonald. Christian Blumenfeld sitting at around 16 seconds behind at our last check, but men through 21 kilometres at this point.
Yeah, interesting little dynamic up the front here as we see Josh Ferris, I think, is that making the pass on Yelageen's to take second spot. Hayden just stays down in his bars, in the saddle, up over these little rolls, these little undulations. He looks powerful. And this is early stages on the bike. These boys need to be careful with the new 20-metre draft zone, and they will be. They've got officials there right with them. So good to see Josh Ferris at the front. And again, Josh is he's one of the real strong swim bikers particularly on the domestic scene in Australia, and more internationally, with a couple of great race wins and 2 more podiums last year. I mean, Josh grew up in the sport. His dad, Mick, is well known in the Australian tri community. He's a well-known athlete and also a well-known coach. So, Josh grew up around the sport. It's great to see him doing so well. And this is how he executes his race. He races from the front. So it's good to see, even in this company, he's not shy to get on the front and take his turn. It really looked like Hayden. I don't think Hayden was trying to break the group up, Rim, but I think he just gets on the power early. That's always his strategy. It was remarkable to watch last year Hayden after his terrible bike crash and breaking his scapula, 6 ribs. Just his return to racing after only about 3 months. Got back to an extremely high level. And what I noticed with his racing last year was it was the bike where he was doing a lot of the damage, even though he's known as a runner.
Yeah, absolutely. He was definitely, again, it looks like he's going to make another pass for the front. He wants to control this race. But as we look at this pro men's field, let's catch up with Yelageen's with a fighting chance, presented by Morton.
It's going to be a strong field this year, though, like with Hayden and Kristen here this year as well. It's definitely some extra firepower up there, so it's going to be a little bit harder to win, I reckon.
What was your reaction when you saw them on the start list?
Damn.
Hello. How are you?
Good, you?
Good. Nice to see you again.
Here we are again, yeah.
Last year was a good year for you here?
Yeah, last year was good. It was the start of a good season. Yeah, I'm happy to be back. Nice to start the season again here. I think it's super easy coming from the Gold Coast. It's like a 2-hour flight, and you don't really have that often in Australia that you don't have to travel far for a race, so gotta take the opportunity. And I think the shape is good. I think compared to last year where I was quite sick like leading into the race, this year it went all a little bit smoother. Like I got a little bit sick, but it was a lot less worse and confident that way. It's a bit different this year because I'll backing up with doing Ironman Texas in 4 weeks, so I guess slightly different training, but then in the end it didn't change that much. So
Crazy field, everyone's excited about it.
we've never raced, the three of us, in a middle distance race. We've raced quite a few times, probably over short course racing. But yeah, it will be cool to see who comes out on top so early in the season.
You got your eyes on Ironman Texas, you're going to get that slot. You know, Kona's a big focus for you this year.
Yeah, indeed. First I need to get the slot, and it seems like the Texas start list, yeah, possibly even stronger than this one here. Like, from the looks of it, like everyone will be there, maybe except for Sam Laidlow. So it's not going to be easy getting that slot, but I thrive a bit of doing the big race and racing, yeah, the strongest people in our sport.
Saw that finish in Marbella, obviously insane. Can we expect to see something again in Geelong?
Well, definitely, never say never. Like, yeah, I hope I can be up there and like really fight those two, like, yeah, kind of legends in the sport. Yeah, if it comes to a sprint finish, I know I have a kick, but if it doesn't have to be a sprint finish, it's also good for me.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks to Yalagins and A Fighting Chance, presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Yes, some amazing performances from Yalagins. That unforgettable sprint finish with KB at Worlds last year. And yeah, you're totally right, Crowe. Seeing him fall off his bike, get back on, and just fight all day long with KB, and then find something extra at the end of the day. Phenomenal performance. And yeah, I'm excited to see him in his first Ironman race in Texas, just a few weeks away. So he's in his Ironman preparation right now, and you know, maybe a little bit of a different taper going into this race, but yeah, he looks to be in great form right now, hanging with the top few men. This is shaping up to be a really phenomenal half marathon if they stick together.
As we flash back to Sophia Green leading the women's race, and she's just come off the Point Henry out and back section, making the left turn onto Port Arlington Road, and she'll head out now to the bike turn near the Kerr Lewis Golf Course. One little climb to negotiate. Interestingly, she's still holding strong. At last split, she had about 49 seconds on Kat and about 1:18 back to Penny Slater. So she's got possibly the two strongest women in the race on the bike chasing her, but she seems to be holding strong. And as we get a nice close-up here of Kat, just looks, dare I say, good. Just looks as good as she always looks. Smooth, relaxed, composed. Her powers of recovery are amazing to me. I mean, we've seen her many times off a short turnaround, bounce down in distance. We saw it in 2024, the Ironman World Championships in Nice. She had an incredible second-place finish behind Laura Phillip. And again, off a short recovery and short turnaround, then second-place finish at the Ironman 70.3 Worlds to close out the season in Taupo, New Zealand, behind Taylor Knibb, and finishing with, I think, either the quickest or the second quickest run of the day over in New Zealand. She just shows, I think it speaks to Kat and Mark, of course, Mark, her husband and coach, their race scheduling, their planning, and just their preparation, meticulous planning. You know, there's not a lot of margin for error when you're trying to race and win the Ironman Pro Series. We know it stretches across 16 events, your best 5 count, and 3 of those have to be Ironman races. So requires a lot of good planning and preparation, and we've just seen Kat time and again. Again, last year we saw her do it. An incredible second-place finish behind Solveig Lofset in Kona, and then finishes the season at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. A little bit of a different end, of course, the calf injury that she picked up, but you and I were both on course that day, Rennie, and she was on a heater early in that run course. So I think that speaks to maybe the recovery, and potentially that calf injury could have been symptomatic of a long year of racing. But I'm just amazed by Kat's powers of recovery, her ability, her consistency, just to continue to churn out these high-level world-class performances.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Crowe, you hit the nail on the head there. When you're trying to plan out a whole season, a lot goes into the preparation and the planning of what races makes sense to do when. How am I going to get my, big blocks of training in? Where am I going to get my recovery in? You can't just push all year long. You need to have some downtime built in. So I think masterminding that at the beginning of the year really can set you up for a phenomenal year, or it can vice versa. If you don't have a good plan and you don't sit down and mastermind the year in its entirety, it can, lead to, a disastrous year. So I think, sitting down, and I know Mark spent a lot of time looking at all the different scenarios and when to race and when to recover and how to hit all of the big races well. And then, of course, we know Kat desperately wants a world title. So, I think coming and racing earlier than she did last year, of course, Ironman Texas is her typical opener, but this year she decided to, come down and get, that score on the board early in New Zealand, then come across to Geelong. But that doesn't mean that, she's going to be at her peak at the end of the year. She probably is, because it's Kat Matthews, but it's a different schedule than we're used to seeing from Kat. So, giving her some more options as the season plays out, and getting a couple of good scores on the board early is never a bad thing. But we actually have a nice little soundbite from Kat before the race.
Yeah, I actually think it's a really cool bike course. There's enough fast-flowing roads that I wouldn't want to practice before the race, but during the race when it's closed, I think it'll be really quite a fun course with a few out and back, so you can see where people are. One quite early on as well. I think it's like 10k or so. So yeah, I think it'll be an engaging course. Like, you'll get to see people a lot, and then as you come in for the second lap, you'll obviously have the whole age group field out there as well, which is always fun.
Yeah, and Kat Matthews having a lot of fun right now. She's only 36 seconds behind the lead and making some inroads. Penny Slater now sitting at 1:23 back, so she's definitely riding away from the chase pack, and that chase pack including Slater, Clutterbuck, Grace Thick, Milana Gnu hanging in there, and Gabrielle Lumpkis, as well as Sian Monks. That is that chase. So Kat Matthews now making inroads on Sophia Green.
Yeah, I think some interesting splits there. Grace Tech, 128 back. We know Grace's pedigree in the run. That's certainly her strength. She always runs around a 118 or a 119 on this course here in Geelong. So she's definitely one to watch. And Milan Agnew as well. I think she's setting herself up really nicely. I think she has a similar sort of race profile to Grace. Finishes with a really strong run. So I think both those women would be really happy with their position. Still early, but to be a minute 28 back and in the top 5 or 6 is exactly where they need to be right now. As we get our eyes on Sophia Green again leading, she would have seen from that last out and back that Kat's eating into that lead, and probably preparing herself mentally for the fact that she's going to have some company soon, no doubt. But she's having a good race. She's on a bit of a heater as well. To your point, Rin, I think it's only a matter of time. I don't want to put the mocker on anyone, but I think it's only a matter of time before Kat does win that elusive world title. She's just too good and too consistent. She's able to elevate her performance at the championship races. As we now go back to the men's race in the front of the race, and it looks like, again, it's just Hayden, Yellow, and Josh Ferris. Josh still hanging in there. Hayden just... He's never scared to sit on the front and dictate terms. I think he likes to do it. I think that's in his wheelhouse. He wants to set the pace. I loved Yella's interview. I mean, it's impossible not to love that guy. I think we're very lucky in our sport. We're represented by some great champions. I think that was reinforced in Kat's interview as well. But Yella's temperament is so good, and it's just his all-round ability, his class on the race course, his race smarts. We saw it in Marbella with his tactics in the run. We saw just his ability and his toughness on the bike, where he crashed and had a mechanical, and some really great cyclists were getting dropped left and right from that front group, but he just found his way to the front of the bike race that day as we see him come up to make a pass on Hayden right now. I've got to say, Hayden looks a little more comfortable. It looks like he's stretching a little bit just to make that pass, moving a little upper body rolling, moving in the saddle a little bit. Hayden just looks so set and steady on the bike. But it's a good move by Yella to come to the front, let Hayden know that he's still there. And These men are moving well, and they're starting to slowly open up a gap. I think if we look, Pierre Lacour's now 2:39 back. Christian's not far behind. He's 10 seconds back with Kurt McDonald. So, Christian's still loitering close to the front of the race as we see Jake Birtwistle here, and another man who was an athlete to watch. I know you've mentioned him, Rin, and Reedy mentioned him right off the top. He finished second here last year. Came from a very long and distinguished short course career. Was actually one of the best junior runners in Australia before he took up triathlon. So nice to see him in the mix and up the front of the race.
Yeah, I think, looking at this is the replay of Yelagines coming back past Hayden Wild. And yeah, the styles couldn't be any different. Or any more different, I should say. Yella, that's just how he rides. He kind of muscles the bike a little more. He's got more upper body movement. Hayden Wild just looks sort of like butter, smooth as butter. They're riding the same speed though, so different form does not mean stronger or weaker, but it does look like Yella's working harder. But I think this is just how Yella looks on the bike. This is sort of just his standard cycling position and sort of rocking back and forth. That's how he produces the most power. Again, different form, but again, they're both riding at the same speed right now. Yelagines showing that, yes, I'm still here. You haven't dropped me. Hayden Wild knows very well how well Yelagines can run. So, but again, Hayden Wild, a phenomenal runner too. So again, I think this is just setting up for a phenomenal finish. Jake Birtwistle as well, second here to Yelagines last year. So a phenomenal athlete. And again, I'm excited for this run. If this pack stays together, we haven't seen much of Christian Blumenfeld, but he's hanging in there. He's hanging in. He's kind of sort of sitting at the back of that group. We heard dangling on the back of the group, but I think he's there, and that's all that matters. He can hang in that whole time, and if he can get off the bike, then it's anyone's game. Who has the run legs when we get to that half marathon? But again, back to Hayden Wild on screen, and just looks to be, just doing it easy. But I can tell you no one is doing it easy. But I have the pleasure to let you know that we are joined in studio by Sam Appleton. Sam, a three-time champion here in Geelong. How's it going today, Sam?
Yeah, good to be here. Thanks, Rinny. G'day, Crowie. It's just really loving watching this race unfold, and fortunately I've won this race 3 times. It seems this year the level is definitely probably a little bit stiffer than it was when I won it with the Pro Series being introduced, but it's great to see this. It's one of my favourite races in Australia, and I think having the likes of Yelagines, Hayden Wild, Christian Blumenfeld race in Australia, I think it's just great because we're such a strong nation and we love triathlon, and it's great to see these guys supporting these races down under.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll be happy to know your swim course record did not go down. The boys were just a little slower than your 20 and change a couple of years back, but I think they're going to be pretty quick on the bike and especially on the run today.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually watching that. I didn't even realise I had the swim record until I think Craig mentioned it while they were swimming. And it's good to have that still stand. And the bike and run. And I think with just the way the sport is progressing, technology, everything's just getting faster and faster. I think when I won this race, I think I was probably like high 340s, and Yelagines won it last year in low 330s, and I think it wouldn't surprise me to see that record go down again. And I think it's just such an exciting race at the moment. We've got this front group, and looks like the guys are trying to hang on to Hayden, and I think they can't afford to let him get away, because if he gets away, he's one of the best runners as well. So I think they're hanging on, and we're in for a great day of racing.
Yeah, and that was a great shot we just saw of KB sitting on the back, and that's reflected in the splits. There's 1, 2, 5 men in that front pack, and Christian Blumenfeld is on the back. Sorry, 6 with Kurt McDonald in that group as well, but Christian has been sitting on the back for the majority of that. And as we get back to the women's race, that's Kat Matthews, and she is rolling up on Sophia Green right now. So we're looking at a lead change momentarily in the pro women's race. Kat Matthews, again, using that strong bike to weapon to come up to the front, just like she did in New Zealand. We'll see if Sophia is able to ride with Kat. But again, phenomenal to be able to, race Ironman New Zealand just 2 weeks ago and back up here in New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard Craig saying before, just her ability to bounce back and race and be so consistent each year is just amazing. And it looked like, there she goes, she makes that pass right now. Her ability to just race and be consistent and knock out these amazing performances is awe-inspiring. And to race 2 weeks after an Ironman, it takes me probably more than a month before I start feeling ready to race. So yeah, full testament to her ability to back up and keep racing and just bang out these great races. It's not like she's just racing and competing. She's winning these Pro Series races, and I just think it's shown. She's won the Pro Series the last 2 years, and she's off to a great start in 2026 as well.
Yeah, and that's a pro move there by Kat Matthews. Sophia Green fiddling with the water bottle. She took that opportunity. I mean, she was rolling up on her anyway, so ready to take that pass. But Sophia now trying to put the pedal to the metal and stick with this woman, Kat Matthews, who now has hit the lead, and she is the overwhelming favourite for this race. Things looking really good for Kat Matthews as the athletes, the women, approach that halfway mark on the bike.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Today's live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Perform at your best with precision, fuel and hydration. That's a tongue twister. And by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed and performance since 1983. All right, bouncing back to the men's race, we saw in the two box there, Sophia Green looked like she was hanging with Kat Matthews, so Kat having a little company at the front of the race, which I'm sure she'd be fine with. But Penny Slater at 1:19 back, Penny having a great race as well, so great to see that. Bouncing back over to the men's race, Hayden Wild still in the lead, Yella Geens hanging tough. And Josh Ferris, it looks like they're maybe creating a little bit of separation now between those top two. Josh Ferris now at 10 seconds back with Burt Whistle, McDonald and Blumenfeld, down at around 10 seconds. You know, it's seconds here and there, Apo. I don't know, is it meaningful or not really all enough to say?
I mean, it is meaningful, and I think this 20-metre draft zone now has required just a different level. You can't, at the old 12-metre draft zone, you could not fake it, but you could get towed along, saving quite a bit of watts and energy sitting at the back. But now with the 20-metre draft zone, you just find that you're no longer having those savings. So if you are a little bit weaker, you do see those times start to balloon out a little bit. And you can see here, we're on Christian, and I wouldn't say he's dangling, but he's definitely not, as close as he could be, because with the Race Ranger, it kind of tells you how close you can get before you're within that draft limit. So ideally, you want to see that orange light, because that means you're within 25 to 22 meters. When it turns blue, that means you're in between 20 and 22. So when you see orange and a little bit of blue, that's like the comfort zone.
Sweet spot.
Yeah, the sweet spot. So you kind of want to stay there in that, with that orange light lit up, as you can see on Hayden's bike now. But when the light's completely off, it means they're more than 25 meters behind. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that Christian, I'm not going to say he's getting dropped, because he's we know what Christian does and who he is. He's so strong, but yeah, maybe it's a little indication that he's not feeling his best, or he's still a little bit under the weather from Ironman New Zealand a couple of weeks ago. He perhaps hasn't bounced back as good as Kat has. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Craig, to you, how long would it take you to feel right after an Ironman? Would you be racing a 70.3 2 weeks after an Ironman?
Well, I mean, the season scheduling's a lot different now. There weren't often opportunities to race, and I mean, in my career, the main Ironman I would do was Kona, so that was at the end of the season, and often, or sometimes, 70.3 Worlds would be after that. But I just think with technology and innovation, nutrition is a lot better. I feel these athletes fuel themselves a lot better. They're not as depleted potentially as maybe 5 or 10 or 20 years ago. I definitely think the new shoe technology has made a huge difference in terms of being able to run a lot of mileage and recover quickly. So, and look, and you mentioned it before, Sam, too. It's a different era. I mean, the technology, the innovation, I feel the athletes are just getting better as well. What we know about sports science and applying that to triathlon, I think, is just getting better and better. And I feel that the athletes are just getting better. So it's all of those things are ingredients to lead to, I guess, more racing in a season. As we see Yella coming up, the Race Ranger light, I think, started flashing, so that meant he had to make the pass. We saw it sitting at orange there for a while, so he was 25 to 22 meters, then it was blue. And then he had to make the pass, and he's done that. So to your point about the 20-meter draft zone, it makes it harder, because what used to happen was you would get a little rest, whether you wanted to or not. The dynamics, that concertina effect on the bike, the cornering, cresting a hill, and your heart rate would drop. And that was recovery. And I feel those little periods or patches of recovery just don't exist anymore. You have to hold power and output the whole time. And that's where you see the stronger cyclists just really press the advantage, and over time, just right away. One thing I will say is I think it will, at some point, it'll change the dynamic. Well, it's already changed the dynamic, but I feel it'll lead to better run splits, because everyone will just have to ride more steady. You'll have to ride your own numbers, and you'll have no choice. So Christian still seems to be dangling or hanging in there. I think it's just, I'm really just sitting back here as a fan, loving Hayden and Yella at the front. Hayden on a bike is beautiful to watch. Rennie, you talked about slightly different styles. In the end, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is how fast you're going and what pace you can sustain as the race wears on. We have this idea in our head of textbook perfect technique, but the reality is, out on the race course, you've just got to be able to hold pace as efficiently as you can for as long as you can. And we're coming up, we're in Eastern Park here, so we're coming up towards the end of the first lap on the bike. These athletes have to negotiate 1 or 2 kilometres through this park here. Then they'll be on Eastern Park Road. They'll descend, make a hard 180-degree turn onto Ritchie Boulevard for the 45-kilometre turnaround point, marking the end of lap 1. And we've seen a group of 6 get away. This looks like the dynamic now. This looks like our group as the athletes. We're following Josh Ferris here, navigating this right-hand turn. And I mentioned before,
Crowe,
it's not a technical...
I was just going to say, Crowe, the fact that that cameraman's behind Josh Ferris kind of tells me that Christian might have been popped off this group. We did have that group of 6, but Christian was sort of dangling at sort of 20 seconds, and I'm just wondering if he's sort of starting to fall off the back of this group. And with Hayden and Yella sort of going, blows one after the other off the front again. Hayden's taken the lead again. He doesn't really like to have Yella sitting out the front too long, but yeah, it seems like Christian's just maybe a little off his game. I think this is sort of a telling, or it might be a pivotal point in the race.
I think we've seen Christian off his game for a few months now, to be honest. I think he was off his game a little at the Ironman World Championships in Nice. Absolutely not wanting to diminish the performance of Casper Stornes and Gustav Iden. And maybe that is symptomatic of 2 or 3 years of bouncing between distances and formats, qualifying for Olympics, doing Ironman World Championships. These athletes have a greater capacity than we've ever seen in the history of our sport, but there's still going to be a tipping point. I feel Christian is not quite the Christian maybe we were seeing 12 months ago. Time will tell. I mean, Hayden he's just parachuting off the front here. He just wants to keep the pace high. It's not a technical bike course, but this is the most technical part of the course. I think he's going to try and rip around some of these corners and really stretch even this little front group of 5 out. I think he wants to be on his own.
What's interesting to me is that Jellegiens made the pass on Hayden, but Hayden immediately went back pass. He dropped back to the 20 metres and then he repassed, and he did it earlier with Josh Ferris as well. Josh Ferris passed him early on in the bike, and Hayden just went straight back around. So it's pretty obvious he wants to be at the front driving the pace, and just super impressive riding from Hayden, and you expect no less as we go back to the women. With Kat Matthews in the lead, and it looks like Green's managed to, get back on after that little mishap through the aid station, but she's sitting good. Yeah,
she's sitting at that, the orange behind Kat's, so she's sitting right in that sweet spot there that you mentioned earlier, Apo. But we're actually going to throw down to Tim and Tammy, who are at the bike turnaround to catch the men rolling through.
Hi, Rinny, Apo and Crowe. Yeah, we're here at the Zoot Bike Turnaround. It's great to see that fog has burnt off. Beautiful conditions. It's still 15 degrees right now. Sophia Green, Kat Matthews. Kat has closed that gap up to Sophia. I would be a little bit scared if I was Sophia having Kat close by.
Yeah, I think when Kat made that move to bridge the gap, it really showed how well she's recovered from Ironman New Zealand. I mean, I was on the ground watching her run, and it did look like she was out for a training run. She didn't look like she was suffering for that very fast marathon time of 2:52 or 2:53. So I expected her to feel good in this race. I think we might see some fatigue late in the run, but if she's already, made her move now and she's in a great position, it definitely doesn't bode well for the other women in this race.
We are only seconds away from having our leaders in the men's race coming through this Zoot cycle turnaround. Hayden Wall, as we know, is reading it. It's so exciting having Hayden here. Of course, he missed out on going over to the Middle East and he was on our start list. Here he is right now. This is exciting, Tim.
It's very exciting. So exciting, Rinny. I would check Sam Appo's palms because he does sweat a lot on his palms when he gets excited. Now, we've seen Jellegiens and Hayden Wild constantly swapping the lead. I actually think they're doing that because they know that Christian is suffering and they want to remove him out as a factor out of this race. We've got Kurt McDonald. We've got, who else was, we've got Josh Ferris is also with these guys, as well as Jake, so that these top Aussies are well in the mix. And there goes Bert Whistle now. So Jake's in the mix. This is what we would have expected, except for the fact that Blumenfeld has fallen off the back. And I do think, I was wondering early on, why do Jelly and Hayden keep swapping the lead like this? I think that they can smell blood and they want to go for the kill.
Yeah, that's really interesting tactics, but that's kind of what we can expect here. It is great, of course. Christian has been in Geelong for the last week and a half or so, but I don't know. I mean, you just can't keep Christian out of the mix. Yella, Hayden, Christian, like we said earlier on, we haven't seen these guys race together over this distance. It's exciting. I know we keep talking about the excitement, but what I want to say is 16 years of this event. This is the second year for the Pro Series race here. These crowds are incredible, and we know, especially out on the Hoka Run course, that's really going to help our athletes as well, having crowds like this.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a massive resurgence in triathlon in general and in Ironman racing, and a lot of that is because these pros are becoming more household names, especially amongst triathlon households, obviously. And we get their YouTube channels, we get to find out more about them, we get to see their training. The insights on all the athletes are creating a fan base and a support and following that we haven't had in the past, and we're seeing it now. I mean, there's 4 people deep in the middle of the bike leg, which would never used to happen at a domestic 70.3 event.
It's so true. Hey guys, we'll check back in with you very shortly, but it's exciting here in Geelong, and we'll throw back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you to Tim and Tammy down on the ground, always giving some great insights. But we are on Hayden Wilde right now, and yes, as he makes his way out on his second loop of the Zoot bike course, it's a little bit more hairy on the second lap. Apo, is this a good opportunity to sort of get away and sort of hide in the crowds, or is it just frustrating to try and have to go around people?
I actually think it's a great move by Hayden to it looks like he's really put the hammer down through this more technical section. It's not a technical course like Crowe alluded to earlier, but this is the part where it requires big power in and out of corners, and looks like he's slipping away, maybe with Yella in tow, but they've definitely dispatched Christian, which I think, you know, they'll both be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. But yeah, I think just a great tactical move from Hayden to really put the hammer down through there, stretch these guys out, and looks like he is trying to, establish a gap and slip away through some of these amateurs who are still on their first lap. And you can kind of, get lost in the crowd a little bit. And once you get out of sight, it can be very hard to reel that back in. So if Yellegeens or Jake Birtwistle, if they get a bit of daylight between them and Hayden can easily slip away and they won't see him again. So I am just really impressed with both Josh Ferris and Kurt McDonald as well, 2 young and up and coming Australian guys, just hanging tough and staying in this front group with some of the best 70.3 athletes in the world at the moment. So great to see these young Aussies coming through, and just good racing by those 2.
Yeah, and we'll just take a look at the AG1 supplemental stats on the bike. That was Hayden Wilde. He was averaging 46 kilometres per hour at that last split. So, 46.29, and moving along very quickly. But yeah, it does look like he's trying to make a move now. But just going back and doing a little research, I was looking at Hayden Wilde and Yellegeens matchups, and they've raced against each other over their careers 32 times. Hayden Wilde being the winner in 21 of those, and Yellegeens 11 of those occurrences. And the last time they raced was in Qatar, the T100 race, 3 months ago, and Hayden Wilde won that battle. So, so they've been racing against each other and raced many times, Hayden Wilde being the athlete that's come out on top more often than not against Yellegeens. So sort of super interesting to sort of look back through history. But we actually have a really great AFC presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration with Hayden. Let's go take a listen.
Haven't ridden it yet, haven't looked at it yet. So I'm going out with the boys today. Hopefully they can lead me away. That funny people might come and think, oh, you might do 3 laps or something like that.
Morning, mate.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, not bad, eh? Just got in from the Gold Coast, so a little bit more crisp. First time I've worn a long sleeve in a while.
Bit of a last-minute ring in here.
Yeah, a couple of weeks to prepare, obviously with things happening around the world. It was a good opportunity for me to jump into a start line, which was cool, and super thankful for the Ironman team for letting me have a last-minute slot before everything closed up. And it's actually quite nice to do a half this early and didn't have to worry about doing another one after the few first races of the season, so it's actually quite nice.
With Christian and Yella on the start list, was that part of the appeal?
Yeah, I was. I think when last time I saw Yella in Doha, I was like, oh yeah, no, Keita's doing 70.3, but at that point I actually hadn't even committed at all. I wasn't even thinking about it because it was a week before the World Series, and I was like, and then obviously it was cancelled in Abu Dhabi, and I was like, oh, could be keen, eh? And then I saw that Christian. I haven't even raced Christian probably since Paris, so over a year.
Why haven't I got an invitation to be on the fighting chance this time around? I'm feeling like left behind just because I came out of top 5 in New Zealand.
Man, we already saw you.
I'm like going under the radar now, you know? People is not watching out.
Did the handlebars stay on?
Yeah. This should be fine.
What do you think it's going to take to win this race against these boys?
Yeah, I think it's patience, which I don't have, but patience, I think. I feel Christian is a veteran of the sport now, like, you know, in a sense, he's done a lot of them. So he's tactically aware. I think Yella is also tactically aware. He knows how I race. I know how they race as well. But there's also some other guys out there as well that can really take it by the bulls by the horn. You know, Jake Birdwhistle raced him many times in short course, and if he's anywhere close on the run, he's dangerous.
You seem to have grown this reputation of always waving to the camera, interacting with the crowds. Can we see any of that on Sunday?
Oh yeah, we'll see how we go. Like if someone's got the red light on, I'll probably start waving my hand and saying, "What are you doing?" A bit of passion out there. I love it, But gotta love the sport and hopefully we can get a good crowd down there, passing people left, right, and centre. But you go past and the age groupers give you a bit of hoorah, so that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you to Hayden Wild and the cameo from Christian Blumenfeld and a fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. So good to hear from the young Kiwi lad. Always has a few insights to share, but we're moving back to the pro women's race. Looks like Sophia Green hit the lead again, so Kat Matthews happy to share the lead with Sophia Green, and this is sort of what happened in Ironman New Zealand as well. And a little view of that lead change again, but Sophia Green taking back over the lead. Yeah, so Kat Matthews ended up just swapping leads with Hannah Berry 2 weeks ago, so happy to sort of share. I feel like Kat probably backs herself on the run, but Sophia Green taking nothing away from Sophia's performance here. A phenomenal swim and now riding with one of the best in the sport, so definitely going to set her up for a better finish at the end of the day, and they now are at around 2 minutes to Steph Clutterbuck and the Penny Slater group. So, yeah, great place for Sophia Green to be, just rolling along with Kat Matthews.
Yeah, 100%. And they're probably both quite thankful for each other's company. It's always nice to have a friend out there and someone that you can work with, as we see Kat go back around. And yeah, I think if they can just keep working together and keep building that lead and perhaps close the door on the chasers and make it a race between those two. Yeah, I think they'd both probably like that, to get away from the chasers as much as possible and yeah, make it a race between both Sophia and Kat.
And unfortunately, we're looking at Pierre Lecour here. It looks like he's calling it a day at halfway on the bike. We also, Pierre Lecour, of course, just racing in Ironman New Zealand 2 weeks ago, running that 2:36 marathon in a phenomenal debut over the Ironman distance. But yeah, we could see him just slipping back throughout the bike. So, you know, while early indicators in the swim, he was second out of the water, you know, looked like he was feeling good. But yeah, if you don't have the legs, and again, after an Ironman, sometimes those legs just don't show up. So calling it a day, it looks like he's fine. No injury, no crash, just recognizing that his body is not yet recovered for an effort like this. We also had news that Trent Thorpe, our early swim leader, who was with Pierre Lecour, also having some cramps and out of the race as well.
Yeah, hopefully with Pierre, it's nothing sinister. It's just maybe some fatigue from Ironman New Zealand a couple of weeks ago. And sometimes you can feel like you've recovered, but there's some deep systemic fatigue that can last for, you know, from my experience, up to a month. And sometimes you don't notice it until you actually try and go hard and realize that the body's rejects the hard work and says, no thanks, not today. So hopefully that's it for Pierre. And, you know, after that amazing Ironman debut a couple of weeks ago in Taupo.
Yeah, no, I'm going to throw it over to you, Crowy, but looking at the last splits at 51 kilometres, Josh Ferris and Christian Blumenfeld, well, Josh Ferris is at 35 seconds back, so he's been discarded from that group of 4. So Hayden Wild, Yella Geens, Jake Birtwhistle hanging in that group, Kurt McDonald sitting at 12 seconds back, but KB, Christian Blumenfeld, now at 44 seconds back, so that is a meaningful gap now between him and the leaders. Crowy.
Yeah, absolutely. The front of this race has just exploded, and behind KB, it's another 4 minutes back to the next group. So, You know, I think an interesting part of this course is the end of the first lap, the start of the second. It's not only about brute force with the age groupers on the course. You've got to keep your wits about you. We've seen historically at this race, gaps tend to open up through the corners, an athlete getting held up or someone sensing an opportunity to attack. Again, Yellowgeen's just showing his tactical prowess. He was well aware of that, and he was sticking to Hayden like glue. Not within the 20, he was about 2 or 3 seconds back, but he was just well aware of the fact that was a dangerous period. So more great racing by Yellowgeen's there. You know, Reedy had some interesting insights about the two boys on the front swapping the lead, perhaps because Christian was on the ropes. I actually think these two boys recognise that they're the two favourites. You know, Rennie, you had some interesting stats about their head-to-head racing, and I mean, it's the first time all three of these boys have raced in a 70.3. That's Hayden, Yella, and Christian. I mean, last year in the head-to-heads, Hayden was unbeaten against Yellowgeen's, and in fact, the last time Yella beat him was at the 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Topor, where perhaps Hayden miscalculated his run pace. He vocalised the fact he wanted to run a 105 and looked like he was well on the way to doing that, as we're getting some vision here of Josh Ferris picking his way through some of the age group athletes and Jake Birtwistle there. Jake Birtwistle and Kurt McDonald having great races. But one thing we also saw was the average speed for the first lap, 46.5 kilometres an hour. I think the bike course record is definitely going down today.
Yeah, and speaking of bike course records, we are going to take a look at the Morton Momentum Index and the biggest movers on the field since the start of the bike. And Ben Hill, one of those, moving up 10 places. Crantock as well, moving up 10. And Page moving up 7 places. So that is the movers and shakers in the back of the field, not in the back of the field, in the mid part of the field, but of course Hayden Wild and Yellowgeen's up front and making their mark on this race now, yeah.
Yeah, super impressed with Yellowgeen's Jake Birtwistle just following this move by Hayden, and it's the race that we all wanted to see, and Kurt McDonald in there as well. And if these guys all get off the bike together, it's you know, I'm licking my lips to have Hayden, Yella, and Jake go head to head in a run battle. And if they're all on song, if they're all feeling good, it's going to be a great battle and a great day of racing. So yeah, as Reedy said, my palms are sweaty.
And just a reminder, the professionals are on their second lap, and obviously all the amateurs now out on course and on their first lap. So you see all of the professionals. This is Josh Ferris here. He's sitting in 6th place right now. So KB went around him. KB just up the road from him. But yeah, the professionals now making their way through the amateur field. And, you know, so is what happens when we have a 2-lap course. So the professionals now picking their way through the amateur races out there on course today.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about our sport, that the professionals and amateurs share the course at the same time. There's a lot of camaraderie out on course. You guys know, like I do, you get a lot of shouting and cheering from the age groupers. They love to be part of the race. So the professionals in our sport are very used to this situation, this scenario. Hayden just looks amazing. We see the motorbike has slipped in behind him here, so I'm wondering if he has opened up a little bit more of a gap back to Yella. But Apo, you mentioned before, from an Australian perspective, and I'm going to get a little parochial here and patriotic, it's great to see Jake Birtwistle and Kurt McDonald up the front. I mean, we know Jake's pedigree in his class, you know, the things he accomplished on the World Triathlon circuit. Kurt McDonald's an athlete who has been spoken about for a while now as someone who could potentially, you know, figure at the front end of these races, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see. As we see the women come in on the first lap of the bike, Kat Matthews still leading. And we are going to throw down to Tim and Rinny, who are at the bike turnaround now.
Yeah, Tim and Tammy here at the Zoot Bike turnaround. We can see Kat Matthews. She is on her way. She obviously bridged the gap before, but she's taken the lead from Great Britain athlete Sophia Green. Tim, things aside, things really are exciting right now. Appo mentioned before, sweaty palms. I think there's an Eminem song we could play in the background for this, but what can you see as a past athlete yourself right now with these two athletes coming in?
Well, I think Sophia Green actually is a polar opposite facial expression to Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews looks focused, calm, and almost just going about her business. Sophia had a little bit of a strain on her face. This is not comfortable. I feel like she's working pretty hard to stay with Kat at the moment. Interestingly, we've still got a good chase group behind, about a minute 20 back. So Steph Clutterbuck, thank goodness, she was a little bit dizzy out of the swim. It seems like she's feeling quite good now, and she's holding strong on that minute 20. Now, what is also great to see, two Aussies are in the chase group. We've got Penny Slater, who didn't have the best year last year. She had some injury issues. She had some digestive issues in races. She's coached by Liz Blatchford now, who Australians know, one of the great female athletes that Australia has produced in triathlon, including two World Championship podiums in Kona. And Penny is top 10 in the world on her day. So interesting to see she's there, and she's well within striking range to have a really solid race.
Talking about Penny, of course, this is the third year of our Ironman Pro Series. In the first couple of years, we saw Penny do really well. She was one of those consistent athletes who was racing in the 70.3 in the Ironman, not just in Oceania, but around Australia. So, as you mentioned, she didn't quite have the end of her last year, but we know that she's back and she's ready to race, which is really, really exciting. Let's talk about another young Aussie athlete, only in her third year when it comes to her triathlon career or sort of training and racing with us. Milan Agnew, based out of there on the sunny coast, coming back after Europe in the summer. But we're excited to see Milan racing with us again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I even looked over her bike setup this morning and I thought, she knows what she's doing. She's got a very aero bike setup, and then also Grace Tech is with that group as well. And Grace, I'll be the first to admit, I watched Grace race when she was first making a name in the sport, and I was like, it's an unconventional style. It didn't look like she could go super fast, but she always makes it work. She's an incredible athlete with a slightly unique run style, but we've just seen her keep improving year after year, and she knows this course probably better than anyone else in this race. So she looks like she's hurting a little bit, but that's not anything different with Grace. She knows how to hurt, she knows how to suffer, and she's really taking the chase up. She's leading that chase group, and I expect her to be the one really driving the pace and not letting those front ladies get too far away.
So Grace won here in 2023. We said it before, we'll say it again. Yeah, she considers this to be her home race. Of course, she's going over to 70.3 Oceanside. Then she's got Texas in her sights as well. She's chasing Kona. That's what she said to me. Tammy, I want that Kona slot. Does that mean that I'm going to chase the Pro Series? We shall see. But it is a beautiful day here in Geelong. The Bellarine Peninsula is absolutely glorious right now. We'll check back in with you guys very, very shortly.
Yeah, thanks, Tim and Tammy, for your insights as always. But we're back with the lead man. I believe this is Jake Birtwistle taking his turn on the front. So first time we've seen him come around. He may have done it and we may have missed it, but first time we've seen him sort of take a lead, which tells me that his legs are feeling pretty good. He's happy to go take his turn and say, hey boys, I'm in the mix here. You got to worry about me as well on the run. So phenomenal performance from him last year here in Geelong. Very quick runner. Yella Geens getting the best of him, but again, Yella Geens, 2-time 70.3 world champ, so certainly no scrub that beat Jake last year. So again, I think this is going to be shaping up to be a phenomenal half marathon when these boys get off the bike.
Yeah, 100%. It's great to see Jake having a good day. He had some flashes of greatness last year, but overall it was a bit of an up and down season for him. So it looks like he's on a great day. But it's interesting with the Race Ranger, I think. When the light goes red, you are obliged to overtake. So a lot of these guys maybe aren't actually planning on overtaking, but if they slip into that draft zone, you actually are then obliged to overtake. So sometimes, at this late in the bike where you can get a little bit, your brain's not working as good as it was at the first couple of K, and you can slip into that draft zone and then you're committed to the overtake. So yeah, that could be a bit of a dynamic that's happening as well as we see Yella come around. But just great riding by these guys. It looks like Hayden has slipped back to third in this group at the moment, but no doubt he'll want to be back on the front shortly.
Yeah, so we have Jake, Hayden, Yella, and Kurt in that front group. Christian Blumenfeld at about 52 seconds back, and he's dispatched of Josh Ferris now. Josh is at 119 back from that main chase, and then it looks like 4:40 to 5 minutes to the rest of the field. So these men certainly clearing out from the majority of the field. But yeah, the pointy end, Yella Geens, Hayden Wild, Jake Birtwistle, and Kurt McDonald leading the way.
Yep, and Christian, he got dispatched at the beginning of that second lap, but he's kind of held okay. He hasn't lost too much time, and I wouldn't be comfortable with only a 50-second gap. I'm sure some of these guys wouldn't mind seeing that blow out to 90 seconds by the time they hit T2, but it'll be interesting to see if Christian can hold. But yeah, it looks like Josh is slipping back a little bit through the field, but yeah, I think guys like Yella and Hayden can afford to give Christian 50 seconds, but yeah, maybe Kurt McDonald might want to see that be 90 seconds or 2 minutes even by the time they get into T2 to ensure Christian doesn't run them down. But yeah, this is just shaping up to be a great race and a great run battle.
Yeah, and just looking at past years, and we're talking about course records, it looks like Hayden Wild is predicted at a 156.40 right now, and the course best is 157.51. Of course, that's at halfway, and he'd have to maintain that same pace or increase it to get that course record. Kat also right now is predicted at a 2:13.29 versus last year, the course record is 2:14.12. So it tells me two things. One is that the competition is hot, and the other is that it's very good conditions for fast racing today.
Yeah, 156. It's pretty quick, a lot quicker than we used to go, Crowe, back in the day when we had that battle. I think it was 2014 or something like that. But yeah, it's just the times are getting crazier and crazier. Sorry.
I was going to say we had tricycles. So, no, the times are incredible. And I think the more Hayden Wild spends on the front, the more time on the front, the closer we'll get to that record. And it depends whether the wind picks up. The conditions still look absolutely pristine. I've been enjoying Reedy's insights on your sweaty palms, but also on the racing. He talked about being on the ground in Ironman New Zealand. If we talk about the women's race for a moment and how Kat won in dominant fashion, and it was a dominant win, but it was a controlled win. She ran her marathon split in the low 250s. I think she could have run 5 or 6 minutes quicker. So perhaps that's the difference in recovery between her and maybe someone like Pierre Lacour, who had to run a 2:36 on debut, doesn't have as much Ironman experience either. So that can definitely impact recovery. But I think it speaks to the freshness that we're seeing with Kat and the way she was able to bridge that minute very quickly up to Sophia Green, as we see the two ladies here again on screen. Just looking at the women's splits here, I think one lady we haven't talked about for a while, Tamara Jewett, she's 6:32 back. I think that's going to be too far behind to impact the top step of the podium, but there'll certainly be some ladies in that group that are 2 to 2.5 minutes behind the lead and about 3.5 to 4 minutes up on Tamara that would be getting a little nervous, and would be interestingly looking at the turnarounds to see where Tamara is, because if she's recovered well from her marathon and her race in New Zealand, I think she can run 7 or 8 minutes out of a lot of the other women in this race. So she's still a factor for the podium here.
Yeah, absolutely. We always have to keep an eye on Tamara Jewett. But we have Grace Tech on screen right now, and we're going to go and listen to a fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration with Grace Tech.
As far as tourist attraction goes in Geelong, what do you think of this one?
Well, I've actually never been on it. I've been here so many years, so I guess we'll see. I'm a little scared of heights, to be honest, but I think this will be right. It's not too tall.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Back in Geelong.
Back in Geelong, 9th time round. It's crazy. Doesn't feel like that long ago that it was my first time, so the years go by quickly.
Safe to say this is a pretty familiar place for you.
Yeah, very familiar. Obviously, yeah, it was my first 70.3 race back in 2018, which was also my first pro race. And obviously it being kind of a hometown race for me, living in Melbourne, so not too far. Drove out this morning. Yeah, so excited to be back here. I just love it. I love racing in front of family and friends, and particularly, you know, the triathlon community within Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, that people I've gotten to know over the years. So it's really, yeah, really cool to be back here.
Cool, and what's the plan this morning?
The plan will be just to head out for a little open water swim, not too far today, probably 20-30 minutes, turn the arms over, stretch the wetsuit out a little bit. Perfect conditions today. Hopefully it's like that on Sunday. Just, yeah, if it's like this, it's groovy. I think I've had a really good lead up into these races. I've banked some really good training. I'm in probably the fittest state I've ever been in triathlon wise. Mentally, I'm feeling happy. Physically, I'm healthy, and I think if I can have a race that is reflective of the training I've put in, I'll be really happy.
Kona slot is on the cards for you this year. First Ironman, is that right?
Yeah, this will be my first Ironman full distance. Obviously, yeah, the key focus will be trying to qualify for Kona this year. And I know that I'm going to have really tough competition in Texas. There's 6 slots available, but it's going to be really hard to get one of those slots. So I'm just going to do everything I can, and if it happens in Texas, that's great. If it doesn't, then I'll just pivot, find a new race, and hopefully give it another crack.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see Grace Tech stepping up to the Ironman full distance. She's, you know, been racing middle distance and doing it very long for a long time now. So I always found that 4 weeks out was like the perfect timing before an Ironman and a great indicator of your fitness leading into that Ironman. And, you know, right now she's sitting at, 2 minutes and change back from Kat Matthews, who she will have to face in Texas, I believe. But yeah, like, I think she's doing all the right things to prepare for Ironman Texas, and I bet she'll be a big factor there.
Yeah, I think with her run pedigree as well, I think Ironman Texas really suits her. It is interesting she's going to do Oceanside as well, which is in 6 days. So pretty tight turnaround, but yeah, and then on to Texas. And yeah, it's just great to see her tackling the Ironman distance and, yeah, potentially the Pro Series as well.
And we have Kat Matthews leading, Sophia Green, and then Tech, Lumpkus, Slater, Agnew in the second pack.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And we're back with our women's race here, and we still have Kat Matthews leading, but here's a look at Milan Agnew, and she is in that second pack, or that first chase pack, with Grace Tech, Penny Slater, and Steph Clutterbuck sitting in that group as well, which is great to see. She had that dizzy spell when she hopped out of the water, but now she's sitting in that pack, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women together in the chase pack. But Sophia Green and Kat Matthews up the front there. And speaking of Sophia Green, looking back through some of her results, she raced Ironman WA last year. Didn't have a phenomenal day. She had a bit of a rough run out there. That was her first Ironman, and she did a middle distance race in Barcelona as well, Challenge Barcelona last year, and ran around a 1:24 off the bike. She's around a, average around 39 minute 10K runner off the bike, obviously coming from short course. So run certainly not her best leg, but she's riding very well, and of course has that amazing swim leg as well. So if she can stick with Kat for the rest of this bike, and get as much separation from the Grace Tech, Milan, Penny Slater, Clutterbuck group, and of course Tamara Jewett sitting down at 6:50 back now. If she can create a good gap between those women, then she could hold on for a podium.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just super impressed that she's holding Kat really strong and was rolling turns earlier. And yeah, she's probably using that to her a ticket to the podium. And yeah, she's having a great race. But that chase pack is still around 2.5 minutes behind. So definitely not doors closed for them. With a great run, they can definitely run into the podium. I think Kat looks really controlled at the moment, and she's I don't want to say she's doing it easy, but she looks very much in control. And with her run pedigree, you would think that something would have to go wrong for her to not have this tied up. But anything can happen. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself at the moment. But and then we've got Hayden Wild on the left again of the screen. Looks like he's gone back to the front. That's where he wants to be. He wants to be dictating this race to the other guys, and he doesn't want to let anybody else be on the front. And yeah, that just goes to show the racer that he is. And here's the pass of Yelagines right there. And yeah, Yella has to drop back out of that zone. Back onto Hayden. Just phenomenal riding, just locked into that TT position, barely gets out onto the base bar, just looks great on a bike, really aero and great cadence still. Looks the same as he did at the beginning of the bike, really strong, really powerful and just smooth.
And one thing I'm noticing, Christian Blumenfeld still hanging at 50 seconds back. Crowie, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry there, Rennie. I was just going to say his cadence hasn't changed. He still looks smooth, and I mean, at these speeds, 46, 47, 48 kilometres an hour, aerodynamics is so important, being able to hold that position. I mean, it's one thing to be able to get your bicycle up to that speed, but you need really on-point aerodynamics to be as efficient as possible and hold that speed, and that's what these men are doing today. So you're right, Rin. KB has, he succumbed to being unhitched from the front group, but it's not like he's fallen off a cliff. He's still hovering around. He's such an experienced racer. I think he maybe sensed that the pace was a little too hot, and perhaps that's one of the new dynamics of the 20-metre draft rule. You don't even get to decide if the pace is too hot. If the pace is just too hot and someone rides away from you, you ride at your own pace. And when you do that, you tend not to fall off a cliff. So he's hovering around just inside a minute. I think with the women's race, interestingly, about Sophia Green, she came back from surgery and had a few issues with her runs. I think we'll see her run better today, maybe better than that 123, 124. So she is setting herself up very nicely here. And if we're looking at the chase group in the women's race, I think the two runners that I'm looking at, Milan Agnew, who's having a great race, and Grace Tech, they're both 118 to 120. We know Grace's history on this course, 8 appearances, 8 podiums. She'll be highly motivated to keep that streak alive. And it really just is, it's poetry in motion watching Hayden Wild on a bike. He does ride, as you mentioned, Sam, slightly higher cadence than maybe Yella and some of the other guys in this front group. And really, he rarely breaks aero. He just stays down in this position. He's navigating his way through the amateur athletes. They're on a nice flat, fast section of road. He's probably holding 48, 49 kilometres an hour here, possibly more, depending on the wind direction. there is not a lot of wind, but it can tend to blow out of the north or the northwest. So, yeah, it's beautiful to watch. We see him take a little look back there. I feel like he's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, 100%. And I think you alluded to it earlier, Craig, back to Christian and holding that 50 seconds. Sometimes when you're by yourself, you actually ride better because you're riding at your own effort. You ride the wave of the good feelings and the bad feelings. You can take on board fluid and nutrition when you want. You're not dictated by the group dynamics on when you can take on board nutrition, hydration, and things like that. So Christian might be quite comfortable just holding that 50 seconds as we see it go out to 56 now. But, you know, he can ride his own pace and get ready for a fast run. And, yeah, we see Kurt McDonald maybe looking like he is getting dispatched slightly at 18 seconds behind Hayden, but still holding strong. And, yeah, this front group is just probably closing the doors on everybody else as we see Josh Ferris slip down to 2:19 after finishing the first lap with this front group. So he's fallen off a little bit, but yeah, it just goes to show how hard these guys are riding. And maybe Josh was riding a little bit out of his comfort zone, which is no surprise given Yeller and Hayden driving the pace.
Yes, and so many race options throughout the year here in the US and throughout the world, but history is racing into Jacksonville, Florida on May 16, 2026, the city host, the first new full-distance Ironman in the US in 5 years. Ironman Jacksonville will deliver urban racing at its finest and is proving very popular, so don't wait to register. Meanwhile, the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid returns on July 19, 2026 as an historic athlete favorite event. Each year, this historic Olympic community welcomes Ironman athletes with magic at every turn. Don't miss this special Ironman Pro Series race destination. And act quick because this event sells out every year. Register now at ironman.com or use the QR code on screen. And I just wanted to go back a minute to, I mean, we're on the men's race now. We have KB on the right and we have Hayden Wild on the left, and KB again hanging in at that 50-second back from the lead, hanging tough. He's at 56 at the 72K mark. So the men, only 18 kilometers left to go on this bike course. But yeah, just hanging in there. I wouldn't count him out. It is tough, you know, with Hayden, Geens, Burt Whistle, you know, with that much time on KB. But again, sometimes after an Ironman, your run legs show up and your bike legs don't, and all of a sudden you're running a 106, which I wouldn't put past KB here. So I think you just never know, but we're actually going to go and listen to a soundbite from Christian Blumenfeld.
Bike course is actually more bumpy than New Zealand, like especially going through the park, like for the first 2 to 3 Ks, as well as the Ks from like 45 to 48K, like quite bumpy through the park, and then it's a sharp left-hand turn. But after that, it's quite smooth tarmac, and it's even 3 or 4 dog legs sort of on course. So it's quite easy to sort of have an awareness of where everyone else is after the swim, because we have that early dog leg out on the I don't know what's called, and then back again. So that's probably after 10 or 15K already. We have like a good understanding of where everyone is.
Yeah, and great to hear from Christian Blumenfeld again before the race, how he thought the race was going to play out, and you know what he was looking for, and again being able to do those out and backs. Sometimes you don't get any, or you don't get any splits when you're out there racing. You kind of don't know if they're minutes ahead, or if they're taking chunks of time. I think he will be pleasantly surprised that, you know, it isn't that far. You know, they're not out of reach. And again, you know, he's at 53 seconds now. Kurt McDonald's only 30 seconds ahead of him. Jake Burt Whistle's 42 seconds ahead of him. So they're still within the same realm. So the race is certainly not over at all for KB. And seeing them at those turnarounds and U-turns, I think will give him hope to keep pushing on. Again, he'd keep pushing on anyway and try and race the best, you know, race he can. But we'll see what sort of legs he has when he rolls up to the Ruby T2.
Yeah, interesting to hear him comment on the road surface as well. Just classic Australian chip seal roads that aren't necessarily quite as fast as some of the US or European roads. But yeah, I think Christian's just staying in it mentally. He's just a great competitor. He could probably see up the road. I bet you he could see the motorbikes filming and the technical officials as well. So that's probably giving him some motivation as well. But it wouldn't surprise me to see him ride up to Kurt McDonald here, you know, maybe before the end of the bike.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not out of it in terms of a podium. He still looks smooth on the bike. I agree, Rennie. I think his cadence is good. He looks good. And we know the run leg that he can deliver. So he still looks good. And you're right. I mean, these last kilometres on the bike are important for Jake and Kurt to stay in touch if they can with Hayden and Yella, but also to try and keep KB at bay. I think KB still looks really good. Interesting stat I was reading that I think their last 3 70.3 races, KB and Yella have run 107s in all 3, and no one's ever run 4 in a row. I think with Hayden here and with Hayden's running prowess, it's going to take quicker than a 107 to win today. And I think, I don't know, Yella's capable of that, as is Hayden. So definitely not riding KB off by any stretch of the imagination. I think he still has that in him. I think he still looks good. But this man on the front, to me, just looks imperious. He looks amazing, still holding that really tight aero, great cadence, picking his way through the athletes on their first lap. And Yella as well. Yella Gein's still in touch. So we're seeing it's a 10-second deficit at the last timing split, and the motorbikes come in behind Hayden. That might just suggest there's a few athletes on the road, so maybe that's why the motorbike's doing that. And typically they wouldn't go into that gap, but yeah, KB's certainly not out of this. And we've got, you know, Jake Birtwistle, we know who ran a 108.20 on this course last year. So we know his run pedigree as well. So this is setting up beautifully. I was just interested to read that stat about the 107s. I just think it's going to take quicker than that today.
Yeah, I think you're right, Crowe. 107 is phenomenally fast. Just with these caliber of athletes, it feels like they're setting up for, you know, a 66 minute half marathon day. But yeah, looking now, Yella Gein's now at 15 seconds back, Jake Birtwistle at 19. So Hayden Wild really putting the pedal to the metal at the late stage of this bike. He doesn't want any company coming into Ruby T2. He'd love to have a little buffer. I'm sure anyone would on Geins and Birtwistle. But again, you will see what that gap is, if it's meaningful. Honestly, anything is meaningful with the caliber of runner that Wild is, right? Like if he gets 20 seconds, 30 seconds, that's real hard to chase down when they're running 106s, 107s. So this is a pivotal move in the race.
Yeah, I think so. As we see, Hayden does look like he's eking out a little bit of a lead. You know, we've got 11K to go, still a little bit of riding, 15 minutes or so. And if Hayden, I think Hayden would love a 30-second gap into T2. He would, you know, that forces Yella Geins to run quite a bit faster in that first couple of K to close up, and Hayden can kind of, you know, not take his time, but he can build into his run and take a kilometre or two to find his running legs, which as a athlete is really, really nice when you have that luxury to build into the run. And yeah, and the opposite for Yella, he's going to be on the back foot trying to chase down, and yeah, trying to chase down Hayden Wild. It's no easy task. As we have Kat Matthews on the right hand of the screen as well, just, you know, looking great. She's, yeah, her and Hayden both looking great, looking like they just started this bike ride, locked into that aero position, just going about their business. It's just great to watch.
And as we look at Kat Matthews, sorry, Crowe, 1 second. We're just going to do the Morton Momentum Index for the women now, and the movers and shakers in the women's race brought to you by Morton. But we have Tamara Jewett. She's up 3 places. So Tamara, you know, while losing places, time to Kat, she's still moving mover and shaker up a couple of spots. Grace Tech up 2 spots, and also Gabrielle Lumpkes up 2 as well. Sorry, go ahead, Crowe.
Yeah, sorry, Ren. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just going to say, just to put in context, I mean, I think the challenge for Hayden is not to try and run a 64 if you can run a 66. I think that's what we saw, you know, at the 70.3 World Championships in Topor at the end of 2024. Hayden, tactically, he made a really nice move at the end of the bike to eke out about a 15 or 20 second gap. He extended it out on the run course up to a minute. And at that point, he could have consolidated, but I think he had in his mind this number that he wanted to run. And I mean, we should ask him about this. Only the man himself knows, but I feel like if he could have been a little more conservative towards the end of that run, and just to put into context for people at home, you know, 3 minute, 10 second per kilometre pace is a 66.30, which is flying in anyone's language. So, I mean, if you have a treadmill or you have access to a treadmill, put it on 19 kilometres an hour and then go and run 21.1 kilometres. That's the speeds that these gentlemen are going to hold today. So as we see Hayden getting a little frustrated and motioning to the motorcycle, maybe to...
I don't know if he was motioning to the motorcycle or just saying, "Hey boys, take." He didn't realize. I don't think he realized he's created a gap. I think he was trying to pull through someone else to take a lead, but you know, he has a 24-second gap now on Yella, and Jake is at 25 seconds. Kurt McDonald slipped back to 45 seconds back. So I don't know that he realized that he's on his own. He's pulling away from the rest of the field and streaking away to the end of this race. He's at 82 kilometres now, so 8 kilometres left for Hayden Wild. Yella Geens sitting in second, Jake Birtwistle in third, Kurt McDonald in fourth, Christian Blumenfeld now at 104, sitting in fifth place. The end of the bike, and Ruby T2 coming up.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruby, the indoor cycling experience. And we are back with women's leader, Kat Matthews, but she does have company, Sophia Green. Well, actually, no, she doesn't. It looks like at the last split, 66 kilometres, Sophia has dropped back and is about 39 seconds behind Kat. So Kat has decided to go it alone. Sophia Green dropping off in the last time check. Grace Tech still sitting at 3:33 back. Penny Slater, 3:35. Milan Agnew at 3:58. But I just want to chat about Milan and Grace Tech and their head-to-head. So they've raced twice against each other, and the last time was at Marbella. Grace Tech has had the upper hand on both of those occasions. But if you look down to historically what they run for 70.3, it's really close. Milan on average would run a 1:22.25, and Grace Tech a 1:21.38. So again, it's hard because they've only raced, each other twice. Grace Tech in 29 races, her average 121.38, and Milan only doing 3 70.3s. And again, as a young athlete, is only going to be getting faster and faster. So that's going to be a super interesting matchup, for the most likely the minor places on the podium. Again, Kat Matthews at 4 minutes on those women, unless there's some catastrophe for Kat. I don't see her relinquishing that lead on this race today.
Yeah, the women's podium's still up for grabs, and Sophia Green is losing a bit of time to Kat. It will be interesting to see if that chase group of Grace, Penny, Gabrielle, Milan, and Steph can, pull back Sophia and reduce that time gap into T2, and then the second, third, fourth, fifth minor places on the podiums are definitely up for grabs, which is interesting. It's great. As we see Kat here, just doing her thing, looking great, looking smooth. It's interesting with the men when they go. They're about to get a little bit of they do a slight U-turn before they head back into that botanical gardens for the transition 2. So they will get a look at each other. So Hayden will be able to see that he has carved open a gap. And then Christian might, interestingly, be able to see the, how close he is up to those chasers of Hayden, Jake, Kurt McDonald as well. But yeah, Kat, she's just doing her thing. What do you see, Crowe? She's looking good, looking like she was at the beginning of the of the bike, doing Kat things.
Yeah, she's doing Kat things. I don't want to overstate just how impressive she is to keep turning up event after event, race after race with great legs and just, winning, I guess, when she's expected to win and just being in the mix regardless of who else is on the start line. She just brings a high level of racing every single time she races. And yeah, she's going about her business. The storyline for the women today was always that she was the big favourite, and barring a mechanical or a catastrophe, one of the other girls were going to have to do something amazing. And it feels like it's going to script, although there's still a lot to play out with this race in terms of the podium and the top 5, as you mentioned, and that head-to-head battle between Grace and Milan, which I'm really looking forward to. And you made a good point, Sam, about this course. There are a lot of spots, out and back sections, where you get a good visual on your competition. So they'll all know exactly where they stand, the lead women and the lead men, and what the deficits are looking like coming into T2.
Yeah, and as we move back to Kat, and she's just planned out her season great. She banked a perfect score in Taupo Ironman New Zealand 2 weeks ago, and she's on her way to bank another perfect score at Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and just really smart race planning. I think she's made the trip. It's not an easy trip coming from Europe down to Oceania to race and racing against these Oceania athletes, but yeah, she's just showing that she's on another level and doing great stuff, banking great points for the Pro Series and looking like she's in the box seat again for, as we see Hayden, he's too much power and he unclipped, or is there maybe the broken pedal?
That doesn't look good.
Something has happened.
What's going on here?
Too much power, far too much power. As he, pulling your foot out of a cleat like that certainly indicates something's wrong with the cleat or the pedal. Yeah. But we're going to have a look real quick at the course records. So Precision Fuel and Hydration, are they on pace for a course record here today? And it looks like Hayden is well and truly on pace at 3:28 is his projected overall time. And for the women, Kat Matthews also on pace for a course record day. So she's 3:57. Of course, they still have to do the run. Still a long way to go. But right now, the men and women are both on pace for new course records.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's
the good
happened
news
to Hayden
for Hayden
here.
is...
Yeah, he's right at the end, Crowe. He's, he's got a little downhill and then he wrecks his bike. So if something was going to happen, it's a good time. Well, it's never a good time, but that's when you want a mechanical to happen. And he can just pretty much coast into T2 and hopefully not lose too much time as we head back to Kat Matthews. Nothing wrong with her cleats there.
Yeah,
the
she's still
men.
looking great.
Sorry, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, Hayden's right at the end of the course now, so he could almost literally pedal one-legged down Eastern Beach Road into Ruby transition. So not catastrophic as we see Kat. Yeah, just continuing to go about her business. There's looks like there's something going on here. Hayden makes this right-hand turn, then he'll go up to Herne Parade and make a left-hand turn, and then literally he's got a kilometre downhill to transition. So I'm not sure what exactly has gone on here with Hayden, but it certainly doesn't look ideal.
No. It'll be interesting. We'll be able to see when he dismounts his bike whether he is still got his right foot in the shoe or whether he can leave it on the bike. And yeah, it's unfortunate because he probably did lose a little bit of time, and against someone like Christian and Yella and Jake, every second counts, right? So that 30 seconds that he had might come down to 25 seconds, and it could be a little bit rattling for him. But Hayden's a cool, calm, composed customer. It looks like he's just handling it well, taking it in his stride and doing his thing.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see, as you said, Sam, if his shoe is completely disconnected from the pedal, and if he's just pushing down and not pulling up anymore on that right foot that seemed to be unclicked. So again, fortunately it happened late in the race, right before the downhill section, and he'll be able to get into Ruby T2 and get out on that run course. At last check, it was 48 seconds to Yelligines and 50 to Jake. Christian at 1:22. So again, Christian really not too far off Podium, but the problem is it's Yelligines, Bert Whistle and Wild who are the three ahead of him. So those four are certainly the fastest on foot out there racing today.
An amazing advantage to get as we see him dismount the bike.
Oh, it's still attached.
Yeah, it looks like both are attached. Maybe he just had trouble getting his foot back in the cleats, but amazing to have a 48-second advantage because they were together with about 15k. Oh, as he drops his bike.
It's never a dull moment. Never a dull moment with this man. There's always something going on, which is why I love watching him race. He's an excitement machine.
And the Wahoo Element Bolt time for the bike is 1:56 for Hayden Wild, 1:56.03 for that 90 kilometres. And I believe that is a new course record. I think it was 1:57. We're going to throw down to Tim and Tammy, who are down in transition.
Righto, we're here at the Ruby transition zone. I tell you what, it is 17 degrees. It is heating up. Talking about heating up, a little bit of drama there that the guys were talking about back in the studio with Hayden.
Yeah, that's right. Hayden always has a way of making things exciting, and sometimes it's not always in his control. He did have a bit of an issue with his pedal, and we've got Yelly closing in. They're coming through pretty soon, the chase group. We've got Jake Birthwhistle, Yelly Gaines, and I guess the interesting part here is Hayden is always that little bit unpredictable, which is what makes the race exciting, whereas you have Yelly, who's a structural engineer by training, and you can see that in the way he races. He's very calm, very controlled, and you know that in the later stages of the run, his pacing will come through, and you see that controlled way that he does things. It tends to pay off for him, whereas with Hayden, absolute incredible talent, but you don't know whether he'll just overcook it a little bit. And he has said that the difference in distance between T100 and 70.3, sometimes he hasn't always accounted for that.
Now, Tim, if we look back to our side now, we can see Christian Blumenfeld and Kurt McDonald coming hot into transition. Kurt just looked like he had a little bit of a grimace on his face just then.
I mean, Kurt's had the ride of his life. The interesting thing for me first, Tammy, is Jake Birthwhistle is out on the run, and we know he's made some improvements in his nutrition and his hydration, and I think that's the only part we've seen a little bit of a hole in his game is that last 5 kilometres of the run. So I expect to see really big things from him. He's well in this race. He's only 20 seconds behind Yelly, but the big mover is Christian Blumenfeld, who was 50 seconds back from these guys, and suddenly he's back in the race and with the chasers, only 30 seconds down from Yelly. So Kurt will be an interesting one. He's a young Aussie. He has had a few blow-ups on the run, so that will be interesting to see how that plays out. but Christian Blumenfeld back in the race.
Let's have a little moment. Yesterday morning, we heard at the pro panel, Hayden Wilde, he actually got there a little bit late. He gave me a call. He was doing a practice swim with a group of the guys early that morning, and he actually dolphin kicked a sea urchin. So he gave me a call. He had to go and see the doctor, and he had to get the little pricks out and give himself a foot bath. Do we think that could affect his run in any way?
I mean, you'd never know. The thing with sea urchins, and I grew up on a small island, and we used to get them in our feet, and you'd think you had them all out. And then you find out 3 days later that there's still some pesky spine sitting in the top of your foot. So you don't actually know. There might be a bit of an issue there. Knowing Hayden, how tough he is, I'm sure he would just run through it, but it could be an issue, and it just goes to show Hayden always finds a way to make it exciting.
Yeah, we know not much can kill you in New Zealand, but here in Australia, it could be anything as long as the sea urchin doesn't. We'll check back here with you guys in the studio, and we'll be back when the females come into transition.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tim and Tammy, down in Ruby T2. And now here is where the racing starts. This is where it gets exciting, and this is where we kind of see who has what sort of legs coming off the bike. Hayden with a nice little break, but again, that was Tammy and Tim were saying it. He's a little unpredictable, and he's used to running the T-Run 100, which is 18 kilometers, so it's an extra 3 kilometers that he's racing, and it doesn't sound like much. And, you know, we all train for this, but if you overcook it, which is what he did in New Zealand, I think that race was a little different because it was Taupo and home country, and I think he just was so excited to, you know, get out there and try and win a world title on home soil. It can turn around and bite you.
Yeah, 100%. And Hayden is, you know, he's a racer, and he throws caution to the wind, and that's why we love him. He's, you know, he just has no respect for the distance, and he goes for it, and it's led to some amazing results. What was interesting was how quick Yella's T2 was. He just didn't muck around. He got his shoes on so quickly, and he's already pulled a little bit of time back into Hayden. I think it was 53 seconds into T2, and it's down to 46. So whether or not that was the transition speed, or if it was the first kilometre that they're running, he's actually running faster than Hayden. But yeah, good to see everyone putting socks on to prevent those blisters as well. It's you know, you don't want to be dealing with those halfway through the run.
Yeah, and just talking about those Ruby transition 2 times, Yelageen's 132 through transition. So, Sam, you were very correct there in saying he was fast and furious. Hayden Wilde at 143 and Jake Birtwistle at 144. Yelageen's now, after the first 400 metres, 46 seconds back from Hayden Wilde. So that's all just in transition. So super important to practice those transitions out there. They do make a difference.
Yep, 100%. And they'll be able to see each other on this stretch. It's quite a long stretch. It's pretty rolling. It's not a flat course. It does have some rolling hills and actually a steep hill, a steep pinch as well. So they'll be able to see each other along here. And yeah, Yella and Jake and Christian, they're definitely not out of it. It's they want to keep each other in sight, and yeah, that'll be motivating. They'll be pushing. The podium's still wide open.
And just getting word from Reedy on the ground, he took a look at Hayden's bike, and it was a broken cleat. So he did have a little mechanical there, but fortunately towards the back end of the race. And again, just making it exciting for us at home, the viewers.
Yeah, I think the combination of the little cleat incident and then a great observation, Apo, a lightning fast Ruby T2 from Yelageen's just took 10 to 12 seconds out of Hayden's lead there. So, and that initial footage we had of Yella running along Ritchie Boulevard, he looked fantastic. He always looks great. He's such a smooth, efficient runner. And, you know, we watched a Fighting Chance clip before. He talked about turning up in Texas to try and qualify for Kona. And then we heard Reedy in transition talk about his engineering brain and his process-driven sort of plan and execution. I think he's going to be a revelation in Ironman. I just think with his across-the-board ability in all disciplines, his triathlon IQ, and his temperament, I think he's going to really find Ironman racing to his liking, because all of those things are rewarded. As we're getting a side-on picture here of Hayden, he looks like he's out for a Sunday jog. He's just, face looks pretty relaxed. He's checking the splits quite regularly. And we see this with Hayden. Rinny, you remember when we were in Taupo, New Zealand, we were following him closely, and he was checking the splits very, very regularly, which he tends to do in these longer distance races.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, and maybe more important in a 70.3 distance, right? Like making sure he's kind of checking himself. He sort of mentioned in his A Fighting Chance that he doesn't have a lot of patience, but he's going to need to have patience to make sure he's pacing well and make sure he has enough energy to get through to the end and get through well. But doing a little research here, and Hayden's PR for a 70.3 was in Melbourne in 23, and he ran a 108.01, whereas Yella's PB was in Topor at the World Champs, and he ran at 107.34. So Yella has a faster best 70.3 time. Just interesting to note, again, the gap out of transition was about 45 seconds, so that's right around where their best times are. Does that mean anything? I don't know. It depends who has their best legs on the day, right? So just interesting to note that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Yella is, I think he's said it on social media that he is targeting Ironman Texas, which is in 4 weeks, I think. And Craig, I've got a question for you. How would you find, balancing a 70.3 4 weeks before an Ironman? Would you find that, would you find you'd be in pretty fatigued? Would you be in the heavy volume of your training then, or would you be, freshening up and find that you actually raced quite well for a 70.3 4 weeks out from an Ironman? I know you said there's a lot more racing on and you didn't race as much as some of these guys, but do you have any insight into that?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. It's almost a question we've got to take in context. It's situational. Every athlete's a little bit different, but I loved that 4-week 70.3 race prior to an Ironman. I think with Yella's, training background, his history in the sport, and I know a lot of it was short course and short distance, but I think that's an amazing platform to launch a middle distance career. And then we've seen him for 2 or 3 years now or longer in middle distance just really set the world on fire. Super consistent in his race performances, race to race, super consistent across all the disciplines. I actually think the Ironman training will help him. I think we'll see him lay down one of his best runs today. He looked great out of transition. What Reedy said in T2 just keeps bouncing around in my head. We don't see him make too many mistakes out on course. One of the great quotes was Hayden when they asked him, what's it going to take to win this race? And he said, patience, but I don't have any. Well, I think the opposite can be said with Yella Geens. He has a process, he sticks to the process. But to answer your question, mate, I think this is a perfect lead-in for Texas for him. And I think with the way they will have structured his training the last 3 months, I think he'll be, really ripe to get great performances in both of them, even though they're vastly different distances.
Absolutely. We have the battle well underway in the men's race, but Kat Matthews in the women's race, she is storming towards Ruby T2. Kat Matthews now at 80 kilometres into the bike, so another 10 kilometres for Kat before she makes her way to T2. Sophia Green now at 1:59 back. Penny Slater 4:22 sitting in third. Grace Tech, Clutterbuck, Lumpkus and Agnew still in that group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that group still rolling along, but at 4:30 back. And then the big question mark is Tamara Jewett. She's at 10:15 back. So yes, I mean, I feel like still within reach of a podium because the majority of the women are sitting at that 4:30 back. So that's really only 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes for Tamara Jewett. And if she runs, a 1:14 or a 1:13 or a 1:12, yep. which she can do, that's going to make for some interesting racing. But again, I think Kat Matthews sitting in first place right now, full control of this race, and just, again, not enough positive things to say about this woman coming down to Asia Pacific, having a phenomenal performance in Ironman New Zealand. No point looking behind, Kat. You're all on your own out there, and on course record time, I might add.
Yeah, just looks phenomenal on the bike, and putting on a clinic. But it is interesting with Tamara Jewett. I think those girls in that chase group at 4.5 minutes would probably want a little bit more than 5.5 minutes on Tamara. With her run pedigree, she could, especially on this course, if conditions are favourable, she could easily, like you said, Rinny, run that 1:14, 1:13. She's a phenomenal runner. But yeah, Kat doing Kat things, and here we've got Grace Tech on the right side of the screen, going to the front of that group. Trying to do her best to limit those losses to Kat and maybe put in a little bit more time into Tamara.
Yeah, not only that, but make the, remember at 20 metres, while these women are riding together, she's done the Ironman training. She's been, Milan hasn't done many 70.3 races, so if she can hurt Milan's legs, maybe that battle sways into her favour a little more. So I think it is a good idea for Grace to make the bike as hard as possible, just within the realm of the women around her, because she will have, and again, she's done so many more 70.3s than Milan, who is really the athlete we're looking to. Again, Penny Slater in there too. She'll be a tough one, but I think Grace and Milan are the two runners in that group. And if she can make that bike hard, maybe Milan comes off the bike with a little bit more fatigue in her legs than Grace will.
Beautiful part of the course here, as we just saw Hayden passing some people on a Sunday morning stroll as we move back to the women. But yeah, this course in Geelong, it's just really picturesque. It's probably one of my favourite races in Australia, and that's why I did it. I think I did this race about 6 or 7 times throughout my career. It's just picturesque. I always loved racing here, and yeah, as we see these beautiful images of that water and Hayden running next to it, it's great. How many times did you end up racing here, Crowie? You probably did 5 or 6 as well.
I think I raced here 5 times, yeah, 5 times. So it's a great course. I mean, we've talked about 16-year history in Australia. It is, I think you would say, the traditional start of the season for a lot of athletes coming off a Christmas, New Year break. Always attracts a great field. We've seen some of the best in the world race here. Javier Gomez is on the honour roll. So it's always attracted a great field. As we see Hayden just going through the aid station there, continually just shaking out his hands, trying to keep his arms relaxed. I just saw a message from Reedy in transition saying that Hayden actually carried out a little more nutrition than he did at 70.3 Worlds in Topor back in 2024. So, I mean, that famous race where Yella caught him from a minute back, and there was a lot of conjecture after the race. Did Hayden get his pacing wrong? Was it a nutritional deficiency? I think he's just in the early stages of this run, just watching him, it looks like he's trying to address both of those things. I think he's gone out in a controlled way for him. The splits seems like they're holding strong back to Yella. It's hovering between 44 seconds and 48 seconds. So as we see Jake Birtwistle on screen here, and he's a further 21 seconds behind Yella. So he's having another storming race. Of course, finished second here last year. And these conditions are fast today. It's not windy, not super hot. Before, Rin, you were talking about the precision fuel and hydration course records and course predictions. I mean, both the men's and women's races today, the prediction is for our winner to go somewhere between 3 and 4 minutes under the existing course record. So we'll keep an eye on that as the rest of this run unfolds for the men and the women come to the conclusion of their bike ride and hit the half marathon course.
A big mover we've seen, Christian actually, at the start of the run, his gap to Hayden Wild was over 1:30, and now it's down to 1:11. So, you said Hayden's gone out in a measured effort, and I wonder if Christian has gone out in an unmeasured effort and he's just throwing caution to the wind. But we've got a great battle on our hands as we, I think that's Kurt McDonald there who's locked down in 5th place. But this run is really shaping up. Yella's eating out a little bit of time into Hayden as well. So, yeah, don't move, folks. We've got a great battle coming up.
Yeah, Christian only 6 seconds out from podium. I'm sure he has his mind set on something more than that, but it will take a monumental run because I think Hayden Wild's gone out pretty quick, and Yella Geens too will be, you know, again, will we see 66 or 106s? Hayden Wild in New Zealand, I remember he was saying, you know, I'm going to run a 106. This is just what's going to happen. And he, of course, didn't end up running that time on that day. But is this the day where he can pull that out of the bag, or, you know, is that what it's going to take? I don't know, Crow. What do you think? Do you think we're going to see 66s, or you think we'll see the 107, 108s?
I think it's a course for a 66, depending on what kind of residual fatigue they have after the bike. I remember when we were in Marbella, Casper Storner saying he thought a 66 would win it. And even though that was a flattish course, Marbella, I didn't think it was a super fast course. And 67 ended up winning over there. There were a lot of twists and turns, U-turns. There was a large gravel section. I'm just intrigued with the early splits we're getting here. Is Hayden pacing better? Is he waiting? Is he being patient? Is he saying he's going to do what he typically doesn't do? As we get a look back to Yella and then further back, look at Christian coming through the field. Yeah, so, I mean, that head-on shot can be deceptive. There's probably still, I don't know, maybe half a minute between those boys, but Christian seems to be the flyer. So, yeah, this is intriguing. I presume they would get off the bike together, and it'd be a sort of an iron war type situation, shoulder to shoulder. Well, that's what I was hoping for. That's always exciting. There was a little bit of separation late in the bike, but it's intriguing just watching these little fluctuations in the, I mean, as we get our first good close-up of Christian, he looks good. He looks great, Christian. So, I mean, to your point, Rennie, has he just gone out at a suicide pace thinking, I'm just going to see if I'm on for a 65 or 66 today, and we'll deal with the fallout later? Or, is Hayden being conservative at the start, or is...
Yeah, I was just going to say at 5K now, Christian's at 54 seconds. So he's taken, 35 seconds out of Hayden in 5K. So that puts him hitting the front at 15 kilometers, right? Like, so, yeah, Christian Blumenfeld is a man on a mission. And again, like, is it too much? I mean, the amount of training that he does, and knowing that he has Ironman training under his belt, Ironman and an Ironman just 2 weeks ago under his belt, but, you know, he didn't really, I don't think, you know, touch the sides in that race because he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to perform to his ability. And there's another head-on. You can see Christian in the background. And to your point, Crowe, yes, it's hard to sort of know what that distance is. And I'll tell you what it is. At the last check, it was 18 seconds between Yella and Christian. So, yeah, I mean, Christian's out really, really hot. And we are used to, well, we would have expected Hayden to be out really, really hot. So I don't know if Christian's just breakneck speed or if Hayden's pacing and being patient.
I mean, we watched Hayden last year and he just dominated so many races. And I don't know, Christian looks like he's doing a 400-meter rep, but yeah, I'm just sweaty palms, like loving this, and I want to see them all come together. I want to see them all running together on that second lap. But yeah, Christian looks like he's on the man on the move at the moment.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at the Athletic Brewing Podium Predictor. And right now it has KB. So on pace right now, KB will win this race. Hayden Wild will finish second and Yella Geens will finish third. So at the paces they've gone out at to start this race, that's the predictor. So always interesting to look at that. Again, first 5K, first 10K, still another half or 10 or 11K to go. So has it been too much? Will the three of them come together and we get our wish to see them in an iron war situation running shoulder to shoulder? But yeah, always interesting to sort of see what those paces mean for the end of the race. Right now, Christian Blumenfeld, a man on a mission.
Every time split, it's just dropping 3 to 4 to 5 seconds, isn't it? So,
which is crazy because they're running so fast. So to drop 3 to 4 to 5 seconds is insane.
Yep.
And yeah, again, 40 seconds he's taken out. And, you know, they're only in the opening a few miles of this run.
Hayden does look good, though. He looks controlled. He doesn't look distressed. His face is relaxed. He's not showing too much sign of distress. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if Hayden's under control as well. And he might not even know that Christian's eating out this much time. Like, he will get up here. There's a bit of a out and back section where they will get a good look at each other. So then he might think, oh, I need to shake a leg here and pull my finger out and lift the pace a little bit. But Christian's motivated. He's hungry. He's seeing them get closer and closer, and that's just fueling him. And yeah, we'll just see if it's a sustainable pace or not.
The problem with the podium predictor, I think, is, you know, in this day and age, in this era of racing, these athletes have the capacity to change pace a lot. They have so much top end, such a high threshold, you know, coming from short course racing, and, you know, long distance racing is about steady state effort and rationing your effort, but these athletes are amazing and they have the capacity to change pace, to have a strategy, a pace strategy within a race. And yeah, this race, I mean, the story will unfold as we keep getting splits. It does look like Hayden's still quite relaxed, but he's losing time. There's no doubt about that. And KB is the fastest on course. So, you know, we're coming up now. We're on Herne Parade. He's not far away from the turnaround, which signals the end of one lap. And that'll leave 1.5 laps to go.
Yeah, and last time, check at 6.4 kilometres. Yella's at 34 seconds. So Yella making inroads on Hayden. But KB at 44 seconds, so he's taken about 18 seconds out of Yella. Sorry, 8 seconds out of Yella in that last, K and a bit. So yeah, again, Yella making inroads on Hayden, but so is Christian Blumenfeld. So I believe Christian will run up on Yella's shoulder
pretty soon. Yep. And that will give them both a boost as well. They will be able to feed off each other. They'll be able to maybe share a little bit of work and chasing Hayden down, and that's could spell a bit of bad news for Hayden if those two start working together and yeah, use each other to catch Hayden. But this race is definitely heating up.
Yeah, we have someone on ground just saying it's only 7 seconds now between Blumenfeld and Yellageen. So I think, Sam, it's going to happen sooner than we think. That's
incredible.
And will they use each other to sort of try and work together? I think not. I think Christian will try and just run away, but that will mean Yella's got to respond. Those two ran together shoulder to shoulder pretty much the whole way in Marbella just in November. So they will be very familiar with each other after this race again.
As we see Hayden, this is a little bit of a false flat incline up to this turnaround, and then they're going to get a really good look at each other. And you know that gap, you can't even see Yella and Christian back there, but Hayden's going to make this U-turn shortly and see the chasers, and you know, maybe he's been getting fed information out on course, but this is kind of the real first point in the run where they're going to get a good look at each other.
Yeah, I think you can see it in the background now that's kind of blurred out. But yeah, it's 30 seconds and he'll be able to get a good look at those two men. And has he been pacing and will he sort of start to increase that pace? It looks like those two guys are running together now, actually, in that background. And here we go. Kat Matthews is off the bike and heading into Ruby T2, leading Geelong 70.3 today and making it look pretty easy all day so far. She took control of the race early in the bike, riding along with Sophia Green, and then dispatched of Sophia, and the Wahoo Element Bolt time 2:14.09. And Crowie, is that a course record for... Actually, we're going to throw to Tim and Tammy before we do that. Yep, Tim and Tammy down in transition.
Yeah, Rennie, you're so right. You can just see the quality of an athlete that Kat Matthews is. Of course, 2 times she has won that Ironman Pro Series race. It is great to see her racing with us here. Just a cool, calm, collected athlete, Tim. Really obvious when she got into the Ruby transition zone.
Yeah, I think for Kat, this is the ideal scenario. She didn't have to go deep to the well. We've got to go this way. We didn't have to go deep to the well in Ironman New Zealand, and I don't think she's going to have to go deep into the well for this event either, which is the great way to play this series. You don't want to have to be emotionally depleted so early in the season. She can tick off those wins and not be destroyed for late season World Championships, which is so important.
There was a few hecklers in the crowd yelling out some splits to her. One of the names I heard Mark, her husband, yell out is Tamara Jewett. He gave that time split to Tamara. Of course, Tamara is someone we do have to watch on the run. But let's talk about some of our other females. Sophia Green, we're not going to see her too far away coming in. But, of course, we've got Grace Tech, Penny Slater, Milan Agnew. We're excited to see what these women are doing, racing towards that second place.
Yeah, I mean, Sophia did really well hanging in with Kat there for a long part of the ride. You could see the pain on her face at the halfway point, and I think eventually that did catch up with her. We've seen her drop off, but she's still in a great position. She's, a couple of minutes up on the main chase group. So hopefully for Sophia, she can really have her run legs and hold on to a second place. But we do really have a great race for second place with, as you mentioned, we've got Grace Tech, for example, in that chase group.
Yeah, and she, of course, holds the run course record, 1:18:58. So we know Grace can run. She will have her eyes on the prize. And, of course, chasing that Ironman Pro Series as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think for a lot of these ladies, getting that early result in the Pro Series sets them up to bank some points, and then they can be a little bit more selective how they race the rest of the year, especially if they are chasing that huge pro purse that is available for those racing the series.
I'm really happy to see Sophia Green having the race that she is. Of course, we still have the Hoka run ahead of her. She's a great young athlete, really good attitude. So far, so good.
Well, she actually looks quite fresh coming in. She looks better now than she did halfway through the bike, which I think is a great sign. She doesn't look hot. She doesn't look flustered. Transition is going quite smoothly. I think that her falling off the back of Kat is probably the best thing that could have happened to her. It seems like she's regained her composure, and she's probably taken on fuel, taken on hydration. I think it was the best thing that could have happened.
Absolutely. Now let's talk a little bit about every second matters. 2,500 points on offer, and the athletes that are behind our winning athletes will lose 1 second for every moment that they're losing. So Sophia currently sitting in that second spot, but the chase pack, we're not going to see them too far away. These guys, they're not just only racing for that, but they're racing for a world champ slot. So we've got 3 on offer for the males, 3 for the females. We know Tamara has one, Kat has one, and there's one other female that does in our field.
Well, that's right. I think the way the points are structured is fantastic because there's no time in the race when you can just let up. If you want to be high in that series, you keep racing. It doesn't matter whether the places are sorted. If you're in 6th place, I've got to get as many seconds back on Kat, or not lose as many on Kat as I can. I think a lot of the women will have a bit of a bone to pick with Kat. She needs to slow down so that there's not such a big gap. The interesting thing for me will be how will Tamara, who's 10 minutes back, can she move into that 2nd or 3rd place? I mean, it might seem like an insurmountable lead. It's 10 minutes, which sounds huge, but we think about the fact that she ran more than 10 minutes quicker than everyone faster than everyone at Ironman New Zealand. So 5 minutes to the chase group that she's trying to get back to get on the podium, that's very possible.
We're going to cross back to you guys in the studio. We'll check in you very, very shortly out by towards that finish line on the run course.
Yeah, thanks, Tim and Tammy. Great to see some of the women off the bike. We have a few more coming off shortly, but this here is what we've all been hoping for. That's Christian Blumenfeld. He's sitting in 2nd. Jelle Geens on screen right now, sitting in 3rd. The men are coming on a slight downhill or false flat down, though, at this section, but they're within 30 seconds of each other. It looks like Christian went straight past Jelle, and he now has Hayden Wilde in his sights. Incredible.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have picked this.
Amazing running, and I think it's even closer than that 28 seconds that the track is showing us. Christian, just a man on a mission, looking open palm, sprinting, looking like he's doing a 400 rep, just incredible running. And he's just blown past blown past Jelle, and he's on the move to get to Hayden. It's amazing. What are your thoughts, Crowe?
Yeah, so we see Christian Blumenfeld sitting in 2nd place, but man, he is rolling. It's unbelievable. He's up on his toes. It looks like he's sprinting, and he basically is sprinting. To be putting that much time into the 2-time 70.3 defending world champion, also Geelong champion as well, and running up on Hayden Wilde, who was basically unstoppable at middle distance racing all of last year. actually the last couple of years. And kind of, I mean, a lot of people were saying Hayden won't be beaten at this race, but I mean, still too early to call, right? But I'm well impressed with Christian Blumenfeld and how good he looks right now.
Yeah, I don't know if it is too early to call. I think every image we see, it's just closer and closer. I think this pass is going to happen momentarily, and providing that Christian doesn't blow up and he hasn't gone out at a suicide pace, I think he's going to pass Hayden probably pretty aggressively, try and get rid of him quickly, and then he can settle. Once he's established a bit of a gap, he can settle into maybe a more sustainable rhythm. But this is just phenomenal running. Like, nobody could have picked this when he came down a minute to Hayden into T2. Hayden last year showed that he was the untouchable, especially on the run, and Christian has just come off and delivering a fantastic performance, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. And as we see Christian Blumenfeld running up onto Hayden's shoulder now, taking a quick peek to see if Jelle Geens is still with him. And he does have some separation between him and Jelle, about 10 seconds at last time check. But we are about to see a lead change at 70.3 Geelong. And there it goes. Christian Blumenfeld now taking the lead from Hayden Wild at Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and you see Christian, a little bit of a grimace on his face. He's taking this lead change very seriously. He wants to put the hammer down. He wants to sort of try and dispatch of Hayden, but I think Hayden will do whatever it takes to stick with him.
Yeah, for sure. I think Christian really wants to kind of capitalize on this, and he'd want to be going past with authority, but it looks like Hayden, you know, he's mustering up some strength, so it's good to see. And yeah, Hayden, he looked like he was going through a bit of a bad patch, but he's lifted and he's hanging tough onto Christian. But we'll see if Christian's able to eke out a little bit more of an advantage, because he pulled out a minute within 10 kilometres, so he's absolutely running quite a bit faster than Hayden. But we'll see if Hayden's able to sustain the pace.
Yeah, and that's the question right now, is did Christian just go out breakneck speed to catch up? Or has Hayden just been pacing himself very well? And it does look like Hayden is able to match. And now Hayden, again, he doesn't like them to be in front for very long at all. He says, nope, I'm going back. I'm happy to take the lead. This is where I feel most comfortable. So Hayden running right next to Christian, shoulder to shoulder. It's almost like the finish line's a long way away, boys. You don't have to do this yet. Sort of settle in. But neither of these two men willing to succumb to the other.
No, you know, I think just two aggressive racers wanting to assert dominance. And you saw Hayden, you know, just edge up onto Christian's shoulder there, say, hang on, mate, I'm still here. You know, you're not going to get rid of me that quickly. And yeah, Hayden just reminding Christian that he is a great runner, but Christian hits the front again, striding out. We'll see if it's too much for Hayden to sustain for the next 10 kilometres. But what a race we have here. And it looks like Jelle is still within touching distance. He's 13 seconds behind, so definitely not over. So the podium is still up for grabs.
Yeah, 10K. That time just keeps creeping out, though. The last little check that went by, it was 10.1 kilometers. He's 16 seconds back. So it seems like that time split is not going in his favor at this point in time. But with Christian running up on Jelle's shoulder, on Hayden's shoulder, you know that they've increased the pace. So of course Christian's been running at breakneck speed the whole time. Hayden now has lifted, and they're in like a mental battle right now. It's kind of like, okay, let me see what you've got. Okay, no, I feel good here. I can sustain this pace. Let me see if I can eke ahead of him and push him a little further. It's kind of a chess game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is that iron war that Craig was speaking about earlier, as we have some spectators running alongside. What a spectacle for the everyone down there watching in Australia and everyone watching live around the world. This is the race we wanted to see. It was hyped up. It was these three amazing athletes, Christian, Hayden, Jelle, arguably the top three middle distance athletes in the world. And to have this battle halfway through the run, it's everything we could have hoped for.
Yeah, and as we see Hayden, it just kind of now sitting on Christian's shoulder, but not giving him an inch. I mean, they're locked together in a full-on duel. And again, they're used to running head-to-head after coming from the hat gets turned around. It means business. It's time to turn the hat back. That generally means, okay, time to take off. But yeah, they're not unfamiliar with running, you know, head-to-head, shoulder-to-shoulder with other athletes. You know, in long course racing, we don't see it a lot, but both of these men coming from short course racing, racing Olympic distance races, racing at the Olympics, and there's often 4, 5, 6 men running together. So certainly not unfamiliar, but this race is shaping up to be one for the ages. It does look like Christian's taking a little bit of time out of Hayden now. Christian, a man on a mission.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Yeah, you can get it.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing at my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. And by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. All right, Sam. We have Christian hitting the lead now. Looks to me like he's making a little bit of a gap, has created a little bit of gap on Hayden Wild. Yeah, that aerial view shows that's a sizable gap. So yes, Hayden Wild maybe not pacing himself as we maybe, or not sort of having a poker face there. He was pushing as best he could, but Christian Blumenfeld just running phenomenally well. And we, of course, have Jelle Geens sort of 15 seconds back as well. But yeah, Christian just seems like he's sprinting. He's just still sprinting. He's been sprinting since he got off the bike.
Phenomenal running, and it looks like Hayden is in danger of losing even second place. Jelle's moving up there as well, as we saw through that aid station. Jelle not too far behind Hayden either. So, you know, provided Christian's probably feeling a lot more comfortable now that he's out in the lead, he's got a gap, he can settle into a more sustainable pace, providing that first 10K. And I'm just assuming that first 10K pace was not sustainable, but, you know, looking at how he's still running, it looks like he wants to, you know, he wants to decimate his competition, and that's the racer that we love. That's Christian, right? It's why we love him, and it's why he's so good.
Yeah, and I think after coming off New Zealand and, I mean, being bitterly disappointed having that mechanical, and then, sorry, we'll just really quick have a look at the Ruby T 2 times from the pro women, and Wallace at 2:01, Grace Tech at 2:02, and Milan Agnew at 2:12. So Tech having a nice little jump on Agnew, which is a battle we'll be looking to follow in the women's race momentarily. But going back to Christian, you know, after New Zealand and just not performing to the best of his ability, not having the capacity to. And I think, he had that mechanical, but also that nutritional problem. And when you sort of, either have too many calories, you just get shut down. So then you cannot perform. You're basically just on the ropes. You're kind of just out there jogging around, to now being able to fully execute, and just having all of that motivation as well. I think that is all just fuel to the fire, and he's using all of that right now, and just phenomenal. These are the best. Well, there's other very good men over this distance, but these are 3 of the very best in the world going head to head, and Christian is just making the other 2 guys look like amateurs almost.
Yeah. And he must have heard Craig a couple of hours ago. Craig said that Christian hasn't been himself for the past 12 months. And I think looks like he took that personally. And he's like, I'm going to show you. But yeah, just he's not even letting up at all. And you can see the difference in the body language. And Hayden looks a little bit more hunched over. His stride is quite short. He's not really using his arms as much as Christian to drive himself forward. And we can see Yella just hovering in the background as well. So, yeah, the battle for second and third is still up for grabs as well.
Yeah, and I would say Yella looks to have the upper hand. I think Hayden with that little battle with Christian, sort of having to go sort of above his threshold, that takes it out of you. And, then you're kind of deflated because, I'm the leader of this race. I expect to win this race. And then I'm not winning this race. So you have to find, some positive self-talk. You have to get yourself back in the game. And Yella looks to be, making inroads on him now. But again, you just keep... It's kind of comical. You go back to the image of Christian compared to the other men, and he's just up on his toes, and he looks like it's just completely different. It's different body language, different cadence, and yeah, again, he's sprinting, and the other guys are running.
Yep. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it, isn't it? He just looks like he's... And I've said it before, it looks like he's at the track doing a 400-metre rep and the other guys are in a half marathon.
Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable that he's able to just maintain this pace. So, yeah, I'm very... Give me some podium predictor times on what this man's going to run, because I feel like this pace is out of control.
Yeah, it is. And you can see him checking his watch, and I wonder if there is... I wonder if he does have a run time in mind that he wants to run. And last year at Oceanside, he was well out of the race after a mechanical, and he still got off the bike and ran a 1:07 or something. And, even when he didn't need to run that hard, he did, because he just loves punishing himself. And we're just seeing that here again. And he'll want to run fast. He'll want to be that guy that runs the 1:06 and executes the best run of these 3. And yeah, there was a few question marks around his form coming in after his disappointment at New Zealand, and I think there was a couple of things outside his control that led to a disappointing race for him, but he's definitely back, and it's shown that he was in good form. It just didn't come together in New Zealand, but it's definitely coming together for him today.
Yeah, and Croy, any thoughts on the past sort of 5-10 minutes of this race?
Yeah, a lot of thoughts. I've been given a red card for riding Christian off. So, I guess they say never ride off a champion. I feel he hasn't been the same athlete the last 6 months who we'd seen previously. And maybe that's because he just set the bench so high. I'd never seen an athlete bounce around between distances the way he did. And I thought at some point maybe we're seeing the toll that it's taking on his body. He's not working with his coach anymore. But no, he's just showing what a great champion he is. I mean, the question I've got for you guys, do you think Hayden overbiked and Christian was just had a plan and stuck to it, or was he struggling? I mean, he didn't look to be struggling on the bike. His cadence was great, but you rarely see him get distance on the bike as we see him coming up now to pass one of the athletes, one of the female athletes. I mean, this looks to be the best version of him on the run course. I can't recall too many races where he's been distanced on the bike the way he was today.
And to be distanced by Hayden and Yella as well, like it takes some confidence to ride your own race and let those guys ride away from you and trust that you're going to run them down, right? Like if that is the case, then it's very, very risky, I would say. But maybe it was, because we saw when he got dispatched after the first lap that he didn't actually lose that much time in the second lap. He rode his own power, and you said it before, Craig, like sometimes riding your own race, you actually get off and run better, and we've seen that with Christian today.
And we're back with a female leader, but we're going to throw it down to Tim and Tammy, who are on the ground in Geelong.
Thanks, guys. Apo's hands are sweaty, my knees are weak, and Riddy's arms are heavy because things are really, really heating up down here. We're having so much fun. The energy is so high. Record crowds on site here at Geelong. We just saw Tamara Jewett run past us. She was not looking comfortable at all, Riddy. Maybe some of those Ironman New Zealand sort of effects creeping up on her?
Oh, for sure. I mean, anyone runs a marathon that fast, it's very hard to recover in 14 days. Kat Matthews still leading the way and doing it quite comfortably at 3:40 per K pace. And the only person really matching her pace is Grace Tech. So at this stage of the race, you'd say Grace is probably going to move into second place and take over Sophia.
We have been glued to the broadcast. We're watching what's going on. The crowds were absolutely screaming. When we saw KB run past before and Hayden and Yella racing up to those guys, the crowds were absolutely screaming. We're excited to see how the rest of this race unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got Kat Matthews coming through right now, but I mean, the big story has been the change in lead by Christian Blumenfeld. For myself, when I was watching the pro panel in New Zealand, not only did he have a bad race with the extension falling off his bike and vomiting during the race, I actually think he was sick leading into that race. And we've never seen Christian have two bad races in a row. It's like he has a bad one, he puts it behind him, and he uses it as fuel to come out and just remind everyone who the king is. And today, Christian is showing that once again. I think when Christian is motivated, healthy, and nothing goes wrong, you can see that over this distance, he's very, very, very tough to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a little joke yesterday on site, of course, Gustav and Casper. If you guys are watching, which no doubt you are, I think Christian missed having you down here at New Zealand and 70.3 Geelong. But, you know, the crowds love Christian. It is incredible. He was running so strong. But I tell you what, when we saw Yellow run past, there was just a look in his eyes because he's the one that is used to leading these guys in those last races that they've done.
Well, I think what we see with Yella is he'll come through in that last 7 kilometres of the run. So I wouldn't discount him by any way at all. And same with Jake. Jake's still very much in the mix. Jake Burkwhistle. Oh, so he's a minute back, but I still think anything could happen. We know that guys do explode when they've overextended themselves. So I don't know if we'll see Hayden completely drop off, but it doesn't look like he's having his normal dominant sort of performance.
This is a really good spot to be standing. Very shortly, we could be seeing the females come past us, a little bit later on with the males. But let's talk a little bit about some of the other females, of course, out with us today. We mentioned before that Grace Tech holds that run course record here in Geelong. 1 minute 18:58. We're going to keep an eye on those times. She's storming ahead. She loves this race. It's always great to have Grace. It's always great to have Grace running with us here in Oceania.
Yeah, Grace has got that 1 hour 18 record. That's world class, and the thing that'll be interesting to me is how much Kat shuts it down in the back half of this race. I think Grace should move into that second place, but we also know if this is the first race of the season, it's never flat. There's like a few stretches of this race that are flat, and the rest is quite hilly, and there's short, sharp downhills. And if you haven't had a lot of races going into that, suddenly you get to that last 5-6 kilometres and you're like, wow, my quads are in absolute pieces. And you see people suddenly pull up like a little bit lame, like they're like, oh, I didn't expect to be in this much pain. So we will see whether some athletes doing their first race, that could change the last bit of this run.
We hear the motos, we hear the crowds. Let's have a look back down here. KB is on his way. He looks so good. Reedy, talk us through what you can see running with Christian right now. Is that a grimace or a smile?
That's just how he races, Tammy. I think when he's pushing, he's not hiding the fact that he's pushing hard, but he's got a VO2 max of about 400. So that's a joke. He does have probably one of the highest measured VO2 max scores ever measured, which just shows this program that he's been in as part of the Norwegian development program. They've just worked with him over many years, and it's come to light now that they're just so dominant with 2 or 3 of the best guys in the world in triathlon, not to mention in other sports where Norway also does extremely well. So Yella's coming through now. He doesn't look like he's too panicked. He looks like he's not breathing too heavy. There's a slight strain, of course. It's not easy running close to 3 minute K pace, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Christian start to see the effects of having that big surge. There's no way you can't be depleting glycogen. And there goes Hayden, who's looking like he's playing defense right now. Now, I think Christian's big advantage here was he did back off on the bike. That 20-metre draft rule has really helped because it meant that he could just ride his own race. He's not doing those surges that happens when you are having to react to other people and keep changing that pace on the bike. And here comes Grace. You know, it is that slightly unconventional run style, but geez, she moves fast.
Yeah.
Over here, Tammy, look at her face. What do you see?
Oh, she is just cool, calm and collected. She loves this race. Shoulders are back. She's arms are just pumping through there. Sophia Green as well, sitting in third now. Nice and tight race for those ladies. She's got a new tri-suit. I know Grace is really proud about that. But I tell you what, I am excited. You can't help but just get caught up in the hype being out here on course.
No, you can't, absolutely. And interestingly, Grace has had a busy week. On Thursday, she was a bridesmaid. It will be interesting if she's the bridesmaid today, getting second place. That would sort of be fitting for my little wordplay. So, yeah, Grace is looking good. I think she's not going to be slowing down. Grace always does the work. She's a calculated athlete who has always trained in what I can see a very clever way. So I think Sophia looks like she's starting to feel the pinch a little bit. She's had to ride with Kat. That's going to start to add up on her, and let's hope that she can just find something on that second lap and stay strong.
All right, we'll cross back to you guys in the studio and we'll see you closer to the finish line very shortly.
Thanks so much, Tammy and Tim. I'm going to stop calling you Tim Tam because it makes me hungry. Down in Australia, they have these biscuits called Tim Tams. They're unbelievable. Anyway, back to the race and the Morton Momentum Index. The movers are Christian Blumenfeld up 3 spots, of course. Osborne up 3 and also Asher up 3. So they're the athletes that are making up places here on the run. But here's an interesting thing for you guys. I asked what pace was KB on at this current breakneck speed. 104.27. So if it's mind-blowing. I don't even have words for what is happening in front of our eyes right now. Of course, he'll have to hold on to that same speed, which he does seem to be. I mean, he will slow a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 105 and change. And have we seen a 105 and change in a 70.3 before? I don't think so.
I think 105 is I don't think we've ever seen a 105. And
yes,
we have. Sorry, Craig.
One time we have. Yeah, 2018 World Championships in Port Elizabeth, we saw Frodeno ran a 105. Is that correct, or was it a 106, Sam?
I think it might have been a 106. Off the top of my head, I think it was a 106, but I could be wrong. Either way, Christian is on pace to, break a run course record. And
shoot me a message if we've seen a 105 before. We believe this might be the first 105, unless Crowe does have a phenomenal memory for stats, so I wouldn't put it past him. But Yella Geens has actually moved into second place as well. While we were down with Tim and Tammy, Yella went past Hayden Wild, so Yella now taken second place and Hayden dropping back to third. Yella, but 47 seconds back on Christian. Christian just has complete control. He's just on another level here today. Unbelievable racing from Christian Blumenfeld.
And don't forget, Yella's still on. If they hold this, Yella's still on for a 105 as well. If they hold this pace, and it's Christian is just going to the well. He wants this run course record. He wants to decimate everyone. Yeah, amazing. And this course, I've raced this race plenty of times, and it's a legit 21.1K as well. So phenomenal running, phenomenal running.
Can confirm. And so I did get confirmation. Frodeno ran a 106.33 Crowe in 2018. So we have not yet seen a 105. Again, we may or may not see it. As it stands right now, he was, at last check, on pace for a 104, 27. So, taking into account he'll probably slow a little bit in the last sort of 5 kilometers. But it'd be cool to see him squeak under 106. The king is back. But if you are liking what you're seeing, racing down in Oceania, there's plenty of opportunities. Experience some of the world's most iconic Ironman and Ironman 70.3 triathlons in Australia and New Zealand. All 2026 events are filling up fast, so don't miss out on your chance to race down under. From Australia's Great Barrier Reef home of Ironman Cairns, to the stunning Ironman Australia in Port Macquarie, to the cosmopolitan capital city of Melbourne, just up the road from here. There is a race for everyone in Oceania in 2026. Register now at ironman.com or use the QR code on screen. Sam, what you don't have much to say. What do you say?
I'm just enjoying, the scenes. It's amazing running, and you can see the grimace. He's going on this uphill section. Once he makes his U-turn, there is it's basically all downhill to the finish. So, yeah, and you can see that gap. You can't see Yella in the background. So he's well clear, but he definitely wants that record. And he is racing next weekend as well. So surprisingly, he's not, shutting it down and taking the win and calling that good enough. Like, he wants the record. He wants the fastest run ever. And he's on the way to do that. It's amazing. As we switch to Yella, he's at the bottom of this climb now. And there's Hayden in the background, who's still holding pretty strong. But yeah, just phenomenal running by all three of these guys, actually. Like, let's not take away that Yella and Hayden are still running very well also.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard when you have Christian up the front just on another level today, just having one of those beautiful days where the legs just turn up and you feel like you can just push all day long. But Yella always turning up at every single race and putting in phenomenal run splits. Hayden Wild, unstoppable last year. So just this battle on the day. Christian so far looking like he just is, again, a man on a mission.
Yeah, he looks incredible as he's making this final little stretch down to the top turnaround, completing his second lap, not far to go now. He looks incredible. I mean, you're right, Sam. If this man's on pace for a 104.30 or a 105, that means Yella's, not far off that, and Hayden as well. So it's been, every time KB does something, I guess we should know not to doubt him. That stretch of racing he had in 2022 when he went third in Kona, 3 weeks later, won the Ironman 70.3 Worlds, and then a week after that, went and raced a WTCS race in his hometown of Bergen, which was a sprint distance race, thank you very much, and got second. The range that he has, particularly coming down in distance, is incredible. But, that race last weekend, the Ornison injury, you're right, Ren, maybe it just didn't hurt him. He wasn't able to go in the well. But to me, it's still incredible that he's going to get on a plane tomorrow and fly over the Pacific to race in Oceanside next weekend off a 6-day turnaround. He continues to do things that just defy the textbook.
Yeah. I have an anecdotal story about Christian. He did the Paris test event a few years ago. It might have been 2023, and then flew to Asia and did another middle distance event. And he landed at like 10 p.m. the night before the race, and he was seen in the gym, in the treadmill, at midnight the night before the race, just landed after that long haul flight, doing a treadmill session the day before, or hours before he was supposed to race. So the man just, he just gets it done. And I think I can confirm that story. I was in Singapore. He raced the test event in Paris, finished 5th, Olympic distance draft legal, flew to Singapore. He wasn't doing a tough session on the treadmill. It was more like a shakeout run, but it was at close to midnight. And then he came out and won the middle distance race the next day.
Yeah, just again, amazing from Christian Blumenfeld. What we should expect no less. I do have one little thing to add. It was actually Casper Storns with the fastest 70.3 run at 106.02 in Nice in 2021. So he has the fastest, possibly until today. But we are with Yella Geens, who's sitting in second place. Christian Blumenfeld just up the road, man on a mission, about 45 seconds ahead. And Hayden Wild sitting in third. We are in for a phenomenal finish here.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sound sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as the pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Ironman 70.3 Geelong is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by Ruby, the indoor cycling experience. Beautiful view of Geelong here, and Christian Blumenfeld sitting nicely in first place. He's got a minute lead on Yelagines. Yelagines, the two-time world champion, defending champion here in Geelong. And we have a split screen now of female. We did see a moment ago, Christian Blumenfeld did run by Kat, so Kat's just a little behind Christian. Kat, of course, on her first lap, Christian on his second of this 2.5 laps. But yeah, again, he's just running away, making Yella, I don't know, it's just phenomenal to watch. You see him roll down that hill. That's a steep little decline too. It's hard. It's hard. You can lose your legs on that.
Yeah, and it's probably quite painful at 20K when you're running that fast as well. The quads are burning, and then you go down that downhill with the you know, eccentric loading. But Christian's, he's within a kilometre to go. You can see that Ferris wheel is pretty close to the finish. He's going to go around the transition here, and then the finish is a little bit away from the transition, but not too far. It's only, yeah, probably under a kilometre from here. We'll catch a view of that Ferris wheel, and that's basically where the finish is. So he's about to wrap it up, and yeah, it looks like he's still running hard. He's still, you know, he doesn't want to ease up. He's not going to, he's enjoying it, I'm sure, but he's not going to slow down. I wonder if he'll give any high fives as he gets closer to the finish line, or if he just all eyes on the time.
But to your point earlier, Apo, he's racing again next weekend in Oceanside. So he's coming out hot this season. A lot of athletes would sort of establish their lead, you know, try and get that win, maximum points. But Christian, he just seems like, you know, he's on a mission. He wants to run a fast time and give notice to all the men around the world. If he runs a 104 or a 105, that's sort of resetting what we thought was possible almost. I think 106 has been kind of the, okay, can we run that? Or that's always sort of what the men talk about. To win the world title, you're going to have to run it in the 106 realm. Now that conversation is going to change.
Yeah, 100%. It's, yeah, and Christian and a lot of the Norwegians have been at the forefront of a lot of change within triathlon over the last 5 years. I think they were kind of pioneered this, you know, higher carb fueling and, yeah, kind of rewriting the rules of what is possible. And we're seeing more rules being rewritten today as Christian storms home to this phenomenal run. And, you know, it doesn't seem like that long ago where sub 110 was, you know, there was only a handful of people doing that. And now the standard is 105. It's, yeah, it's insane just to see the level that this sport's getting to, and competition is just breeding more competition, and we love to see it.
Not far to go now for KB as he comes back up towards the pier. He'll make a right-hand turn in a few hundred metres, and then another right-hand turn into the finish chute at Steam Packet Gardens. It's been just a majestic performance by a man who a lot of people think is the greatest male triathlete we've ever seen. I mean, he has the Olympic title on his resume. He has a WTCS world title, 70.3 world title, Ironman world title. He's got the box set.
Ironman Pro
and he
Series.
just continues to inspire and amaze.
Absolutely. He also won the Ironman Pro Series last year as well, so that's another little title he's racked up. Yeah, what can't this man do across every single distance? And again, at the pointy end of, you know, breaking through barriers, turning the hat around, making sure he's sponsor correct, so enough presence of mind to make sure everything's zipped up and ready for that finish line, but not slowing down one bit.
I wonder if he's going to eke under that 3:30 barrier. Is at 3:28.30 at the moment. He's got to make a little kind of U-turn here into the finish, but yeah, he's definitely going to go under that course record of 3:33 from last year from Jelle Geens, but will he break 3:30?
I'm just getting an update. Jelle took 20 seconds out of KB somehow in that last section. So, oh no, maybe that was an incorrect because now it's bounced back and it looks like Jelle's at 1:05. So we just had a little incorrect. You know, I don't know how Jelle would have taken 20 seconds out of him. Looking at Christian, I'm like, that doesn't seem right. But no, Jelle's at 1:05 back. We just saw a little split that was 31 seconds. That was incorrect. But Christian Blumenfeld.
Little grin to the camera.
Yep. Little sideways glance. He'll make a right-hand turn now and make his way towards that finish line. And we're still showing a 1:04, guys. So we'll see when he crosses, but that's just bypassing 1:05.
Mind-blowing.
Now reading, sorry, now reading 1:05, so 1:05 low.
Still mind-blowing if you consider that the quickest recorded time was 1:06.02 to Casper Stornes. I mean, to take seconds off that would be incredible. To take nearly a minute is amazing. Well, he looks like he's slowing down a little bit. He's
I know.
Pumping the air now, acknowledging the crowd, and a little smile here and there.
One last look over the shoulder, a few high fives. Giving the crowd what they came for is Christian Blumenfeld. Don't slow down. I want to see that 1:05. I mean, I'm sure he will too. It's always nice to record a fastest ever 70.3 run time.
He's enjoying this finish. He's going to lose 1:06 if he's not careful.
Yeah, come on, Christian, go back out. And that's Christian Blumenfeld, 70.3 Geelong champion today.
Phenomenal race. And we'll wait for that confirmed run split. And he's over the moon, as he should be. What a performance.
Unbelievable racing from Christian Blumenfeld. Again, I sort of thought maybe he's, you know, a little bit off, and as Crowe said, you know, has been a little bit off the last, you know, 6 months. 1:06.39. Okay, so not even close to that 1:05. Our predictors were a little off, but still 1:06.39. He probably lost 15 seconds. Still a low 1:06, one of the fastest ever times over 70.3. Jelle Geens coming in second place here. And nothing to be ashamed of. A phenomenal race here for Jelle Geens. Just 4 weeks out from his first Ironman in Texas.
And interestingly, 2 minutes faster than he went last year, but it still wasn't enough. As we see Hayden Wild coming in to round out the podium. I think he'll be disappointed, but it's still a great race. On short notice.
Yeah, he'll be under the course record too.
He does get the Nice. He gets the Nice qualification importantly too. So, selfishly, we'll get to watch these three men go at it again at the World Championships, which should be spectacular.
Absolutely. These three men did not disappoint. They came in as the three favorites to this race, and hard to pick on paper. We had Hayden Wild possibly, but Jelle Geens, a two-time defending champion, but Christian Blumenfeld today was the man that was just unbelievable all day long. And he takes maximum points for the Ironman Pro Series, so he gets his 2,500 points. And now that clock starts to tick down for the athletes behind him. Of course, 1 point per second as the athletes cross the finish line. And we go back to the leader of the women's race, Kat Matthews, still well in control here. She is losing a little bit of time to Grace Tech. Again, Grace Tech has the run course record here at I think 18:59 or thereabouts. So Grace Tech, her ninth time racing here in Geelong. She's been on the podium every single time. It looks to be another podium day for Grace Tech. Kat Matthews still in control.
Yeah, Kat's in control, but interestingly, Grace has pulled out quite a bit of time, and you know, I'm sure Kat is enjoying the luxury of having time up her sleeve, so she's probably running within herself. But Grace is moving really, really well, and yeah, just a phenomenal record here in Geelong for Grace. And Kat, she's also, I believe, doing Texas in a month, so she's likely thinking about that as well. She wants to pull up from this race as best as possible, get back into Ironman training. But yeah, she's just doing it quite comfortably at the moment, I would say. And yeah, back to the men's with Christian getting maximum points for the Pro Series for his win. He will, yeah, be happy about that after leaving quite a few points on the table at New Zealand 2 weeks ago. So yeah, he's back on track with a good score today.
Grace Tech's record at this race is incredible, really, when you think about it. Any sort of domestic or international level event, to have 9 starts for 9 podium finishes really is an amazing record. Speaks to great consistency. It is like a hometown race for Grace, being from Melbourne. So I think she always has family and friends here, and you just have good emotions and good feelings when you're racing at home. But as we see Kat take on board some nutrition here, and yeah, I think this is where Kat is just really good at managing not only the race today, but also her whole season. I think we saw her do it in Ironman New Zealand 2 weeks ago. There was some footage during the race, Rinny, when Mark was out on the course telling her that she had a substantial lead and she could choose to pace however she pleased at that point, in light of the fact that she did have Geelong coming up in 2 weeks and then Texas another 4 weeks after that. So a lot of strategy and planning goes into Kat's season. She certainly doesn't have that spring that she had the last lap, but she's heading out to Rippleside Park now along the Esplanade for the last time. So she'll make that turn up at the eastern end of the course, head back along the waterfront where we just saw our men's leaders run along. So it's still a 3-minute gap. Grace is running, well, it's now down 2:45. So Grace is actually on the charge here. Great race, but we'll keep an eye on these splits. It feels like we've seen this scenario play out before, though, where Kat seems to be managing a lead.
Yeah, and as at that first 10K, Grace had taken 1:10 out of Kat, and you know, Grace does look to be running along very, very nicely, but still 2:45 behind Kat, and we're well past the halfway point. I think Kat's still in control. Yeah, she still has to, you know, she's got a little grimace on her face, actually. You don't usually see much of a grimace on Kat's face, so she definitely is having to work for it, and I'm going to say that that's Ironman New Zealand still in her legs. You know, with a 3-4 minute lead off the bike, I think any other day of the week or the year without an Ironman in your legs, Kat's running a 1:16 or a 1:17, no problem. But I think today with that Ironman in her legs and knowing, you know, she has a nice lead, she doesn't need to go to the well. She can kind of pace it out a little bit more. But again, I don't think she's particularly happy or comfortable at this moment. Grace looks great, though. I think at 4 weeks out, I mentioned earlier, I felt like 4 weeks out, running a half marathon was a really great indicator of where your fitness is at, a great little fitness bump and confidence builder. And, you know, I always sort of felt like I raced very well within that Ironman preparation at around this phase, because most of the big work is done. There's still some more big sessions to be done for sure, but at this point of preparation for an Ironman, most of the work should be done.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, back on to Kat. She doesn't quite look as smooth as she was maybe in New Zealand. And yeah, I think you're right, Rinny. Just probably a little bit of lingering fatigue there, but still well in control. 2 minutes 45 with about 8 kilometres left. You know, that's plenty of time up her sleeve. She can run within herself quite comfortably and, yeah, tie up this win here. But, yeah, great running from Grace, and she's definitely extended herself away from those other chasers that she came off the bike with.
Yeah, absolutely, and still looking down to where Tamara Jewett is. She's sitting in 8th place right now. Doesn't seem to be running as well, and again, she has Ironman New Zealand and a crazy fast run at that in Ironman New Zealand. So, yeah, I mean, hard to back up a 70.3, a very fast run after going to the well in New Zealand.
Christian Blumenfeld, what a performance. A 106
down at High Price Recovery Zone
out
with Tim.
Talk me through the race, and in particular, the bike. You seemed to drop off for a little bit there. Was that strategic, or were you pulling back on purpose?
Maybe a mix of both. So I tried to be sort of a little bit more aware of my cadence and also not end up having to overtake. So I was maybe a bit too far back in the group, and then suddenly I was ending up on the wrong split, sort of coming through the halfway point, and from there on I tried to sort of ride into it again, but I think they were at the same time putting a lot of pressure up front, and because my power was higher in the second half than first half. But yeah, I was just hoping that my run legs would turn up in T2, and yeah, quite pleased with how I felt on the run. Quite different to how the run legs were 2 weeks ago in New Zealand, so yeah, it's very good for the confidence to be back with a good race in this 6 weeks block.
Yeah, the run legs were certainly there, an absolutely blistering run time. I guess with Ironman New Zealand, there's obviously that huge disappointment with it not going how it wanted. You've used that to fuel yourself, obviously, so that run in New Zealand didn't hurt you? You felt ready to go?
Yeah, it was more like just getting through the course, you know. I was hooked up 3K in New Zealand and there was 39K left, so it's more like getting the job done as good as possible, but still be ready for this one. So I was recovering quite quickly after the New Zealand, and I was able to put in 3 track sessions in between that week and this race. So I know that those sessions felt quite good. So I felt the job, like I was in good fitness on the run, and but obviously I would have preferred to ride a little bit better.
And so next week you're going over to Oceanside, correct? No rest for the champion.
I think it's 6 days apart, isn't it a Sunday race? No, Saturday race. So tomorrow 6:30 a.m. it's a pickup, and driving to the airport, and yeah. Luckily we have, like, with time zones, it's sort of 16 hours extra recovery.
Well, congratulations, Christian. It was an absolute joy to watch, and I know a privilege for everyone watching at home too.
Thank you. It's been,
best of luck for Oceanside.
It's been a great experience down under, and hopefully we can start this Pro Series here next year. Oh,
thank you. Cheers. How did you find it? You're deep in Ironman prep as well, with Texas in 4 weeks.
Yeah, it was a hard race, I think, from the gun on, especially the bike and the run, where there was not really any place where you could recover for a little bit. So yeah, basically it was 3.5 hours of suffering.
Interesting. So from here, do you go straight to the US, and how do you feel like you train leading into Ironman from here, given it's been quite a hard race for you?
No, I'll go back to the Gold Coast where we live. It's only a 2-hour flight, so I'll be there with the family for a bit longer, and then travel the 9th of April. I'll go to Texas. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like, training hasn't changed that much. Like I said before the race, like I felt quite ready for a 70.3, but also with all the training I've done, I think I can now, like, in those next 4 weeks, like, translate it into, yeah, hopefully a very good first Ironman.
Great, and I guess to put you on the spot, if you had to predict your times in Texas, can you give me a swim, bike and run split? Just let's see how close you can get.
45-minute swim, 3:58 bike, and a 29 run.
Well, that's right. You heard it here, folks. That's going to be very hard to beat in Texas. Congratulations, Yelly. It's been a pleasure to have you race in Geelong.
Thank you very much.
And
Third place to the Hyper Ice recovery zone. We've got Hayden Wild. Hayden, you were the man to beat out there. Where do you feel like things started to unravel a little bit for you?
Honestly, to be honest, I just got beaten by the better guys today. I went out at a nice pace, and honestly, I just don't think I've done the training to compete with these boys. You know, they're deep in Ironman training, and I think they're just a lot fitter than me at the moment, and I'm just really happy to be here and just get my qualifying spot and get from here, build up until Singapore, my next race.
That's right. So with how the season progresses, you expected to not be in peak shape this early in the year?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I had a really big, a lot of commitment in New Zealand, and it was really hard to be stuck in one place and get training along. And no, I think just focusing a lot on the swim to get back up to shape for the short course stuff. And yeah, I think I just wasn't ready to just to be that fit competitive. I would say my pace actually through the whole race didn't drop off at all. Started off at 3:12s and finished on an average of 3:15. And yeah, as I just said, I just wasn't good enough to be with those guys today.
And it shows the depth in the sport at the moment. You know, that is just, you can have a fantastic race and two guys can just be slightly better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's no excuses. You know, these two are the best in the world, and you know, Christian didn't have a race that he wanted in Taupo, and as he said, you know, he just cruised through that marathon to get prepped for today. So we kind of knew he was going to be in some sort of form, and you know, for him, you know, he's been training at the Gold Coast really well with a good group, and yeah, just happy to be within those guys today, and yeah, we continue to build.
Well, congratulations on third. It's still a fantastic performance. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tim, down at the High Price Recovery Zone, bringing us those interesting insights from the athletes. It's always good to hear from the pros after the race on how they felt it played out, and whether that matched up with what we thought was going on. But we're going to look at the Athletic Brewing podium prediction for the pro women now, and it looks like Kat is on pace for first, Grace Tech on pace to stay in second place, and Penny Slater has moved up into third, passing Sophia Green, and she looks to maintain that position. So not much moving around, or as much moving around on the women's side. Kat Matthews, we hear a word from the course that she's really hurting, really tired, which you would expect after, you know, that phenomenal performance in New Zealand just 2 weeks ago, but she still has that a pretty decent gap. I mean, it's 2:10 down, unless she completely falls apart. Again, Grace looks great, looks fresh, is pushing. Kat a little bit on the ropes, but, you know, she's built up such a great lead from that bike that, you know, I think she'll be fine, and certainly from that podium predictor, she looked like she'd hang on. But Penny Slater having a great race. Milan actually has moved past Sophia Green too now. Milan is in fourth place, but Penny Slater having a really good race out here today.
Yeah, absolutely. She's moving well. She looks great running. Yeah, good to see. And Kat, I think she still has enough time in her sleeve, but to Grace, the last time check, it was 2:45, and now it's down to 2:10. So Grace is pulling out quite a bit of time, but I do think she's going to run out of real estate there with 6 kilometres to go, 20 seconds a kilometre. Like, it's a big ask, and you'd have to think something catastrophic, blow up or something happened to Kat for Grace to catch. But yeah, phenomenal running from these ladies.
Watch this space, I guess. Yeah, we are getting word from out on the course that Kat's feeling tired, she's grimacing, and with about 6 kilometres to go, the mathematics currently is in her favour, but if she slows down any more and Grace can hold this clip, it will be close at the end. It's so good to see Penny Slater having a great race. She had a rough year last year. We know a good friend of ours, Liz Blatchford, is her coach. Seems like they've had a good few months during the pre-season and off-season, starting to rebuild back to some really nice form. I mean, we know Penny's level. She's finished 7th at the Ironman World Championships in Nice. She had a close second to Kat Matthews at Ironman Texas in one of the Pro Series races. So good to see her up vying for the podium. Milan Agnew as well, having a great race. She's up into fourth spot now. Probably losing a little bit of time to the front of the race now. How good were those insights from our top three men? It's so interesting to hear Christian talk about, felt like he had bad legs in New Zealand, great legs today. Yellowgene's 3.5 hours of pain, not quite the experience he was after, yet still went around the same time as he went last year, a touch quicker under his course record. Of course, it's very hard to compare because every day is different, conditions are different, but I think it shows still a very high level. And just Hayden's assessment of his race. You know, he went out at 3:12 per kilometre, didn't fade too much, dropped back to 3:14s, 3:15, still a fast run. It's just the KB. He had all the answers. He had all the cards up his sleeve and was able to play them and execute just an incredible race.
And it's interesting, you kind of confirmed your hypothesis that he did confirm that it was a little bit of a tactical decision to pull back from that group and ride his own race. And he said he averaged more power on the second lap of the bike than he did on the first lap, which is quite uncommon generally. So, yeah, great patience by KB to get off and trust his run legs. So, yeah, and I think you said, Craig, that maybe that was his plan all along, and it turns out that it was.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the Morton Momentum Index and who the biggest movers in the field have been since the start of the run. And as we always see, Tamara Dewitt has made up 2 places. She's not running as fast as she normally does, but has definitely made up a couple of spots. Penny Slater as well, moving up 2 since the run started, and Grace Tech moving up 1 place. But yeah, it's always good to sort of see who the movers and shakers are in the race, who's making up places. But we're still with Penny Slater here on the run, and she's sitting in 3rd place. She's ways down from Grace Tech, but she seems pretty clear in 3rd. Matt Milan is almost 2 minutes back from her. So Penny, again, having a great race here today, and hopefully this will be a good indicator for the 2026 season. She'll be one athlete that can race well over 70.3s and Ironman, so will be a great candidate for top seedings in the Ironman Pro Series. And just thinking about Nice and World Championship slots, Penny will be looking to grab one of those slots as well. Grace Tech will get 1, Penny Slater will get the 2nd, and Milan will get the 3rd. Kat Matthews, of course, already has her slot for Nice, so those Nice slots on the line, not only Pro Series points, not only podium here today, but also Nice slots up for grabs at the end of today's race.
On your right.
And I'm sure these ladies are doing the mathematics in their head as well, and I know from my personal experience, I'm always doing the maths, like how much time can I afford to lose per kilometre to this person. So I think Kat is probably doing that to Grace. How much time does she have up her sleeve? And yeah, it looks like Grace is going to have to run around 20 seconds a kilometre faster, which is a big ask this late in the race. But yeah, they are approaching that turnaround section at the Botanical Garden. So Kat will get a good look and see how far she does have up her sleeve.
Yeah, so Kat will head out and
I was just doing...
go ahead, Crowy.
Yeah, I was just saying I was doing the maths as well just then. Around 15 kilometres with 6 kilometres to go, 2-minute deficit is 20 seconds per kilometre. So I think if Kat can just keep moving and keep this rhythm, she'll have just enough time up her sleeve. It's an awful feeling when you're hanging on like this, though, with very fatigued legs. And you know you've got someone bearing down on you. You're just trying to maintain and hold that gap.
Sorry,
stop
Crowy,
the bleeding as much as possible.
We're going to run down to the podium presentation, the Athletic Brewing podium presentation for the professional men today.
IRONMAN 70.3 Geelong in a time of 3 hours.
And we have Hayden Wild in 3rd. A solid race here today from Hayden Wild. I think he would have certainly liked better. You see a little bit of disappointment on his face, Sam, but I mean, the two men ahead of him, the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that'll just be fuel to the fire.
Yeah, yeah. And he said he came in a little bit underdone for this distance. I'm sure he is disappointed. He's a winner, loves to win. But yeah, he'll be able to race these guys again as we see Yella take the second step of the podium. I think a great race, and looks like all things are on track for Texas. He went 2 minutes faster than he did last year, so yeah, he just... sometimes you can't control what other guys do, and KB was just, he was on one today.
Yeah, absolutely. A phenomenal day for KB, and Yellageen's right in the ballpark, right? Less than a minute behind KB on a pretty phenomenal racing day. All men going under the previous course record time, so fast racing from these three men today. But Christian Blumenfeld will take that top set today in 3:30.25, a 1:06 and change half marathon time. Incredible racing.
Yeah, perhaps could have been a 1:05, but he was enjoying that finish line, and so he should. But phenomenal race, and I think overall this race just delivered. It was hyped up. These three guys racing over the 70.3 distance, and yeah, the race delivered, and we'll be seeing them all again racing each other soon, and probably all three of them at the World Championships in Nice as well, which will be undoubtedly another cracking race.
Yeah, and add into that mix Gustav, Casper, a number of other characters, Pierre Lecour, a more fresh Pierre Lecour.
You could rattle off about 20.
Totally.
20.
We could be here a while. But today it was all about Christian Blumenfeld, 70.3, Ironman 70.3 Geelong champion. Banks those maximum points for the Ironman Pro Series, and he'll hop on a plane. He said he'll get 16 hours extra rest with the time difference. So he'll be on a plane. There we go. Straight to the eyeballs. He's like, he deserved that. Yella's like, yep, I deserve it.
Hayden just does himself.
Yeah.
He's like, I guess I'll do myself. But,
that was a. Yep. That's what you do. Go home smelling like Athletic Brewing. But we're back with third place at the moment. Penny Slater sitting around 6:46 back. Ooh, Grace Tech now 1:28 down. So we have 2.4 miles to go. Grace Tech might start sniffing a win here. Kat Matthews just, well, she's hanging on. She's hanging tough. And 1:30 is still a big ask. But that time is coming down. And, you know, she gets within 30 seconds, sort of all bets are off.
yeah, it is coming down quite quickly. 3.8K, 2.3 miles. I still think she's going to just run out of real estate. But this U-turn will be telling because they'll both get eyes on each other. Grace will get a lot of motivation to see how close she is. Kat will also be, you know, thinking, oh, you know, she's pulled out a lot of time. Does she feel that pressure and stress? And does she lift or does she slow under that pressure? So, yeah, it is heating up here in the women's race.
We haven't seen Kat like this before, to be honest, for a while. It's been a couple of years at least. So to your point though, Sam, I think she'll make the turn up here and then it's predominantly downhill to the finish. But if it keeps coming down at this rate, it will be, you know, it will be a tight finish. It will be close. And we can see that, I mean, obviously Grace had her eyes on Kat for a long while now. So she can see the time coming down, as can Kat. So it'll be interesting to see. Kat will make this turn at Herne Parade, and it's a slight little uphill, and then false flat downhill and straight into that steep downhill that we saw Christian almost fly down just moments ago. And great to see the men's podium. 3 great athletes. A lot of people saying the 3 best in the world at the middle distance right now. It's hard to argue with that. All at different points. One man building up to his first Ironman, one man coming off an Ironman 2 weeks ago and about to hop on a plane and race again in 6 days. And of course, Hayden Wild, the third man, gearing up for a short course season. But nonetheless, we were treated to some phenomenal racing today.
Yeah, and as we look at Grace Tech, she keeps kind of looking up the road. I bet she has eyes on Kat. I mean, a minute and a half ahead, that's only like 400 meters. I bet she can see her up ahead. You see her, you know, her gaze drift up the road. I think she already has eyes on her, but we're going to go down for a soundbite from Grace from before the race.
Yes, I love the run course here. It is a very undulating run course, and I love that about it. It's not, you know, pancake flat. But yeah, I love it here. The atmosphere is amazing, particularly this area here between transition and the finishing line. It's lined with people. The tri clubs all have their tents as well, and yeah, it really spurs me on, gives me a boost.
Yeah, and being a local as well, she would have been getting splits all day long, and so she would have known that time gap's coming down, it's coming down. But yeah, now I think she has her in her sights, and as you said, Apo, they will cross paths, and Kat will be able to get a good look at Grace, and at that point, you know, it's a down, a nice like decline back down into town, and then a sort of a little bit of a loop before she gets to the finish line. So Kat will just, I mean, again, we'll have to sort of see. This tracker's now down at 1:17, so still a lot of time. I mean, again, Grace has to lift, and Kat has to not be able to lift when she sees her to make this this win for Grace a reality. Honestly, I think it'll be tough.
Yeah, it will be tough, but 1:17 now. It was 1:28 not that long ago. So Grace is definitely pulling out time very quickly. And I noticed a difference in the body language and the run. As Kat was running up the hill, she was a little bit hunched over, you know, carrying the fatigue. And Grace was still standing tall. She was looking good, and her cadence looks great. She's running downhill. And sometimes running downhill, if you're running well, you can actually eat up more time running downhill than you can uphill. So it's definitely a skill, that running downhill. But yeah, the women's race is heating up, and we will catch the finish when we come back from this ad break.
All right, Ironman 70.3 Geelong has been delivering all day long. The action has been unbelievable. The men's race was incredible, but now we are all eyes on the women's race. Kat Matthews now making that turn and heading back into town, but the gap, only 1 minute. Apo, what do you reckon?
2.1 kilometres, 1 minute. It's a big ask. It's 30 seconds a kilometre, right? But Grace is running considerably faster than Kat, but I still just think she's going to run out of real estate. It's going to be very close. But yeah, Kat looks like she's running okay on this downhill, but Grace looks great as well. Oh, it's heating up. I got the sweaty palms are back for the women's race as well. It's what a day though. Great men's race, great women's race, and it's coming down to the wire here.
Crowie?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you've still got a little bit of juice left in the tank, it'll be interesting to see if Grace can really lift her turnover on this downhill, because you can make up time on a downhill if you've still got some running in your legs. You guys both know that when your legs are shot, the downhills, they're just painful. And Kat will almost be breaking every step. It kind of looks like Grace is just trying to let herself go here. Reedy talked earlier in the commentary about Grace's unconventional style. It is effective. She's a fast mover. She covers the ground well, and really that's all that matters, what happens from the hips down. And if she can really just up her cadence and her turnover a little bit on these longer downhills, she might be able to close that gap a bit quicker.
Yeah, she absolutely just needs to let her body go and let herself fly down those hills. But again, Kat Matthews will have seen her, and, you know, Kat Matthews, just a seasoned veteran at this point, will be, I mean, again, I'm going to say she's going to find an extra gear, but sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just, there's no response from the legs. But Kat actually looks better now than she did sort of 5 minutes ago.
Way
She's sort
better.
of, yeah, she looks like she's sort of, okay, all I have to do is run a mile back to the finish line, and that's all she's got to go now. And I'm just going to suffer for this last mile and then get the job done. So, I mean, I think you're right there, Apo. I think it's Grace is just going to run out of real estate today.
Yeah, Kat looks a lot better now than, like you said, Rennie, 5 minutes ago. She looked a bit laboured, but now she can sniff the finish line. 1.5k to go. It's 7 minutes of pain. It's or even less. It's you can dig deep for that, and especially for a win, you find something when you're in the lead as well. And I think Kat is going to get it done. 53 seconds. It's still coming down, but probably not coming down quick enough. It's it's going to be close, but Kat's going to. I think she'll close this one out.
Yeah, and that aerial, you could kind of see Grace back there, and now they're moving up to find Kat. That's I mean, it's 53 as you said, but still, that's a long way to cover in a mile to catch up. So we see Kat at the bottom.
At this pace, it's probably around 250 metres on the road. Kat coming to this section with a little downhill in a minute. It's been a phenomenal race by Grace, regardless. I mean, we were talking only probably an hour ago about, I think you mentioned, Apo, that Kat wasn't doing any of the other girls' favours in light of the Ironman Pro Series, with every second counting for a point, just taking points from the other girls. But Grace has done a really good job to get her Ironman Pro Series campaign up and running for 2026.
Yep, 100%. And as Kat comes down this very uncomfortable downhill, and I know that from experience, but she'll also be out of sight now of Grace, which is a huge advantage for Kat. If Kat can get out of sight and weave around, transition, Grace can no longer see her. It's a huge motivator when you can see someone when you're chasing, and the inverse when you're out in front, you want to be out of sight. So I think Kat's going to close this one out. 1.3k to go. This downhill, uncomfortable, but she's back onto the flats and almost home.
Yeah, Kat Matthews, again, she looks much better than she did. And Grace Tech now will go down that steep decline, but, we've got within, just over a kilometre to go now for Kat Matthews. So, and she looks more bouncy again, like she's back up on her toes a little bit. She sort of knows it's a 4 minutes of a 5 there. So she's happy enough. She's
feeling good.
Yeah, she's feeling good. I feel like if you're really on the ropes and you're worried, you're not giving anyone a high five. So I feel like she's okay. Just have to suffer another 4 minutes, and then I get to take a little rest. Head back home.
She gets caught up with some amateurs, but all clear. Yeah, you're not giving out high fives to fans this far out if you're feeling really bad. So she must be feeling pretty decent and feeling confident, and there she goes, gives another wave. So yeah, she's feeling confident that she has this one sewed up.
Yeah, we still have Penny Slater sitting in third. Tamara Jewett, though, has moved up into fourth place now, so she'll actually take one of those knee slots. She's at 9:47 down, so Penny at 1:15. So Tamara,
That's tight.
Yeah, that's tight too. If Tamara finds an extra year with those Ironman legs she has on from 2 weeks ago. But Penn just needs to hold steady here. It might be a similar sort of situation where Tamara just runs out of real estate like Grace. And again, now that split just came down to 1 second. So Kat Matthews able to find, not so down and out, but she couldn't find just a little extra to squeeze out for that last couple of kilometers to get this job done.
Yeah, and that...
alarm bell's there for a little.
Sorry, you go, Craig.
Sorry, Sam. Yeah, I was just saying there was alarm bells, but I mean, Kat's the master of managing her races. Of course, she's getting a lot of feedback out on course as well. Yes, it's just an uncomfortable finish to a race, isn't it, when you're just doing enough, but she does look better the last 5 or 8 minutes. It seems like she's got a bit more of that turnover back that she's renowned for, kicking the heels up a little bit more bounce. And yeah, she's going to get the job done today and start her 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series with a perfect 7,500 points between Ironman New Zealand and Ironman 70.3 Geelong. Just another great start to the year for the defending series champion.
Yeah, I think the other women around the world who vying for that Pro Series will think, dang, Kat's already up 7,500 points, 2 perfect scores on the board, and the season's barely, not even started for a lot of the other women, the other contenders for the Ironman Pro Series. So again, it's still a long season. A lot of things can happen between now and Kona at the end of the year, but certainly I think her and Mark will go home feeling pretty good that they got the job done down here in Asia Pacific.
Absolutely, and it future-proofs the season a bit as well. If a 70.3 Pro Series doesn't go to plan, you know, she's got a bit of wiggle room to slot another one in because she has these 2 early perfect scores. And the same with an Ironman. Like, you don't want to do too many Ironmans in a 12-month period, but yeah, you just have a bit of wiggle room, a bit more room to play with if results don't go your way in the middle of the season. Whereas people that have started a little bit later, if an Ironman goes bad and it's their first one in June or July, then it's very hard. You're on the back foot and you're chasing. And yeah, Kat's just executed a great 2 races and she's in the box seat.
And to your point, Sam, we saw that with Kat last year. Came out of the gates early, got those points in the bank. And then in the middle of the year, her and Mark decided to throw in an extra 70.3 just as a little bit of insurance, and that paid off, given how the season and the Ironman 70.3 Worlds played out in Marbella with that calf injury, that she needed that extra score to end up taking the title, as we see her make that right-hand turn towards the pier, and now she'll make another right-hand turn towards the finish at Steam Packet Gardens. And Rinny, I'll let you bring her home from here.
Yeah, Kat Matthews, I mean, what more can be said for this woman? Takes the victory in New Zealand, the Ansco Foods Ironman New Zealand, just 2 weeks ago, and comes here. Feels a little rough on the run, but has enough to get the job done. Perfect 7,500 points for Kat, banked for the Ironman Pro Series. And she's going to make this left-hand turn. The glasses go up. And she'll be able to enjoy this magic carpet. A few high fives for the fans, I am sure. But Katrina Matthews coming into Geelong, taking the victory here today. Ironman 70.3 Geelong champion for 2026. Kat Matthews, a big smile on her face to be done with that day.
Well
just missing the course record, unofficially.
And yeah, like you said, Craig, it didn't go all her way. It was going her way for a lot of it, but then thanks to Grace and her phenomenal running, put Kat under quite a bit of pressure there, and here she comes. It was quite close in the end, but phenomenal run from Grace to take second.
Yeah, only about 45 seconds separating the two at the end there. Kat finding an extra gear, and Grace Tech running out of real estate, but another podium. 9 podiums here in Geelong for Grace Tech. Phenomenal day for her, and she's got to be feeling good for her debut at Ironman Texas in 4 weeks. I think at this point you kind of think, oh, I've got to do that twice when you start thinking about Ironman, and always a lot of mutual respect amongst the professionals. Grace and Kat congratulating each other down at the finish line. And as we look at the Wahoo Element rival run time, Kat Matthews ran a 1:22.29 today. Grace Tech running a fair bit quicker than that.
And now we wait for the third place between Penny and Tamara. That will be heating up. So it looks like it's pretty close. Tamara is within 10 seconds of Penny for that last slot on the podium. So, yeah, looks like Tamara's going to take it and take that final slot.
Oh, wow. Tamara, she can just find another gear. I mean, she's like a steamroller on that run. Just looking at that run time, Grace Tech running a 1:19.01, just about 4 seconds off her previous course best, 1:18.50 something from a few years back. But I am sure Tamara Jewett will roll through in a few more, another run course record. She just racks them up around the world wherever she goes.
Yep.
But pretty phenomenal to be able to run up onto the podium from 10 minutes down.
Yeah, and we said it, you know, towards the end of the bike, these women would probably want more than that 5.5 minutes that they had, and it turned out to be true. And yeah, Tamara's run pedigree, it's amazing. She does it every single race, and yeah, another steamrolling run, and we'll find out shortly exactly what run time it will be, but likely a run course record.
Yeah, I think definitely a run course record for Tamara today. We'll watch that closely. It's been a race of fine margins today. Kat Matthews took Regan Holyoake's bike course record by 3 seconds earlier today, and then Grace just missed her own run course record by 3 seconds, but I think it'll be a moot point by the time Tamara gets to the finish line. She just, whatever the deficit she faces off the bike, she's just able to get in her rhythm and take huge chunks of time. I mean, that 2:42 run in Ironman New Zealand 2 weeks ago wasn't only the quickest run time for the women's race, it was the 5th quickest run time of the day. So her level of running is just, yeah, it's incredible to watch, and no lead is safe out of T2 when Tamara Jewett's in the race.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Crowe. And I think Tamara will be, you know, really happy with how this season has started to, you know, race down in Wanaka. She won down there, then went to Ironman New Zealand, got 4th, a solid performance down there, and then a podium here in Geelong. I think that's a great start to the season for Tamara. She had, you know, a less than perfect season last year, some rough results, and just wasn't really hitting her stride. But I think she'll, you know, walk away from this little stint in Asia Pacific and be really happy with where she's at, and just go home and sort of keep working on, you know, getting better on the bike, getting better on the swim, so that she can be closer and closer. And again, if she's close enough, no one's safe on any course. So yeah, a lot of positives to bring out of this last stint. But here's Tamara Jewett, first time we've seen her all day since she got out of the swim this morning. And she's still a little ways to go. She's got to run along the esplanade there, and then head into towards the pier and home to the finish line. But yeah, I mean, running up onto the podium again, a phenomenal fast run by Tamara. We have all the age groupers out on course now, making their way through the Hoka run course, but Tamara hitting that last aid station, taking the opportunity to take on a little bit more fuel, hydration.
Yeah, and she's still looking good. She's got that little bouncy stride. Of course, coming from a running background, got into triathlon like a lot of runners do when they're injured, and doing some cross training. So I think she started the sport around 2016 or 2017, had a really short but successful age group career, quit her job as a lawyer to pursue professional triathlon career full time, and it's been fun to watch her year on year just build into this career. We've always known her run pedigree. One of the best pure runners we've seen probably for a decade come into the sport, and she tends to give up some time early in the swim and the bike, although those two disciplines of hers are definitely improving. But she's just got a fight about her and a never say die, and is able to still unleash somewhat close to her run capacity each and every time we see her out on the race course.
Yeah, I think that's the key, right? You might give up some time in the swim, on the bike, but if you can execute the run that she's capable of, which is just head and shoulders above what anyone else is doing right now, you could be in the mix at any race. Of course, you know, last year we saw her just lose too much time on the bike and just be out of contention. But this year, it seems like she's worked on her bike and she's close enough to be in the mix at the end of the day. And that's all she needs to do. Just keep chipping away at that bike, keep working hard. And I know she's been working hard for years, but it just takes time being able to ride with the best in the sport. So, yeah, I think she's making inroads on that. And again, I think this is I think she'd be happy with this, the start of the season, how it's gone so far, the results she's put up so far. And if she can just use this, go home, take a little rest, regroup, and then sort of build on these performances. And it's amazing, a couple of decent results, what that can do to an athlete's confidence. They can kind of use that to springboard forward, and you know, the sky's the limit if you can, you know, keep riding that momentum throughout the season. Oh, she nearly missed that right-hand turn, heading down towards the pier. Another little right-hand turn, and she will be home sweet home to the finish line.
Like Kat, I think she'll be very content with her work down here in Asia Pacific. It's a long way to come down to the Southern Hemisphere for a few early season races. But she had a great win at Challenge Wanaka. She backed it up with a 4th place at Ironman New Zealand 2 weeks ago, and now she's going to take another step up onto the podium here at Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and I think that's a great day's work for Tamara Jewett.
All right, glasses go up. And she will roll onto that finish carpet in a moment here. And we see Tamara Jewett in 3rd place here today from Canada. And let's see what that run time is. I don't think she's going to have one of her fastest, but I bet it's still
I
very
think she's
quick.
missed the record. I think she's run a 1:19.
Oh, she
not
did.
quite
You're
a
right.
low 1:19.
Yeah, so you're right, Crowe. She 1:19.55. So Grace Tech actually ran the fastest time here today, and Tamara 1:19.55 was enough to still run through the field. Again, we've seen this woman run, you know, 1:14s in places like Oceanside, and you know, consistently be around that. This is Penny Slater. She's bringing it home now for 4th place. So we're looking at Ironman, sorry, 70.3 World Championship slots here. So athletes obviously vying. Penny seems pretty happy with that. Penny will take a slot, Grace will take a slot, and Sky Wallace. So Kat, Tamara, and Gabby already have qualified. So it will be Grace, Penny, and Sky with slots for the Ironman 70.3 World Champs in Nice this September. Phenomenal racing all day today here in Geelong. We came for some good racing and we got that and then some more. Amazing day all around. The men's race, Christian Blumenfeld taking the title, Kat Matthews taking the title in the women's race. Podium.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing to my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
You're watching Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and the pro women just finished the race. Kat Matthews taking the tape there. Also, Grace Tech coming in second place. Tamara Jewett running through the field once again and taking third place. And Australia's Penny Slater taking fourth. And Sky Wallace looks to be coming in, or she will have taken fifth place and the last Nice qualifying spot for the 70.3 World Championships. Great racing all around today. Crowie, was it all you'd hoped for?
Oh, it always is. I think it always is when you have athletes like Yella Heens racing, Hayden Wild, KB, Kat Matthews. And what did we learn today? Well, we learned that KB can spit out a 105, 106 half marathon 2 weeks after an Ironman, and then front up to race 6 days later in Oceanside. We learnt that Yella Geens is right on track for his Ironman debut in 4 weeks, and I can't wait to watch that. We learnt that Hayden was just a great all-round triathlete. Any distance, any conditions, any race, any build-up, he's going to be competitive. We learnt that Kat Matthews knows how to get the job done, even with fatigued legs. And again, I mean, I'm sure she's not thinking about that right now, but she's got to get on a plane and then do an Ironman in 4 weeks. And Grace Tech, what a consistent streak. 9 appearances, 9 podiums. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. That record is unbelievable. Almost a decade-long racing here in Geelong and not missing a podium. You know, mechanical, sickness, doesn't matter. She comes down here and well, she lives down in Australia, but to come front up every year and be able to perform no matter who's on the start line. And she almost, you know, caught up to Kat. It was 36 seconds in the end. So really, really great performance from Grace Tech. We have 7 of the pro women across the finish line. Sky Wallace taking 5th, Gabrielle Lumpkis in 6th, and Alexa Bailey taking 7th place. We are moments away from the high price recovery zone. Temi Barker is down there and gathering up our top 3 women. We'll hear from them momentarily. Always love to hear what the athletes have to say after the race, and I love the like fresh takes, because right after the race there's a lot of honesty. Like, how did it really feel? So we will hear from Kat, Grace, and Tamara right now down at the high price recovery zone.
70.3 Geelong champion Kat Matthews. What an exciting race. Kat, congratulations. 2 wins from 2 races for 2026. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm really, really happy with that. It's very satisfying. We've achieved the aims, and I feel like it's the first step of the year.
We love that you have started your 2026 campaign here at Oceania with us. Obviously, we saw the big win at Ironman New Zealand for you. You've come across, had a little bit of time before, of course, this race today. Are you happy you kicked it off doing 2 races that you haven't done before?
Yeah, I am really happy that we came over here. It was exactly what I wanted to do, and I love that it was in the Pro Series. So I think sensible would have been maybe New Zealand home and then Oceanside, Texas, but I didn't want to spend time training in America this year, so I decided to come to Geelong instead of Oceanside, but home for a little bit before Texas.
You had an absolutely quality race out there today. It was so exciting watching you on course and then checking in with the broadcast. Of course, you are leaving Australia. You're flying to San Francisco tomorrow. A little bit of downtime before you take on Texas?
Yeah. Thank you. I really wanted to attack the course as much as I could until I think I was expecting the wheels to fall off, and I've definitely had a few low moments on the run, but pushed through. It was fine. And yeah, a good few weeks. I think 2.5. I'm actually not sure how many weeks at home, but time at home and hopefully some time to sort of solidify my Texas, so I don't go into that too rushed.
You are, of course, our 2-time Ironman Pro Series champion. You've got the Pro Series in mind again for this year. You've already qualified for 70.3 Worlds. You've got your Kona qualification as well. Are you excited for kind of the rest of the year, knowing that you've got all that done?
Yeah, it really does allow me to sort of sit back, not, and relax, but more just take everything a bit more with a pinch of salt, try and relax into it, and I think that gets the best out of me. Qualification sorted. Texas is the sort of bonus of the year, if I'm honest. I'd let it slip if I needed to, and the Pro Series, sadly, because Kona and then Nice are my focuses.
You've had great results there. Listen, we wish you all the best. Thank you again for choosing to race with us. I can't wait to see you in Kona in October.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Of course, our champion here today, Kat Matthews. We're going to welcome in second place. No stranger to Geelong. She's had an incredible career here. 9 times she's raced, 9 times on that podium. Grace Tech, congratulations on your race today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Love racing in Geelong and stoked to keep that streak alive with 9 from 9. So just have to come back here to round it out for 10, I think.
We heard you be called a little pocket rocket a little bit before, and you really are. You're a little powerhouse. You've done incredible things for the sport of triathlon in Australia. Let's talk a little bit about the fact that you are going to do your first Ironman race with us at Texas. But before that, you've been training for that distance, but you're actually going to jump in and do 70.3 Oceanside next weekend.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an ambitious double with the Geelong and Oceanside 6 days apart and an international long-haul flight in between. But it's a challenge, and I'm no stranger to pushing myself and racing back-to-back races. So hopefully, I see it as more fun than doing a solo break session in preparation for Texas. So I'm excited to see how I stand against maybe more of a field over in Oceanside. But yeah, my main focus has been on Texas. I've had some really good training. I've been really focused with my training towards that. So that's been my key goal. And I'm really excited to hopefully have a good race there. And the plan will be to hopefully qualify for Kona.
Yeah, before I let you go, let's talk about that. You've been very open about the fact that you want to get to Kona this year. Good luck. We cannot wait to see how that goal goes. Are you looking forward to Texas? How are you feeling with the body?
Yeah, I've had probably the best preparation I've ever had leading into this race. Sometimes in the off season there's a little bit of ups and downs, but I've really strung together a great block of training, and I'm feeling really fit, probably the fittest I've ever felt. And yeah, obviously my race training has been tailored to Texas and the Ironman distance, so I'm really excited to hopefully be called over in Texas as an Ironman. I haven't had that before, so I'm looking forward to that.
Good stuff. Grace Tech, congratulations on your second place today. She's an absolute little legend. We're going to let her go down and have some downtime. We welcome in third place today at Ironman 70.3 from Canada, Tamara Jewett. Tamara, well done. You absolutely stormed through that run, which we knew that you would. Let's talk about the run first. How are you feeling right now?
Really happy to have made the podium. I didn't think coming off the bike in 10th that, I felt like I always have a shot if I stick I don't know, stick to believing in myself. But it's like a huge relief to make it and to really work through the field on the run.
Now, let's talk about the fact you have qualified for the 70.3 World Champs already. You raced at Ironman New Zealand, got your qualifications for the World Champs in Kona. The fact that you also did the double, you started on Oceanside. How was the body off the back of Ironman New Zealand before your race kicked off today?
Yeah, I could definitely feel it in my legs. I think the bike was a little weak for me. It was like okay, but I think particularly through the middle of it, just feeling like it was a little harder to hit watts than I normally would in a 70.3. And start of the run, I was worried I wasn't going to be able to get any speed going, just feeling a little bit tired, but started to get into a rhythm as I went. And what's the mental game like for you in your head when you know you've got to kind of run through that field to get on the podium? Yeah, I think it's really a matter of just reminding myself that there is a chance, and I think sometimes it's hard when I come off that far back. I could hear it in the announcer's tone a little bit, sort of like, here's Tamara, she has a fast run, but she's pretty far back, and I have to let that not get to me, and so it's a mix of trying to pick people off as I see them and focusing on my own rhythm and just telling myself to keep believing. Of course, you've got some great points for our Ironman Pro Series already. You're looking forward to continuing racing with us throughout the year to kind of keep in that top 10 for the Pro Series for 2026? Yeah, absolutely. Next is a bit of a North American tour, I guess, with Happy Valley and Lake Placid. So I have a bit of a break now before that. It's been a busy 6 weeks or whatever it's been of racing out here. Good stuff. It's going to be a really exciting year, the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We're only 2 races in. It is fantastic. Tamara Jewett, congratulations. Guys, throwing back to you in the studio. It's been a great day.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tammy. At the Hyperice recovery zone with our top 3 women, Kat Matthews, Grace Tech, and Tamara Jewett. Tamara having a good break here, she said, so I respect that. After this 6-week campaign, she's been down in Asia Pac. She'll have a little break and then hit up Happy Valley in North America and Lake Placid. So mid-season, couple of races, and then on to the championship season. So yeah, that's one way to tackle the season, Crowe.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a good plan. She's relatively new to Ironman racing, making the step up last year, so I think you've just got to manage your energy, don't you, and your emotions all year. And I think, scheduling sort of 3 mini blocks or a 70.3 and an Ironman together is a good way to do it. If you make the effort to come down and start your season this early from the Northern Hemisphere, it gives you that opportunity and that option now to take a little bit of a break, recharge, and then, drill down on your preparation and lead into the next 70.3 Ironman block. So I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it. Each athlete's different in terms of just their powers of recovery, but also the mindset and the motivation. You've got to make sure that the energy levels are high and you're hitting peak numbers across the board in your training, but also in a good spot mentally with mindset when the championship races roll around in September, October. So I think Tamara's given a lot of thought to her program. It's a good one, and I'm really excited to watch Grace race as well. I think her training today in that race, the way she came on strong on the bike, particularly the second lap and in the run, shows that I think her Ironman training's on track. So let's see what next month holds for her in Texas.
Yeah, and interestingly, you mentioned it, every athlete's different in their preparations or the way they get through the season. There's many different ways to get to the championship season or schedule out your year to maximize your chance at the Ironman Pro Series. And Grace chose to, open her season here, go straight over to the US and race Oceanside next weekend. And that'll be 3 weeks before Texas, so 2 70.3s back-to-back, and then 3 weeks. I mean, I guess she's got to go to the US anyway, so I guess that's probably her motivation. Do the travel to the US, and she did say, I'd prefer to race in a race than do a solo brick session next weekend. So, just taking the opportunity to do another race instead of just training by herself.
Yeah, and I mean, she's not the first athlete to do back-to-back 70.3s. To toughen the legs up, so to speak, for a marathon. I've seen a lot of athletes use that sort of back-to-back racing, particularly if you've got to travel long haul in the middle, take an easy week of recovery, and just running 2 really tough half marathons 7 days apart or 6.5 days apart, as the case may be, I think will be good for her Ironman preparation. It'll build a bit of strength and endurance into the legs. And yeah, she just got to make sure she really focuses on recovery. And these athletes are also professional. You know, they're all straight into their recovery routines right now. We heard Christian before talk about he's getting picked up to go to the airport soon. You know, they've got pretty strict training plans and routines, but they've also got pretty strict recovery protocols that they stick to. And that's why we see such phenomenal racing off such short turnarounds.
Yeah, it's just incredible. The turnarounds, I mean, for forever we've seen athletes do back-to-back 70.3s, but Ironman 2 weeks later, 70.3, and then Kat, I guess, has another Ironman in 4 weeks. Yeah, makes sense, though. She gets to go back home to, you know, spend a little time at home, a couple of weeks, and then head down to Texas. And then, yeah, she has, you know, plenty of time or room for error for the rest of the year before she builds up to the championship season. And she said it, her major focus is Nice and Kona this year to try and grab one of those world titles. And, you know, you said it, it's inevitable. It'll happen at some time. She just has to keep showing up and keep doing what she's doing. We're going to go down for the podium presentation for the women's race momentarily. But the ladies are just waiting now for that podium presentation. We'll get to see that, and then we'll get to look at where the Ironman Pro Series is at this stage, and we're only 2 races in. So Ironman New Zealand, Geelong, next race up is Oceanside, and then Texas. So here we go, down for the Athletic Brewing podium presentation for the pro women.
In third place at the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Geelong in a time of 4:15.26, representing Canada, Tamara Jewett. In second place at the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Geelong in a time of 4 hours, 6 minutes and 50 seconds from Victoria, Australia, Grace Leck. And in first place in the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Geelong with a 24:42 swim, a bike of 2:14.08, a run of 1:22.28, an overall time of 4 hours, 6 minutes and 14 seconds from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, our champion, Kat Matthews. Come on, folks, make some noise for top 3. What a performance. We now invite our girls to go up onto the top of the podium for a photo opportunity. So Grace and Tamara, please join Kat. One more time, Geelong. Now please join us for the Athletic Brewing celebration.
All right, and the ladies have their Athletic Brewing beers, And Ironman New Zealand, Kat Matthews, I think, made a pact with the other ladies. We're not going to, nope, nobody's pouring any beer on anyone today. Nobody's going home smelling like beer. It's disappointing, Crowie.
That's not going to fly with the men. We saw the boys give each other a little shower. So, yeah, no, I don't mind. It's a pact. If all the girls agree to it, I guess it's better to drink it than spill it anyway.
That's true. And we look at the race leaderboard from today's race. Christian Blumenfeld, of course, taking maximum points and winning. Yelagins, second place today, 2,441 points, only losing a few points there. Hayden Wild finishing in third. Jake Birtwhistle, fourth. Kurt McDonald, fifth. Josh Farris, sixth. Jared Osborne in seventh. Benjamin Hill in eighth. Tristan Price in ninth. And Mitchell Kibbe rounding out the top 10 here today in 3:47. And now taking a look at the Ironman Pro Series standings, Christian Blumenfeld takes the lead, of course, with 2 scores and 6,642. Trevor Foley, with his Ironman victory 2 weeks ago, takes second with 5,000 points. And Pierre Lecour, he raced today, but he did not finish. But those points are from Ironman New Zealand. He's down in third place.
Great to see young Aussie Jack Sosinski up into fourth. As we look at the women's Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series standings, now Kat Matthews taking the full complement of 2,500 points today. Grace Tech cut her very thin towards the end. She got a really nice score, as did Tamara Jewett. And then we had Penny Slater, Sky Wallace, Gabrielle Lumkus, Alexa Bailey, Charlotte McShane, Sophia Green, our early swim leader and race leader, and Laura Gillard rounding out the top 10. So all of those women banking some good points towards their series totals. And the updated, after 2 races, Pro Series standings sees Kat Matthews with a perfect score, the full complement, 7,500 points. And Tamara Jewett, very nice work. She'll be very happy to move up in the second spot on the standings. And Gabrielle Lumkus, third spot on the standings. Of course, all 3 of those ladies having now banked 2 scores, an Ironman and an Ironman 70.3.
All right, and thank you so much for watching the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Geelong. Watch on demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts. Globally, watch at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global distributors. We will see you next weekend for the 3rd stop of the Ironman Pro Series 70.3 Oceanside on March 28th. Stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race build-up. Until then, on behalf of Craig Alexander, I'm Marinda Carfrae. Thank you for joining us for today's coverage of the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Geelong. We'll see you in California.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.